ivy and tears in yellow. They did arrive, each claiming to hear, but can they contrive? A woman's voice, a tale they spin. The truth's a stranger beneath their grin. I didn't want claims with a sly grin. Is he gone? Another hiding within. He's gone, the third with the deceitful air. But their stories shift like smoke in the air. Their words like webs, they weave and they wane. A tangled truth, a deceptive game. The phrases uttered a dubious sound, but when pressed further, truth can't be found. I didn't, is he gone? The stories entwined, but beneath the surface, truth's hard to define. Their claims dissolve like sand in the tide, leaving behind doubts they can't hide. Body empties, their stories told us few. Arrived at the scene, but what's really true? The words they heard, a riddle to unfold, but lies and deception their stories hold.
Good
Oh my
morning,
God.
good evening, good afternoon, whoever you are, whatever you are, however you are. And hey, Nicola Maxwell over on Valhalla's side, and Mr. Meathook, Marissa, Beth, Snivels, Danny G. Danny will be joining us tomorrow for shenanigans.
Uh-oh. We're in
Yeah.
trouble.
I won't be there because she's a mouthful.
She's a mouthful.
So you'll run it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And you enjoyed reading everything in Discord of the trial last night. Cleared a lot of things up for me. The names are kind of... Yeah, I have trouble with some of the names and how everyone is connected to everyone in some way. Like the lovely McLaughlin, who is not friends with the niece of the Alberts, but the daughter of the Alberts living in the house. And she didn't say, hey, my friend's dad lives in that house. He's an officer too. We maybe should go up there and check if he's okay. Weird. Hey, Stace. And Aaron. And Sebastian Müller. And one blessed Nana. Muskay. Peter A., our local correspondent.
Yes.
And Wolpe. Sue. Kim, how you doing? Look who's here. Pixie, all the way from Aussie land.
Hi, Pixie.
She comes from a land down under, where women and men chunder. That means men throw up. In Australian, Jamie. That's chunder is to throw up in Australian.
Really?
If you allow someone to they'll shenanigan. Yeah. I have to look out for those shenanigans. Hey, American Dreamer. And the one, the only, Mr. Fedorowski.
Hey, Fed.
And Renee over on Valhalla's side. Good morning. Maybe someone got a call on the way. What? Hey, Betsy. Women glow and men chunder. That's the line. That's the Australian national anthem, Jamie. Unbronzed Aussie can confirm that one.
Can you? Please do.
Yeah, and Kim is an Aussie too, I believe. At least in our hearts. No, but today
There's
should
two
be a full
Kims.
day. What?
I said there's two Kims. Just Kim, I think, is Australian. Kim Farnham, I don't believe is.
I make names, I make nationalities.
I know. you decide who's who. It's fine. I got it.
And Brandon can offer Vegemite. There's precisely 1 spoonful missing. Hey, good morning, lady in the back. You be American. Well, on this channel, I will make up what you are. Just like Dave, he's a Swede. Hey, Dave. And Holly Jean Lane, good morning to you as well. You are gonna upload another video. Remember to send it to Whiskey, and he will share the link. No chat showing on here. Do you have it on live? That might be that one. Other than that, I can't really. I can see you at least. And no, it's going to be interesting because today we're going to have McLaughlin back on the stand talking about how she clearly heard, I hit him. And then a cop said, okay, I hit him. Hey, Goody, come down here. I hit him. And then she went into the ambulance and told everyone else inside the ambulance that she just told her, I hit him, which no one in the ambulance heard at any point. And none of the police officers ever noted in their reports that anyone told them I hit him, other than when she called them back to tell that she had said it. It's another one of those little things that they forgot to begin with. Oh, thank you so much, Carla Brikowski. Between Laura Owens and Karen Reed, no wonder I drink. Enjoy your time in the States. I will. I bet you I will. And I will probably... I'll probably have a little beverage with Valhalla too. So that's what we can use the money on. I won't buy him any Bud Lights. I know that's his favorite beer, but we'll find something else. Thank you so much, Carla Brikowski. Well, she claimed the officer called her down, called Goody down. How funny is it that a new EMT calls a experienced police officer by his nickname? That's a high school nickname, Goody. That's not just something. She's a totally new police officer. And another thing, I don't know if any of you all noticed this. Hey, T-Rex, how you doing, buddy? If any of you notice how many people who of these EMTs calling Jennifer McCabe Jen. It's a weird familiarity with all the witnesses and the people in the case. No one is calling her. Well, it's just Karen. She's Karen Reed when they talk about her. All the other people are first name, nickname. To me, that's a bit weird. No, they won't. No, they won't. But if the defense could get them to point it out, that would be great. Yeah, T-Rex was doing great on Steve's stream yesterday. Talk about doing great. Hey, Pernilla, bringing the sun from Sweden. I don't know, good morning. I haven't slept yet. I am exhausted. Is that what you become after you've been exhausted? But thank you so much for the pink boy.
Just make up a word.
Do you think that's funny with all the nicknames, Jamie, or am I just looking for stuff to think about? Thank you, T-Rex.
I didn't really think about it, to be honest with you.
No, I didn't. But then I spent a little time watching some of it again because I did that recap video, and I just noticed I called Goody down here, and he's Sergeant Goody, but Goody to me is just weird, and everyone is saying Jen. There's a few good breweries in Knoxville. You should be able to get better than Bud Light. I should. Well, I don't know how close. I think near Dollywood you can get some of that fake moonshine from Old Smokies. So maybe I should try some of that. Anyone else go to Google's Map Street View to see the house? Just me. Lol, I also looked it up on Zillow. We have it in the Discord, where we have a lot of pictures. So if you're a member on the Discord, Marissa she's lead snoot over there. She puts up all the interesting pieces. She has a great timeline. Who called who, when deleted, who deleted what. Oh, Jamie.
For sure.
She's here early enough today, so I can say it. Good
Aw.
morning, genitals.
Hey, genitals.
How many of these claims of hearing her confessions are recorded in any reports at the time? You don't have to worry about that because that's 0. The police officers, there are 3 police officers who mentions talking to her. One of them claims, is he dead? I believe the 2 others claims she is too hysterical to talk to. Look who's here, Irish.
Hey, Irish.
Your mother-in-law said you need to learn to speak a real language. I agree. English, what is that? Other than leftovers from the Vikings.
Lord.
25 degrees. We're in the low 90s. 19. We're at 19 degrees, I think today, but it's windy, so it's cold outside. Boom, boom, boom. It's unprofessional. Usually it's frowned upon in other trials I've seen. Yeah, and normally, hey, Mary, all the way from Florida. And normally when people are saying, why don't they call him Officer O'Keefe? That could be not to prejudice the jury, to say he should have special treatments because he's a police officer, or she should be watched in a different light because he's a police officer. So I understand why they don't call him Officer John O'Keefe. But all of this first name, nickname basis, to me, it's just weird. It's peculiar to say the least. Hopefully the jury picks up on that nuance. Yeah, but again, Jamie didn't pick up on it, and it's just because I was rewatching some of it. So hopefully they have a good discussion.
Yeah, I definitely didn't pick up on it. So
no, you can't time out Dave. He's one of those special eggs. It's kind of like when you have those Skittle challenges. You get everything that's in the bag, even the one that tastes a little funny. No, Dave is a good egg.
Dave is a good egg.
Goody was already en route. We have the dash cam. Yeah, but she said we called, the officer called Goody down when she said I hit him. That's but again, Goody. It's a weird, just to me, it's weird. Why aren't you laughing more? And where's your dog? He should be howling for the weekend.
Oh my God.
He will be at some point. Hey, Troy la carita, Lisa. I don't get that artfish, old artfish. It's not real. If you go to Moonshine Place, tell me in advance. My best friend is there. Well, it'll probably be Thursday when we're done at Dollywood. But is there only one? Is it only one, Old Smoky that's near Dollywood? I'll have to figure it out. I have to buy a ticket to Dollywood as well. Haven't done that yet. Are they coming into court first or going straight for the view? They should be coming back doing the rest of the McLaughlin testimony and then go on the trip, according to what she said yesterday. With Andy Bev, I think take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, she's a lunatic.
Yeah. You are not a member of the Discord. If you go down into the member sections of the YouTube, the first post will be a Discord link. We would love to have you. when we get off early, sometimes I sit around in chat and we can discuss the case, and we discuss a lot of other things as well. Because when Danielle comes in, her and Jamie goes on how to live on a budget in dollar store with makeup. Best Buys on Shein.
Yep, all the tips.
Can you get too much?
Can you get too many lashes? No.
That's what I was looking for. Hey, little D.
Oh, wait. My sister's here. Everybody say hi.
Oh, what? Who's your sister? Who's your sister? Who's your sister?
Jessica.
Hey, Jessica. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Any bad stories you have about Jamie that you want anyone to know? brokenbaker22@gmail.com. I will spill all the beans and she will hate me for it.
She knows better.
There's the Aussie Kim. Hey, Kim.
She would never.
Karen's brother confirmed that this morning that they will finish witness, then view, lunch, and finish more testimony in the afternoon. Let's hope so. Hey, Cynthia, retired firefighter. With a shizzy raid. Hey, shizzes. And JD fan. Yeah, give it a like and some watch over to Val. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to put his link up. Can one of the mods time you out for 5 minutes? Why? It's a real moonshine place. And we have audio in court. Hey, Deborah.
Welcome to Zoom for Government. And
thank you so much, Sniffle, for the 5 broken bacon memberships to Dorico, Kate, Kim Farnham, On Bronze Dorsey.
Enter your participant ID. Please
and
enter the meeting passcode followed by pound. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
No, Rexy, I see you.
The host, you are unmuted.
And we're back on Fan Watch. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Hey, Ralphie.
Before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Norfolk County of Norfolk. Do I dare give me attendance?
Hey, K Squared, in a minute.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
2282CR117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Judge David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. So while you bring your witness in, Mr. Lally, I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a brief minute. But
So we're starting at sidebar again today, so she's going to make more rules probably. So, well, it didn't go bad enough for the defense yesterday. I'm going to do something new stupid.
Yeah. Lally's probably mad.
Yeah, we haven't heard much from that female co-chair. We have heard one objection, I believe, is everything we heard from her so far.
Yeah. It was a really dumb objection, too. Is that a question?
Yeah. What was what? Yeah.
I hate the
Ringling
hearing.
Circus
It
isn't
drives
sound.
me crazy.
I'm back by the Zoom nonsense. Oh, yeah, it's just them signing into Zoom. Could you pan up a bit? I want to see if Doink the Clown is getting enough sleep.
No,
I can
wanna
see he has his
how
prime.
his baby suits where his sleeves are up to his elbows.
Yeah. For those of you who hasn't watched it before, this is the Karen Reed group. It's Papa Reed in the striped tie, Mama Reed next to him, and family connections of the rest of them, I'm not sure.
I know there's a brother, but I don't see him. I don't know if she has a sister or not.
She should have been objected because not questioned per Bev's rule, but yeah, well, rules are different from for the state and for the defense. Don't now we won't be able to unhear it. The testimony so far in this case has shown a lack of professionalism by the cops, and the lack of searching the house reeks of a cover-up and certainly introduces reasonable doubt and suggests framing. Yes, and to me, McLaughlin, because I thought she was a friend of the niece of the Alberts. Now I was told she's a friend of the daughter of the Alberts living in the house, that she didn't say, oh, he's a cop. My friend's dad is a cop. He lives in that house. Maybe you should go check it. She's an EMT. What? There's so many, all of those changing reports. Whenever they talk to Bukaknik or Proctor, everyone remembered a totally different story. And then when they went before the grand jury, it's really, really weird. John's ex-girlfriend beside mom. Okay. So
the Amy girl they're talking about?
So is she being set up, or did the police decide to cover up for her? Is that what you're asking? She's on trial, so no one is covering up for her. Oh, is she? Oh, yeah. No. No, she's on trial, so she's not being covered up. Yeah, this is the part I don't get. And him not coming out. We saw how much light was in his front yard, even though they claim, oh, it's pitch black out. We couldn't see anything. Yes, you could.
Mm-hmm.
I talk about everything with your wife. Not a chance I could go a week without talking to her about my day. Well, you can say I sat in a courtroom for all day. You're allowed to do that. What did Nicole Albert do for work? I'm not that into it. Is she working for... One of them is working for the court or DA's office or something.
I have no idea, to be honest.
It's not jurors. It's not jurors. It's some of them are the defendant side and some of them are the victim side.
Yeah, the ones to the side of Karen are the Oki family.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's good to get some different perspective because EDB is very, very state friendly. She's probably the person covering trials who is the most state friendly. I would say I try to be very state not friendly because I have that presumption of innocence, and you have so many people doing very, very good job. I love that if people catch the live with me, but I was watching a stream at 2 a.m. my time last night, doing a recap of it because it was very interesting.
Court reporter. Please.
Could you raise your right hand one more time? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give in court?
I can't see. I know LC is live right now. I can't see his video. So YouTube is doing YouTube again. I think when she started out, she was a bit, yeah, but they just need to get going. Yeah, the opening wasn't good, and now she turned into what? So yeah, even and I don't think it's wrong to say she in many cases has a bias towards the state, but even she is going what in this case. So she's the Albert's cousin, sister's third removed uncle's niece, twice removed neighbor's daughter's BFF of her aunt's mailman sister's cousin. No, grand cousin. But thank you so much, Whiskey. Yeah, she's fair when that's what I'm saying in this case. She was looking at it and saying,
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I have a few more questions for you. So,
when you
turn your
lied
attention
yesterday, do you
to
remember?
A period of time you testified about yesterday when you're at Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance. With respect to his clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to that clothing?
He had, in terms of what he was wearing,
First, in terms of what he was wearing.
he was wearing jeans. He had on a dark colored light zip up jacket. And I noticed one sneaker.
Now, with regard to that clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to the condition of that clothing?
It was soaked through.
As far as tears or holes or anything else with regard to that clothing, what, if
She's
any,
the only one who's going to
observations
see
did
on
you
the
make of that?
arm.
I didn't see any.
No.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18.
So a light zip-up jacket. So now he has a big fluffy jacket, a light zip-up jacket, and a sweatshirt.
May I approach the witness, John?
We have
Yes.
testimony about.
Okay.
Now, first, Firefighter McLaughlin, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Yes.
Do I
You
recognize
recognize what it is?
what it is?
Yes.
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The address of the call, 34 Fairview Road.
Now, with respect to this photograph, you observed within it or where Mr. O'Keefe was on the ground when you first arrived?
From this angle, no, I don't.
And if you could, if it was not on the photograph, is it off to the left, the right, or where would it be in relation to this photograph?
To the left, I would say.
And about how far off frame do you believe it was?
I'm not sure. So my view of the call was, my reference point wasn't a house on either side. The patient was off the road. So my view of this call was the patient was on the side of the road. The only thing that I noted was a fire hydrant. So in relation to, I know it was to the left of a house, but I'm not sure exactly how far left it would be from this picture, from this angle.
So your memory is to the left of the house near a fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes.
Take that down. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Morning.
You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow at 34 Fairview. That was the address you were calling, correct?
Correct.
The house you just looked at, that is in fact 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
As Mr. O'Keefe was being transported by ambulance, you were instructed by firefighter Flamati to get information about the victim from Karen Reed, correct?
He wasn't being transported by the ambulance at that time. He was on the stretcher. And Tony, who was at the head of the stretcher, asked me to get information from Miss Reed about the patient, but he wasn't being transported in the ambulance at that time.
Who's Tony?
Firefighter Flamati.
Got it. When you did, in fact, did you follow those directives?
I did.
When you finally approached Miss Reed in order to get that medical history as best you could, what did the scene look like? Who was with you or around you?
So they started to move the stretcher towards the ambulance. Miss Reed was sort of, I guess I would describe it as moving around the scene. So she was moving, kind of going in circles. So I was really just focused on her, trying to get her to converse with me and get those questions. So that I wasn't really noticing anything else at that point. I was more just trying to contact her, and she was moving around.
What were you wearing at the time?
I had my like winter fire jacket on.
What color is it?
It's yellow and red.
Bright yellow for safety purposes.
Yes.
Not in the video. That's a
When
dark
you
color.
began your actual questioning, once everybody sort of stood still, you began your questioning of Miss Reed. You were standing in one spot, Miss Reed was standing to your right, is that right?
Well, the questioning started, as I said, she was moving around the scene. So the questioning was ongoing as she was moving around to different locations. I don't know exactly how many of the questions I got out during the time that she was moving around. At one point, we did come to a stop. And at that point, she was to my right.
That's the point I want to focus your attention on, if I could. When you came to a stop, that's the point at which you recall the statement being made that you attribute to my client.
Yes.
Okay. And in that group, who was there? I want to make sure I understand this exactly.
So there was...
Brendan, he says the magic word, what if anything? Then you can lead all you want. You know that from the JD trial.
Yep.
He is so leading, but I think they know they can't get it through with Bev, so they just let it fly.
Miss Reed to my right. There was a civilian woman to my left. There was a police officer who was not directly across from me, but I would say maybe diagonal to me, closer to Miss Reed.
Your Honor, I'm holding a photograph. This has been shown to the Commonwealth. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you, Mr. McLaughlin, a still photograph. I'm going to ask you to take a quick look at that photograph and look up after you've studied it for a second and tell me if you recognize.
This is the big problem. This is the big problem.
I recognize people in it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Is this an exhibit or are you moving to introduce it?
I'm moving to introduce it. It has not been introduced as yet.
Okay. So go ahead and have the witness adopt it.
Sure. Do you see the person closest to frame? Closest to the camera?
Yes.
In what appears to be a yellow and red jacket.
Yes.
Who's that?
That would be me.
Who's to your right?
It appears to be Miss Reed.
And to your left?
A civilian woman.
And across, as you said, sort of diagonal, closer to Miss Reed is?
A police officer.
Do you know that officer's name, by the way?
I don't know his name.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I would ask that this be marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
So we are going to remark these exhibits today because of the problems that I indicated at sidebar.
What?
How do you want to do this, Madam Reporter? I don't know where we start from.
Oh, so they messed up the marking of the evidence. They have
Tori, how many
objected
are in
I think,
evidence?
4 times and gotten 2 of them. I'll let him have it, as Bev says.
I'll let him have it.
Folks, it's my responsibility to make sure the record is intact. And you've heard numbers 1, 3, 309, 247. We need to straighten this out to make sure it's appropriate for you. You know what, Madam Clerk, Madam Court Reporter, just mark it as the next exhibit number, whatever in the hundreds that is, and we'll take care of this today. I don't want to waste your time, folks, while we do this, but it's very important that we do it. All right.
Not that good.
All right. So there was any objection to that from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, this is the time or the scene that you told us about when you heard the statement that you've attributed to my client, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
Sure. This is a moment in time, it captures a moment in time when you're standing there. To your right is Karen Reed, which you've described. To your left is a civilian female, which you've described. And across from you is an officer, which you've also described.
Yes.
So this would be the time or close in time to the time that you heard the statement that you attribute to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
The first time you ever made that official report, an official report to law enforcement regarding that statement was January 30th, 2022, correct?
Well, yes and no. The statement was made in front of the police officer, so that would technically be the first
Nope.
time
Nope.
that statement was made to a police
Nope.
officer in my
Nope.
presence. And
Nope.
then, yes, I testified to it on January 30th, as you said.
You said it on January 30th. You weren't testifying under oath, correct?
Okay. Said it.
Okay.
Yes.
My question was really, and I appreciate you clarifying, my question was really the first time you actually told this statement to any law enforcement officer was on January 30th.
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. That was when you met with Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that was very close in time to the event. It was the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
The events were close.
The 29th. Yeah. So it would be the next day.
Right, 29th, 30.
Yeah.
Okay. The events were fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
You obviously knew about the importance of that interview. You knew that it dealt with a police officer who had passed?
I knew it was important to talk to the police about what I heard.
And you wanted to be accurate?
Yes.
You wanted to be as detailed as you possibly could?
Yes.
And you understand that memories, obviously, they get a little worse with time, not better with time, right?
Sure.
The closer in time you are to the event, the fresher your memory is going to be about the details of that event. You would agree with that, right?
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor the day after the event, on January 30th, that the statement that you attribute to my client was actually made to the female, not to you in response to your questioning. That's what you told Trooper Proctor, correct?
I don't have those notes in front of me, so I don't know that I can tell you that that's correct, but the statement was made in response to my question. However, the Miss Reed was looking at the civilian woman as she said that.
Do you know that civilian woman?
Does it
You know
refresh your
everyone.
recollection that what
Don't read what you think refreshes a recollection. You can show or you cannot read it. Yes.
take a look, highlighted portion of that report.
It's the
And look
correct
up
way
when
to
you're
do it.
finished.
I know, she annoys me.
Okay.
May I?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I
Yes.
approach? Does that refresh your recollection about what you told Trooper Proctor on January 30th?
Yes.
And you told Trooper Proctor,
No,
quote,
let her,
in terms
hold on. I'll see you, Ted.
He really wants to break it up.
Yeah, she does.
not okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, he talks too much over her.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
In fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was, quote, Karen then turned to her friend and stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. End quote. Correct?
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes, if you're saying that's in quotation marks in that, then yes.
That's what's in the report.
Okay.
And I'm not, you don't have to agree with me. I'm asking yes or no questions. Not okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Jesus.
So in fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was that Karen Reed looked at the female to your left and said 4 times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
And have you since learned that the name or identity of the female that was standing to your left?
No.
You're aware that the female that was standing to your left reported the exact same statement?
No.
Are you aware that the female standing to your left reported that exact same statement as, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You then went back to the ambulance after you heard that statement that you believed you heard my client state.
Yes.
You opened the ambulance door, correct?
Yes.
That was the back door?
The side door.
The side door. And there were 2 firefighter paramedics in that ambulance at the time, correct?
I believe there were more than 2 at that time.
2 of them included firefighter Nuttall and firefighter Flamani.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
that was
at that
Davey.
point, you told them what you believed you had just heard.
So I went into the back of the ambulance. I said, this is his name. This is his date of birth. She says he doesn't have any medical history or allergies, doesn't take daily medications. And then I said, she's saying I hit him. And firefighter Nuttall motioned to his face and said something.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask another question.
So the answer to my question is yes, you told in front of Flamati and Nuttall the phrase, I hit him.
Yes.
She really wants
Did you
to
write that in any report?
I don't write a report in this scenario of my job.
Let her finish the answer, please.
So there are 2 people that will write reports in my department on a call, one being the lead paramedic and the other being the officer who's on scene. So those are the people that write reports, and I was neither of those, so I did not write that in a report.
Okay.
That's correct.
So let me ask the question again. You didn't write it in any report?
No.
You didn't write it in any notes?
No.
You didn't document that statement in any way whatsoever, correct?
Other than my interview with Proctor and my subsequent testimony.
You didn't document that statement in any way yourself, did you?
No.
Since January 30th, in that conversation that we just talked about with Trooper Proctor, your statement has evolved. Is that right?
I don't know how to answer that.
You testified yesterday to something quite different
Not quite different.
than what you testified, I'm sorry, than what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
Respectfully, I think my testimony has been pretty consistent.
You testified to something yesterday.
What kind of a B word is this little lady? I think my testimony have been quite consistent. No, you're sitting there and today you're trying to talk and talk and talk around the easy answers that, no, you never said that, you never heard that, never did anything like that. And now she's going to say that what she said yesterday, where she clearly stated on 3 separate occasions, Karen Reed looked at her and said it.
Yep.
It's the same as she talked to another woman. I hope the jury sees this.
Quite different in context than what you told Trooper Proctor. Isn't that right?
I don't know that that's right.
Well, you told Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed looked at a female standing to your left, said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Right?
Yes.
Yesterday, you told these jurors that Karen Reed said, I hit him, and an officer said, you what? And she repeated, I hit him, and the officer immediately turned and went to find another sergeant. Is that right or no? Yes or no?
No,
Yes.
there was more to that testimony.
That's
I
not what you
think.
said yesterday?
I think I said more than that, than what you just repeated.
No.
Is what I said consistent
No, you
with
didn't.
what you said yesterday? There's a lot of things that you said, more of. I'm asking, is that the sum and substance of what you told these jurors yesterday?
Yes.
So you would agree that from that time till yesterday, your story has evolved. It's changed.
Would I agree with that?
No.
I don't know that I agree with that.
You think the story that you told Trooper Proctor is exactly the same?
I understand what you're saying. So I understand what you're saying.
So has your story evolved?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Ms. McLaughlin, who's Caitlin Albert?
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Somebody named Caitlin Albert.
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
So do you know Caitlin Albert?
I do.
Friends with Caitlin Albert?
I would say more acquaintances, not close friends.
How do you describe an acquaintance?
I would say that we have mutual friends, so we might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Oh my God, please get her. Get her.
Who's her dad?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Of course you do.
Oh.
Do you know who her family is?
Objection.
Why?
Sustained.
Why?
Yes.
Why the hell are they not allowed if she knows who her family is? She went to high school. I can tell you the names of everyone I went to the 10th grade with parents. Of course she knows her family.
First of all, I
She
know
went on
somebody.
spring break with him. He's a big influential cop in the community. Now on Bev is doing everything. This is so effing, this is slimy. They're not allowed to bring in that she's a close personal friend of Caitlin Albert. What the F? This is beyond crazy if they're not allowed
I don't
to talk
know
about
who
this.
her dad is. Bull effing shit.
Yeah, he's allowed to prove their connection. This is stupid. Grandpa Baker is getting upset, Lefty. Only if he can prove it to the jury, and Bev will do whatever she can to take it. I really hope that that they can, because if they can't get that one through, she will do this the entire trial, and then I'll swing my possible guilty verdict till 70%.
Even,
Yeah, he's
okay,
allowed
here's the thing. Even if she does know Caitlin from high school, I guarantee you she knows who her dad is.
Yeah.
That's a flat out lie. Even if she doesn't know them, like everyone in town, I'm sure knows who her dad is. So I don't believe that one single bit.
I can't tell you what ground she's trying here. They are allowed to ask her if she has a connection to the daughter of the people who owns the house on which front lawn he was found. I can't see, but Bev will do it. I know she will. It's Lefty bribed the witness with eggplants to testify in a manner that will make you grumpy. Thank you, Brandy.
Oh, there's your boy. There's your boy.
Grant, my boy.
Hey,
Oh, the
Doink.
jury is leaving the room. We're going to have a big fight.
Yeah, they better, because there ain't no way. And I was not friends with plenty of people in my high school, and I knew who their parents were.
Thank you, Brendan.
Because they were like a staple in the community, you know what I mean? Come on.
Why don't the jury, the press corps show respect for the jury and stand up? Brendan, not Brendan, Doink right now is saying they got her. She was exemplary. Now we know Karen Reed is guilty. Case closed.
All right. Ms. McLaughlin, I'm going to let you step out for a few minutes.
Doink.
Show them what you have
Breaking the case.
and let a court officer know when you're ready for me to come back out.
All rise for the court, please.
If they're not allowed to bring in that she has close personal ties with the family, F you on Bev. This is absolutely BS if they're not allowed to talk about this. I'm sorry, we know she knows her. We have the pictures. I can find the pictures because Marissa has kindly enough showed them to us.
Yep.
This is a friend of a friend.
Just an acquaintance. She has
We're not
no
like
idea
friends,
who's family.
friends. I know someone who knew someone who once saw her at a park. That's kind of how I know her. This is Kate and Albert and McLaughlin on spring break together.
Weird.
But they know friends of a friend.
She doesn't really know her though. She doesn't know
No,
what her
she
family is.
It's yeah, you don't you really don't know. It's just a coincidence. Don't think about it. When this is all over, and I have to say, I told you, you know me. I always believe everyone was found guilty because I see you as the medium intelligent American. So thank you so much for the $5 so I could make fun of you.
Thanks, Lefty.
This case is going to break the whole slimy system up. They're both trying so hard to protect the sinking ship. I don't know what they can if they're not allowed to bring that in. Yeah, she wear unmatched tops and bottoms.
Especially after she said, "No, I don't know their family, and I'm not that close. Just somebody I went to high school with." To be able to show, yeah.
The judge isn't on the stand. They are arguing between the defense and the state. So she checked out, and when the judge is not on the stand, no audio is allowed. They're not on a break. They are arguing between the state and the defense. Have another $5. Let's hear what else you got, funny man. I got nothing other than $5 that I have to pay 40% taxes and 30% to YouTube. So roughly $2.20. Just enough to buy you a Bud Light, your favorite beer. I should call it your special tranny juice. No, they're not on break. She said that the defense and the state should talk about it and call her when she was supposed to come back. So they are discussing to bring in this evidence, and then she will come back and make a ruling, and it'll be in favor of the state.
No, stop it. It's coming in.
Hopefully. There were 711 kids in my high school graduation class. I bet I could name 75% of them. How many had a dad who's a big-time police officer? How many have that house where you party over the garage?
I think that's the biggest one. Like, if somebody's dad is a big, cop in the community, you would know.
If someone
Even
has
if you
the
don't know the
party
person.
address, if someone has the party address, you know them. If you know you're going to the Alberts because at the Alberts there's beer, you know the Alberts.
For sure.
Remember they had that big birthday party for Colin. Don't tell me none of those 18-year-olds wasn't getting drunk at the house. And Daddy Cop said, I don't care. I'm so
Wouldn't it
mad
be
we can't
funny if
hear
we
what's
find out
happening in
she was there that
Me too,
night?
T-Rex.
No.
She was on work, so she couldn't be there.
Oh.
You've been on 6 spring breaks. I'm qualified as an expert in this topic. I'll move to admit the photo. Good. We'll call Brandon. She probably was there before she started her shift.
What's I mean? Like
Anything?
maybe wouldn't it be funny if she was there before shift?
Think, Butterfly. Think. I said I had nothing. Now I have $4.40. You know I don't talk ill about you. I like you. You're kind of like that little slow cousin I had.
The special bus.
You can do better than the Bud Light jokes. You know, my repertoire is short bus and Bud Light tranny jokes.
That's what Baker's known for.
And a little Sunday school.
Yep. You only had 36 people in your class, Legendary?
$10 says it doesn't come in, Baker. I don't have $10. I have $4.40. We have a house we could call the compound. I know which parent was never home. Yeah. And I don't think at this house it was any problem that the parents weren't home. Because to me, I'll bet you they were all drunk driving. All the police officers were drunk driving that night. This is the house where you go to party. Because what are they going to do? Raid a police officer? No, it's not going to happen. I believe that's why every kid. I don't know, Peter A. You live in a community. I bet you it was the party house. Why are we being told to just believe these people who went to school together and grew up together just don't know one another from Adam? Because it'll really ruin the state's case if you start asking questions. They all knew each other. This is New England. Everyone literally knows or is related to everyone unless they came from somewhere else. Yeah. You had a class of 36. I could name everyone in my class, everyone in 2 classes on either side of mine, all of their siblings and most of their parents. Well, in Lefty's class, you know every name because most of them was his siblings / cousins / uncles. His family tree is more of a stick. I think the jury already sees what's happened and how. Now the state and the judge is fighting this. The damage is done. They just blew a huge hole in the side of the sinking ship. They needed to be put in there that she knows them. That she changed her story and she knows them.
Well, it needs to be rectified that she's over there trying to placate that she doesn't really know these people. She doesn't know her dad. She doesn't know Caitlin. She should have just told the truth. She should have told the truth.
Yeah, that's the funny thing in cases like this. Normally, it's the defense who has this kind of witnesses where they think they're smarter than the state. Now it's this lady. $10 says send more super chats. Make Baker's wrist hurt from something other than his bedtime routine.
Oh my God.
Well, you know, I do my forearm work just before bed, so I get those big muscly forearms. Thank you, Lefty. I like that you keep up with my workout blog. 113 that graduated. Yeah, but they need to get her totally discredited because she's the linchpin to put it in. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Even though she changed her statement. Thank you, Cynthia, for becoming a new member. Peter, when the cop's wife was away, then there would suddenly be a party with lots of women. Scantly glad to. Well, sign me up. Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, the thing is, it's not that incriminating that she knows them, but it's hugely suspicious that she's trying to hide it. Yeah, but they still need to have it in there that she knows them, because that'll make it more suspicious that they didn't want to let it in to begin with. 40-ounce curls. On a good day, I can swing the 80s.
Yeah.
Well, I'll try to stay at the 70s, but still, I can do it with 40s. At least hammer curls. 80s,
I wonder if they have any more evidence than we've seen that forges a relationship. That would be interesting.
There will probably be... No, they don't have phone records of her. They don't have the daughter's phone records.
They don't?
I don't think so. No, they don't have been requested. Thank you, Lefty. Use the other hand tonight. This one, I think they're equally sized. I switch enough. Jessica, that EMT lady who testified. Yeah. These trials are really teaching us what for the culture means. It's like a mass psychosis where everyone steps in line to do their part to get whomever is charged put in jail. I think this is a special case because this is old New England, where people are more inbred than Alabama, but because they have more money, it doesn't count. This is a high-quality ventilator. So we have high-quality CPR, high-quality H2O, and now high-quality O2. Expert got me 15 subs last night. I bet you can beat him. I'm pretty sure I can't do that. Can someone please share Lefty's link and go give Lefty a little love? He has a small gaming channel. I make a lot of fun of him, but he's a good guy, especially if you work at night and you want somewhere to go when MG is off. He's normally sitting there just running his mouth. Don't listen to him. Just enjoy the chat because that's where all the fun happens. Yep. You should all... yes, Marissa, sadly you have to. But Lefty is a good egg, just like Dave.
Just like Dave.
Not for the trial. I'm just here to watch Lefty's super chats. Oh, me too. It's going to pay me a few beers in Dollywood. Hopefully they had the key offense. Caitlin A. had to change the testimony at Fed grand jury as to when she left Fairview, allegedly. Oh, yeah, that's interesting too.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, let's mark for identification the items that you told us about at sidebar.
Yes, it's coming in.
First in order would be a... Do you want me to describe them for the record, Your Honor?
No. So they're not to be put up on the screen.
Why?
These are 4 items. One of them...
So don't describe them. I need to see them. So let's bring them up, mark them for identification, Madam Clerk. Then you'll get them back. But I need these marked for identification, and I need to see them.
One more feedback.
Thank you.
Why
Mark them first.
Mark them first.
For Baker's windshield was some fluid and new wipers on the country vehicle. Thank you, Standing Swing.
All right.
Oh, I'm a little behind. We could have caught up while.
You got these off of marked have four pieces of paper marked for identification that appear. You got these off of social media sites, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct.
Okay. When did you get these?
Thank you.
I couldn't tell you the exact date, but we probably have them for between 6 months and a year.
All right. And Commonwealth, you've not seen these before?
No, Your Honor.
Right. So we'll talk about Rule 14 in a little bit, but we'll bring the witness in. You can ask her questions, Mr.
I can help
Jackson,
with the
about
40-ounce girls. That's why
her
the size of
vacation
your
that you
ankles probably would
mentioned,
be
her
easier to handle.
the
It's called
drinking that you
40
talked
minutes.
about, the relationship with Ms. Albert. I've forgotten the first name already. And
Caitlin.
Caitlin, and
Shut
about the
up.
house. So
This woman.
you can ask her questions about that. And let's see, you can show her these exhibits or these marked for identification if you need to. You may have trouble actually getting those into evidence, but I'm going to let you find out. You can ask her to identify them, how long ago they were,
Oh my
things like
God.
that. All right, could we bring in Ms. McLaughlin, please? Yes. And Commonwealth, you just saw these today. I'm sorry, I don't remember if I asked you that.
Yes, and yes.
And you were objecting that, you objected at sidebar that these come in at all?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, here's the fourth one, I'm sorry. Mr. Jackson, here's the last one.
Yeah. She's such a. You can try to get him in.
All right, so Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Jackson's going to be allowed to ask you questions outside the presence of the jury, and you're still under oath and you have to answer them truthfully, okay?
Oh, outside the presence of the jury. She is.
McLaughlin, when, just briefly as a predicate, when you stepped out, I want to make sure we're very clear. Did you have a conversation with anybody from the Commonwealth between the time you walked out of court and just now?
Just about if I needed a drink of water or to use the restroom.
Okay, but nothing about the substance of your testimony?
No.
Ms. McLaughlin, I asked you before we broke if you know who Caitlin Albert is.
Yes.
You said that you went to high school with somebody by that name, correct?
Yes.
You in fact know that person as a friend, correct?
I know her.
She's more than an acquaintance.
I would say she's an acquaintance. She's not a close friend.
She in a group of friends of yours?
We have mutual friends.
How long have you known her?
Probably since high school.
When you say, and I don't want to ask your age, I wouldn't do that. How many years, how long of a span of years have you known her?
Since high school, so maybe 10.
And you know her family, generally?
I don't.
You don't know anything about her family?
I don't know her family.
Had you ever been to her house?
Not that I recall ever being there.
Not that you recall, or you haven't? There's two different things.
I don't recall ever being there.
Okay, so you might have been there, you just don't recall.
I don't recall ever being there.
Okay. If I were to ask you if you have ever been to her house, yes or no, you cannot answer that because you don't know. You cannot recall, correct?
Oh, you know you effed up.
Lying liar.
I would say, I would lean towards no. I have no recollection of ever being at her house.
Did you put it all over social media?
Are you friends with her on social media?
Yes.
May I approach her on her?
Yes.
I'm just going to leave all four of these up there. I know what they look like.
Thank you so much, K
Take a
Squared,
look at
for
the first document. What does that document?
corner kisses for my trip to the US. You are way too kind.
It says Caitlin's friends.
What does it look like? That's a printout of.
I'm sorry?
What does that look like? It's a printout of. Does that look like it's from Facebook or one of the social media apps?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Some social media.
Okay. Under Caitlin's friends, do you see your handle, for lack of a better phrase?
I do.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you look at the next photograph? Before we talk about that next photograph, which is, I should go in order for the record, Your Honor. The first one was H.
Is the jury back? I didn't get that.
No, it's outside the jury. Outside the presence of the jury.
Before we talk about I, which is the next photograph, how long have
It's
you
Delay
been
Foundation.
social media friends, quote, friends with Caitlin
Thank you,
Albert?
Jess.
I don't know.
More than 5 years?
They're doing it to authenticate the photos. that they are of her, what reason, and with someone from the Alberts, that they are doing it outside of the jury, because if they can't authenticate it, it doesn't come in. Thank you so much, Jess Rubio.
Probably.
More than 8 years?
I don't know.
The second photograph, or the second document, appears to be a photograph. It's I, is that right?
Yes,
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in that photograph?
Is she gonna pretend like she doesn't know who Caitlin is?
I do.
When was that
Okay.
photograph taken?
I have no idea.
Where was that photograph taken?
I don't know.
You have no idea how long ago that was?
I don't.
What was the event that was depicted, or that is depicted in that photograph?
I don't know.
Is that local, or was that on a trip somewhere?
I don't know. Probably local. If it's a beach, I don't remember. I've never been away like to a beach on vacation with all of these people, so probably local.
When
She is
we
such a
say
liar.
local, let's talk about local. I don't mean, we may have different definitions. Where would that be? What beach? I'm not as familiar with the location.
I'm not sure.
Maybe on the Cape?
Possibly.
Do you recognize some of the other folks in that photograph?
I do.
Matter of fact, there's a lot of people in that photograph, right?
There's a lot of people in it.
Did you take a trip with all those people at some point in the past?
Take a trip.
To the beach?
Did I go to the beach at some point with these people? Yes.
Okay. When did you go to the beach with all those folks?
I don't know. I don't know
What's
when
the
this
spring
picture
break?
is from.
Have you
It
gone-
seems old to me, but
Have you, well, you can see yourself. I mean,
yeah.
What was that? Did you say it seems old to you?
Yeah, to me.
Okay.
This isn't like a recent to me.
how old do you think that photograph is?
I don't know. It could be around high school. I'm not sure.
And I know
Drinking
Mr.
beer?
Jackson didn't want to ask you how old you are. When did you get out of high school?
2014. I
Okay.
graduated.
So could that have been around 2014?
It could be.
So you've known Caitlin for at least that long.
Yeah.
And when I say travel, I mean travel outside of Canton, gone places with her, correct?
Yes.
Posed for photographs with her,
Yes.
with other folks.
Yes.
Looks like socializing and partying, correct?
Well,
Looks like socializing.
Maybe a small vacation.
I've never been on vacation with a big group of people like this.
Well, that doesn't look like a, what would you call that if that's not
thank you, Cynthia.
like
No,
a
I'm
mini
not getting my
vacation.
money.
A day at the beach.
a day at the beach? Okay, so maybe a day vacation.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see the next photograph. Jay,
You look so stupid.
may I
Yeah.
approach your honor?
Yes.
Put it on the big screen and
You
let her
remind myself.
waddle through this shit.
That photograph looks a little older, correct?
They both look old to me. I don't know when they're from.
I'm going to ask you the same questions about that. These aren't trick questions. I don't want to waste your time. What's that from?
Just
I
admit it,
don't
you
remember specifically what or where this is.
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in the photograph?
I do.
You're all posing for the camera, correct?
Yes.
What's the location?
I don't know.
No idea.
I don't.
This is yet another socializing event with Caitlin that you can't recall.
I don't know where this is
Is that-
exactly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead.
I don't know where this is exactly.
So you've had so many socializing events with Caitlin and other folks that you can't pinpoint this one as opposed to any of the others
Yeah,
that you've had.
exactly.
No, I'm saying I can't.
Thank you, Lefty.
These photos are old. I don't know. I don't remember where these were or the circumstances around them. That's what I'm saying.
You see how you're dressed in that photo?
Yes.
You see how you see the other friends that are there with you?
Yeah.
How many people would you estimate are in that photo?
Do you want me to count how many people?
Give me it. I don't have the photo in
Well,
front of me, so just
we
give me
don't
it.
have
Is it
so
more
many
than five?
pictures around.
12
We're old.
12 people.
ish.
Do you recognize those dozen people?
I do.
Did you go on a day trip with those dozen people?
Yeah, possibly.
When?
I don't know.
Where?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't remember.
How many times have you gone on day trips with those dozen people?
I don't know.
How about turning back to photograph I? How many times have you gone on day trips and socialized with those number of people? So it's like probably double that, 20 or 25 people.
I don't know.
That's a big group of friends of yours that includes Caitlin Albert, right?
A big group of mutual friends.
So it's not just that she's a mutual friend, she's a friend. Isn't that right?
Just say yes, you are caught.
As I
Say
said
yes.
before,
Jesus.
Are caught.
I would consider myself more of an acquaintance. We have mutual friends. I wouldn't consider her a close friend, but yeah, I mean that would be my answer.
You basically grew up with her, went to high school with her.
I didn't grow up with her. I went to high school with her.
When I say grow up with her, I mean you grew up in the same town as her, right?
Grew up in the same town.
Went to the same high school as she did.
To high
Yes.
school.
Socialized with the same friends as she did.
Yes.
Yep.
Went on day trips with her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tim, you want to see something?
Holy.
This is me 2 months before I got deployed. I can remember this. I can tell you where it is. I can almost exactly point out the field we're in at that music festival.
Well, yeah.
That's an old picture. That's from 1999. I don't know why I was wearing those stupid glasses. I might have been drunk, but well, I know I was drunk. But I can tell you who's not in the picture, who was at the spot where the picture was taken. And that's
Exactly.
even the people who are around us who weren't a part of our close social group. This
Yeah,
is
I
so
don't believe
stupid.
a word out of her mouth about any of this. She has
Yeah.
mutual friends. She went to the same high school. She's friends on, social media. That's a give or take. But still, you grow up in the same town. You don't know who her father is. You don't know her like that. Give me a break.
Yeah. And I never went to Armadillo because I was in Bosnia, not Afghanistan. Yeah. Milton from Office Space is an acquaintance. The person you're drinking beer in a bikini with, that's a friend. Exactly. That's more than just, I've seen her around town maybe sometimes. No, it was a Juventus jersey. No, Midfyns. I graduated 34 years ago, and I can still look at the high school pictures and tell you who everybody is and what it was and what time. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, fighting. We're fighting for peace. It was back before we fighted for war.
Yes.
And apparently have all the same friend group. Right?
I don't know that we have all the same friend group. These are people that we're both friends with.
But you don't consider her anything more than just an acquaintance.
I think I described it to you.
The answer to my question is you don't consider her to be anything more than an acquaintance.
I wouldn't consider her to be a close friend.
Now let's take a look at the last photograph. Describe what's in that photograph.
It's a picture of me. Caitlin is in it, and there's seems to be other people in it as well.
May I approach?
Yes.
Both of you can take it. Sorry, I just want to drop it on you. That's a close-up photograph of who?
Caitlin, and I'm also in it.
And you're doing what in the photograph as it relates to Caitlin?
It seems like I'm kind of kneeling down next to her.
Touching her?
Can I see that for just a minute, please?
Oh my God, Bev.
I'm sorry, can you show me you? Okay, thank you.
So just for the record, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's look at that one more time. You're sort of just behind Caitlin in that photograph?
Yes.
Caitlin's the one drinking the beer?
Yes.
You got your right arm around her?
Yes.
Both appear to be wearing swimwear,
Yes.
bathing suits,
Yes.
and you're giving some sort of a sign with your left hand?
No, I'm not.
Is that somebody else's hand that I saw? Maybe that's Caitlin's.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have the photograph in front of me. I don't have it committed to memory. Looks like that's a photograph that you and Caitlin posed for together, correct?
It seems like it's a close-up of a bigger, like a picture. It seems to be zoomed in on a group of
Okay,
people.
but you're
It's posted
together.
on social media.
Shut up.
Okay.
Is that right?
Are you telling me that?
I'm asking you that. You ever seen that posted on social media?
She'll say no. No.
I don't recall seeing this picture, but if it was on social media, then okay.
How long ago was that picture taken?
I don't know.
Who took the picture?
I don't know.
Where were you when the photograph was taken?
Probably at a beach with, if we're wearing bathing suits.
Probably at a beach or at a beach?
Well, I can't see a beach in the picture. We're in bathing suits. It could be at a beach.
Right. Do you recognize the bathing suit that you're wearing in the photograph?
No.
Speed it up so we catch up.
You literally don't even recognize your own outfit?
No.
So that doesn't help define where you were and when that photograph was taken?
No, sir.
Do any of these photographs remind you that you've been to Caitlin's house at some point in your friendship with her?
No.
Come on, have
Caitlin ever
something
been to
on
your
her.
house?
Not to my recollection.
When was the last time you
They
talked to
probably
her?
didn't think she'd deny it so hard, to be honest with you.
No.
I don't remember exactly. It's probably been
Have
a
some
few years.
text messages or Snapchat.
When was the last time you went to an event, socializing event with Caitlin?
Again, I don't remember exactly.
Did you talk to Caitlin at any point at or around, on or around January 29th, 2022?
I can't see how she
No.
can keep this out.
When was the last time you had talked to Caitlin before January 29th, 2022?
I don't know.
Would have been a day before, a week before, a month before?
No, I don't talk to her. Like I said, we're not like close
They're
friends.
gonna
so
get you if you
it's
keep
like
lying.
Yeah.
pretty frequent that we would interact.
We've seen when he asks questions, he have receipts. Just
Well,
remember that,
and
everyone.
they can just call people to discredit her if she wants to keep lying.
Just call Susie, the one where she stole the boyfriend back 2 years ago.
Yeah.
At that party where they were doing lines of Colombian marching powder, and it was so much fun. And at Caitlin's house, just call her and get her to testify. Said, yeah, they hung out all the time.
Yeah.
They're allowed to do that.
So
No,
I
no,
don't
we
know
get it.
when the last time before that.
What about texting or Snapchatting or communicating in that way?
I don't remember.
Would it have been a week before the 29th?
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or you know so?
I don't think so.
What about after the 29th, after you responded to 34 Fairview? You ever have any communication with her?
Not that I can recall.
So is that something that you think you might remember if you responded to a house of her father, where there's a police officer dead or dying on the yard, on the lawn, 30 feet from the front door? You might have had a conversation with Caitlin?
I've never had a conversation with Caitlin about that call or this case.
Did you ever contact any of your other friends about the fact that you responded to Caitlin's parents' house?
No.
Were you ever asked about this relationship that you had with Caitlin Albert, this friendship that you had with Caitlin Albert at or near the time of the 29th of January?
No.
Did you ever disclose to anybody that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert at or around the time of this event?
No.
When you went to 34 Fairview, you knew that that was the Albert family home, correct?
No.
When did you learn that it was the Albert? You now know that.
I know that now.
When did you find out?
I don't know. I don't recall. It was some point after. It was, but I don't know when.
Would it have been the next day?
No.
You and firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall were all discussing this case pretty intently after this event, correct?
No.
It's not that often in the little town of Canton that a police officer is found dead or dying on another police officer's lawn. Wouldn't you agree with that?
We responded to a medical call, so the conversation
I told you was a cop, you idiot.
after the fact was at the hospital debriefing the call, going over what happened, what we use for equipment, what we need, and just like that was the extent of the conversation.
Would you agree that this case, given its notoriety, is discussed at the fire station almost daily?
Nope.
I don't know when I'm not there, but it does get brought up.
And obviously the fact that the house belongs to, or belonged at the time, to the Albert family is part of that discussion.
I don't know. Like I said, it gets brought up, but I just avoid it. I don't engage in the conversations.
It was certainly enough of a
Liar.
subject matter
Liar.
that you learned, according to you, after the 29th, that house belongs to Brian Albert, Cole Albert, parents of your friend Caitlin Albert, right?
Well, at that point, it was on the news consistently, so I don't know where that like information was introduced, but
it was pretty early on after the 29th.
I don't recall when it was known that that was the case.
I mean, you didn't learn that that was the Albert family home last week.
No.
You've known it for going on 2.5 years.
I don't know exactly when I learned that that was the house.
I realize you don't know exactly, Mrs. McLaughlin. I'm not asking you the day you learned. I'm asking you, you've known this basically through the lifespan of this case.
Yes.
At some point after I learned it.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out about how long after, a week after, a month after.
I'm not sure.
But it was more toward January 29th than it was yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Just a moment.
Yes.
I really hope that they have some text messages. Well, when we found out, oh, don't shake your head, don't shake your head, don't shake your head. It'll be all over the news. The precise stuff she knows about the event and the lack of knowledge about her own life. Ask her what she smoked before taking the stand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She knows details of this case or this event, but.
Do you know any of Caitlin's siblings?
No.
You don't know Brian Albert Jr.?
No.
You know any of her extended family that might be a little closer in age to you, like Colin Albert?
No.
You ever met any of them?
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall, or no?
I don't remember meeting any of them.
Oh my God.
Your Honor, that's all I have right now.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
Sure. Just a few, Your Honor. So, Ms. McLaughlin, you're not friends with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm sorry.
You're not friends with Caitlin Albert, is that correct?
I would say she's an acquaintance, not a close friend.
You were shown some photographs of you in a fairly large group with Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
You don't know when those were, correct?
I don't know exactly.
You don't know where you were when those were taken, correct?
No, not exactly. They seem old.
And just back up.
Saying they're old
you
doesn't
weren't
make
high
any
school, you weren't
difference.
friends, right?
I would categorize our relationship as always being just acquaintances. I knew her. We had some mutual friends, but we were never close friends. We don't have a one-on-one relationship.
And as far as high school versus post-high school, would you see her more so during high school years, or after graduating?
Well, probably more in high school just because you're there every day. But then afterwards, yeah, it was only here and there. Like I said, like mutual friends. So maybe events for mutual friends, I might run into her.
And to be clear, and I think you made reference to it, but that last photograph that's marked as K, that seems to be a cropped or sort of zoomed in of a larger photo. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, as far as each of those photos you were shown, you're present in a photo with Caitlin Albert in a much larger group, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever hung out or socialized with Caitlin Albert outside of the setting of a large group?
No.
You've never been to her house before that date of January 29th?
I don't know. It sounds like
You've never been to
she's
your house,
talked
you know,
about it.
correct?
Correct.
Let's just ask her in front of the jury. And let them be the arbiter of the truth.
Now, as far as that first one, that's as far as social media is concerned, as far as the friends list, and without sort of doing it, I'm sort of putting that in air quotes. How many friends would you say you have on social media in total?
I don't know. Maybe over 500. I don't know.
And of those 500 people, how many of those 500 people would you
I
consider?
have over
actual friends?
3,500 subscribers on YouTube.
Much less than that. Less than 10.
All right, why don't we wrap this up, Mr. Lally?
Sure. Just when it comes to that day that you responded, you're working with the fire department, you responded to a call on January 29th to.
We've seen them hug in a picture. They've met.
Did you have any idea whose house that was adjacent to where the treatment was concerned with regard to your patient?
No.
I know.
Okay. All right. So there was an objection that this was in violation of Rule 14 to admit these exhibits, Mr. Lally. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I agree. So the exhibits don't come in, but based on this voir dire and the answers, I'm going to give you some leeway on exactly what you did. Okay. The relationship, the socialization and the extent of it, friends on social media, those areas. You didn't quite get everything that you mentioned at sidebar you thought you'd get. So that's not coming in.
So
If you
stay within the parameters.
So why don't you come over here then, just because?
Of course.
I don't
they
want
didn't
it
let
on
in.
TV. Yeah. She's such a.
This is so effing stupid. Well, good. I'm glad I didn't wager that $10 with whiskey.
I hate
Well,
Bev.
she remembers everything said, who was near to her, everything. In a high-stress situation, in the middle of a blizzard, the worst blizzard ever known to man. Ice Age were nothing compared to this blizzard. All those pictures where she's sitting with her good friend Caitlin, well, her distant acquaintance Caitlin, she absolutely have no recollection of.
That she doesn't hang out with her like that.
No, it's not like we know each other. Yeah, it's
And she's never met any of her siblings or knows her dad and doesn't know her cousins, uncles. Just bull crap.
well, it's not allowed in, so she agrees that it's not covered by Rule 14. They're not allowed to show the pictures. But can I tell you a secret, Jamie?
Sure.
I don't believe the jury when they say we didn't watch anything about this case. At least one person have been at home watching some of those great recap shows at night. I think The Lawyer, has a show at night. The Young Jerks. It was the Young Jerks I was in chat on last night.
Oh, okay.
They have a recap show. I do a short recap show. I think Brandy does a recap show. Let me be honest. I think they will see this because they want to know what they were sent out to hide.
Okay. I mean,
but don't tell anyone because they are lying to the judge.
I know they are. I know they're looking.
She can be recalled if they don't release her. Then she can be recalled, and Caitlin Albert might be called as a witness, and then she can testify to. Because if it's taken off her social media post, I think one of the problems was he couldn't give an exact date and time for when the witness thing, because we saw that in the that was the Edgecombe case where they couldn't testify to when things were taken off social media. Yeah, she has a, and she shouldn't be sitting there shaking her head. That's a bad thing. He probably couldn't get her phone. That's what he would need. Yeah, but hopefully, hopefully they have something else. But I had hoped he had social media. No, 50-something people watched it.
If you all think they're right outside the door, you're mistaken.
Please be seated.
Brand has his prime. I tried one of those, both of the primes we can get in Denmark. Oh my God, it's bad. And for a guy who says he has less than 17, no, he has a negative $17 for the rest of the month. How does he get the crime money?
Yeah. Those are.
Yeah, just a little minor perjury. Perjury.
Do you need more?
KR has MS. It may be uncontrollable movement. Yeah,
I'll work on
could
it.
be. But she has a natural resting P face. Nothing bad against it. So does the witness. I would reserve the right to recall her. That judge is yeah, but the judge won't change. But I would recall her as well if I have Caitlin Albert.
Yeah.
I have to look at Marissa's witness list to see if Caitlin is a witness.
I think the whole family's on there because Caitlin's time of leaving was off. So I'm sure they
Yeah,
want that question.
she left at 12:15. No, 1:30.
But she said like 12:15 or something like that.
Yeah, she changed it from 1:30 to 12:15. I think it was. Yeah, and again, it's the state who charges people with perjury, so it doesn't matter. Look at Doink. Oh, standing tall in the background.
Did you say you had a water?
Yeah.
I'm okay.
All those professional journalists, none of them with a sticker on the laptop, but Grant. Jamie, I think I'm in love. I know there's been a lot of talk about me and Danielle going on a date, but do you think I could get Grant to come to Tennessee?
I mean, ask for his hand in marriage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to the green card.
Exactly.
Yeah, a mutual friend who said they were friends. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, I offered him $20 if he would unblock me on X as well. He didn't do it. Karen looks a little animated. She should do that outside of the courtroom.
I can't imagine how frustrating it is right now. To hear all these
Sitting
people
on the
like
tree,
lie.
KISSING. Then came Grant and Daniel was gone because now Baker and Grant is singing their song. Doink the clown make his world go round. Do you know what I'm gonna make a music video to? Later, Jamie.
A love story about you and Doink the Clown.
It could be. I think it's because it's a small courtroom. Yeah, I think they are, but I just want them to throw everything. But the problem in this court case is Bev is the one who can tell you what comes in and what doesn't come in. So all of these minor Matlock moments aren't allowed, and that's a little bit too bad.
Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, but she shouldn't have shook her head because that would be in the news tonight.
Yeah, I'd love to report on that.
Yeah, he gets to ask. He gets some leeway, but he's not allowed to bring in the photos. Probably because they don't want people sitting next to the family because she is an accused unaliver. Yeah, both the dad.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Nope.
So jurors, from time to time, there are things that I need to discuss with the lawyers, as you saw. We try and do it as quickly as we can. It's in an effort to make sure that what you see and hear in this case is appropriate for you to see and hear. So sometimes we spend a little time now that will save us a lot of time later. So we do appreciate your patience.
Mayor, you're on.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, thank you for your patience. When we last left off, I was asking you about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You recall that?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few more questions about that. You and Caitlin Albert have known each other for how long?
Since high school.
Which is, give me a span of time.
So probably about 10 years.
You have traveled with Caitlin Albert and friends. When I say traveled, I don't mean to exotic locations. I mean day trips, etc.
Yes.
You have a group of mutual friends together, correct?
We have mutual friends, correct?
Those mutual friends have gone on day trips with you and Caitlin Albert involved?
Correct.
On more than one occasion, as a matter of fact?
Correct.
On many occasions, matter of fact?
I don't know.
More than 5?
I don't know.
More than 10?
I don't know.
You've seen photographs of you with Caitlin Albert on some of these day trips, correct?
Yes.
You've seen at least 3 of those photographs.
Yes.
You're friends with Caitlin Albert on social media?
Yes.
Other than the 3 photographs that you've seen, we just talked about, there have been other events that you've been at with Caitlin Albert that weren't necessarily photographed, or we don't have those photographs, correct?
Probably.
You know that Caitlin Albert is the same Caitlin Albert that's the daughter of Brian and Nicole Albert, as you sit here.
Yes, as I sit here today, yes.
And you know
Shut up.
Caitlin Albert also has siblings, Brian Albert Jr., correct?
As I sit here today, yes, I know that.
And you also know, as you sit here today, that 34 Fairview was, at the time of January 29th, 2022, the Albert home, correct?
I know that as of today.
As
That's a
of
stupid way
today.
to add. Yeah.
Yeah.
You indicated, let me rephrase that. When you showed up at 34 Fairview that morning, did you recognize that address or recognize the home as being that of Caitlin Albert's?
No.
You have since learned that that was Caitlin Albert's home.
As I know that now.
And you gave your original statement to Trooper Proctor the next day.
Yes.
And from that day to this day, or let's take yesterday, from that day to yesterday, you learned that 34 Fairview was the Canton Albert family home, correct?
You're asking if I know from...
Between those 2 dates.
Yes.
Between the time you spoke with
Yes.
Proctor in this report till yesterday when you testified, you now know that that's the Albert home.
Yes.
And you also indicated that between that report that you gave to Trooper Proctor, that statement that you gave to Trooper Proctor, and yesterday's testimony, your statement has evolved. You've already admitted that, correct?
I don't think I agreed with you on that.
You did.
It's changed.
Honey, you did.
It's different.
I've always testified to I feel as though my testimony has been consistent.
I
You
appreciate
admitted
how you might feel.
half an hour ago
I'm
that
just interested in the actual facts. You didn't tell Trooper Proctor anything about this officer questioning my client. correct?
Objection.
No. She testified to it, you idiot.
Because I think this morphed into a different.
No. She testified 45 minutes ago that, yes, I've changed my statement. I said, I hit him on the, not on the 30th. I changed that statement. This is so effing unbelievable. They should get the court reporter to read that back to them. Yeah, it's really, they're really trying to break up the flow because they know they got her by the tail right now. Well, only if they can bring in that, well, you testified 45 minutes, you might have forgotten it. Exactly.
Do you agree, Ms. McLaughlin, that the statement that you gave to Trooper Proctor is not the same as the statement that you gave to these jurors yesterday? Right?
Yes.
So your story evolved you.
That just told me that.
Yes.
Keyword. Release her and be able to recall her. It's going to take me a couple of weeks, but I'll be there. Go back and
Couple of
watch
other
them
questions. When you
talk to
did
her.
make this statement to Trooper Proctor, your visit to Canton PD was coordinated by another officer to put you and Trooper Proctor together for the interview, correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you, come on into Canton PD, let's have an interview?
I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up.
So that was my next question. You may have just told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up?
I don't.
His name Kevin Albert. Sound familiar?
Oh,
No.
Kevin
You know
Albert.
Kevin Albert?
No.
You know him to be a police officer at Canton PD?
Jesus.
No.
You know him to be the brother of Brian Albert?
No.
The objection sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Lally, any redirect?
Yes.
It's a long sacks of man.
So firefighter McLaughlin, you went to high school with Caitlin Allen, correct?
Yes.
And could you describe the nature of your relationship, if any, with Caitlin?
I would describe it as we're not close friends. I would say we're more acquaintances. We have mutual friends. I don't have a one-on-one relationship with her.
And you were asked some questions about social media, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, or if you could guesstimate about how many friends, and I'm sort of throwing air quotes in there, how many friends on social media would you have?
I don't know, probably 500.
And of those probably 500 friends on social media, how many of those are actual friends that you talk to, interact with beyond social media?
Much less than that.
Oh my God.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you this. As far as, would you say that you saw Caitlin Albert more so when you were in high school or more so since you have graduated from high school?
I would say probably more in high school because we were there every day. So.
And about what year or so was it that you graduated?
2014.
And as far as any sort of photographs that were referenced to you, have you seen those photographs?
Here.
Yes.
Here today, I saw them.
Do you have any idea where or when those photographs were taken?
I don't remember.
Show the
And
jury
of
those photos.
photographs, it's not just you and Caitlin Albert in a photograph. Is that correct?
My dad was a police officer, not police officer, was a firefighter for 42 years. The first thing he said when I started going out drinking, never ever get picked up by the cops because I know each and every one of them. I won't take you out of jail because I will have to work with them again. Firefighters and police officers, they intermingle more than nurses and doctors, but it's the same thing. Everyone in those professions know each other. It's so stupid and she's lying, and we know she's lying. I just hope the jury knows she's lying.
Yeah, I hope the jury sees it.
And there's not a nurse on this planet who hasn't have smacks with either a police officer, a firefighter, or a doctor.
I'm sure there is.
So a larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
When you were asked about sort of these
Facts, not
day
evidence,
trips, they were
Amy.
sort of trips specifically on a day to a beach, it looks like, correct?
Correct.
And to a beach with a larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to Caitlin Albert specifically, have you ever socialized with her in any setting beyond a setting that contained a large group of people?
No.
Now, with respect to, you went to, you say high
Liar.
school, you graduated from Canton High School, correct?
Correct.
And you grew up in Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you,
Sounds like the state is taking a fireman's pick to the door to the pictures with these questions. Yeah, if they keeps talking about the pictures, they should be allowed to show them. Don't they open the door when they said, "Oh, you were shown pictures"? Let us see the pictures.
Yeah, I don't know.
know Caitlin Albert before you attended Canton High School?
No, that's probably when we first really interacted was high school.
And essentially, you live within the town I'm sorry, you work within the town that you grew up in, correct?
Correct.
And is that abnormal from a civil service perspective?
No, from a civil service perspective, you're given more points for residency. So it's actually, I would say, preferred, or you're placed higher on the list if you have residency in that town.
So it's actually preferred and more common than uncommon as far as growing up in a town and then working in that same town in a civil service position like a firefighter.
Yes.
Now, during the course of the time that you've been on the Canton Fire Department, have you received calls to residencies or other places or even patients that you either knew or were familiar with?
Yes.
Would that
You
be a
know
reason
that
for
was
you
people
to
you know?
not go on a call?
No.
And you have an obligation, wouldn't you say, to respond to a call when a call is made and you're on duty in that
No.
station, correct?
Yes.
The objection sustained. Ask the question differently.
Hey, Carolyn.
As far as when you're on duty as a firefighter at a particular station house, you get a call.
No, because they're not put into the record because they have not been shown to the jury. So they're not part of the evidence. But when the DA referenced the photograph, I would say, but I don't know law. I'm just a layman from Denmark. Why are they not allowed to show the jury? And said, these are the photographs. He said she doesn't remember because he just stated there was 500 people in the picture. How do you know? Show us the picture.
What, if any, choice do you have to respond to any particular call?
I don't have a choice. I just have to respond to the call.
And then prior to that date of January 29th, had you ever been over through socialization or otherwise Caitlin Albert's house?
Not that I ever remember.
Had she ever been over your house?
No.
And again, had you ever socialized with her outside of a large
I know a
group of
lot of
people?
ladies, and my
No.
mom used to work in the
When you
hospital.
responded on that morning, just after 6 a.m., the house of 34.
The jury can't see evidence not put into evidence. They can ask all they want, and she will say it's not evidence.
Fairview Road, did you know who lived there?
No.
During the time since January 29th of 2022, have you ever spoken to Caitlin Albert about what happened that morning in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Move along.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about knowing sort of Caitlin Albert's parents' names or siblings' names or things of that, correct?
Right.
And prior to January 29th, you didn't know any of those names, is that correct?
No.
You learned them
Oh,
subsequently,
whatever.
is that correct?
Yes.
May we
believe
approach
you.
this briefly?
Okay.
Why do you want to approach, idiot? Just end your questioning. Yeah, she's talked to someone who said, deny everything you know about the Albert's family. I had hoped that they could pull out some records. That would really destroy her. But they got to talk about her close personal relationship. The worst part is I think everyone has talked and know what to say.
Oh yeah. Well, I guarantee he probably thought showing her pictures of like being in these places with her She wasn't gonna just totally be like, nope, I don't know what this is. I don't even know what I was doing at this time in my life.
Yeah, and they really should. I can't see why they can't be allowed to bring up that she had a close personal relationship with Caitlin and Albert, but I don't know. They have to fight it. They know the law.
Yep.
Yeah, and I can't say she laid the foundation, but well, she couldn't say from which trip the pictures were. So I think there's a little backdoor on Bev could slip out on that one, because if they have them with timestamp, but again, if it's like the picture I showed you, there's no timestamp on that, so they can't prove which trip and which year. So that could be why she can keep it out. I don't know where she is from the state, but I think she's in one town over or something like that. You don't think this caught her off guard? I think it caught her off guard. You saw her change her demeanor very, very fast, but she's been told deny everything. It's clear. Everything, deny everything. You don't know anyone. You haven't seen anyone. You could see that, and she really stumbled to define their friendship.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, you learned of other people's names within the Albert family subsequent to your response to this call on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learn of those through sort of various news or media reports in relation to this case, not something that you had any conversations with anybody about, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, I have.
Okay. Okay.
You indicated, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally just asked you about these 500 friends on social media. A couple of quick questions about that. Of those 500 friends on social media, how many of those have you taken day trips with?
I don't know.
Is it more than 100?
How many of those have you gone to the beach with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you posed for photographs with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you posed for photographs in swimwear with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you been photographed with your arm around while that other friend is drinking a beer?
Sustained. Sustained.
Ms. McLaughlin, all of those things that I just mentioned, you have done with this Caitlin Albert.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
No. Come on.
Why is that sustained?
Okay. All right, Firefighter McLaughlin, you are all set.
I described her demeanor now as
All right, jurors, we are getting ready to go for our view. So we're about to visit a place which you'll be hearing about some more. You've heard about, you've seen photographs of, and in court terminology, we call this view. The purpose of the view is to help you better to understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view that you will take is a part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The place that we're going to go, you've seen photos of, you've heard it, it's 34 Fairview Road. The lawyers and I will accompany you on the bus. The attorneys may point out to you the arrangement of the scene and items that they want you to pay special note of, but otherwise they cannot discuss anything in this case in regard to this case, and they can't talk to you. All right, they'll be able to do an opening here, and they'll be able to point these things out. While you're on the view, it's very important that you can't take notes, and you certainly can't use your phones and take photographs. All right, it's really just for you to see. You cannot conduct any independent investigation while we're there, or at any time during the trial, as you've been told. You're not to return to the scene or ask anyone else to do it for you until the case is over. So this is your opportunity
Oralini.
to take a look when we go. What you are to do on the view may be best.
No, they don't take cameras along because you could dox the jury.
Summarize in two very familiar words, which is stop and look. Okay. Your responsibility is to see the place, to observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. So during your trip to and from the place that we're going to view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it among yourselves or with anyone, and you are not to permit anyone to talk with you about the case. You'll be under the supervision of our great court officers at all times, and you'll remain together until you return to court, unless the court officers direct you otherwise. And just so that you know, because some of this came up during our jury selection process, spectators, if there are any, and all members of the press have been ordered to stay 100 yards away from you. All right, so you can go and you can look and take your time looking without worrying about any interference from anyone. All right, so with that, Mr. Clerk, could you swear in, please, the court
The
officer?
court officers, raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear you will take this jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same and any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issues on the trial?
Yes, they're going
as
to
they
see
shall
the
necessary?
place they found
That
the
you will not
body.
permit the parties to enter in a debate in front of the jury or a person to speak to them unless it be
I've
out
also
of line for the Commonwealth
just sign
and
it,
Alan Jackson
use
for
your
the
left hand
defendant.
so they can't
They
tell it's your
point out
hand.
such
That's how
places
we
or
do
things
it.
as they deem expedient for the determination of the issue. And that you will
It's
keep the
probably
jury
5
together
minutes.
Until they shall return into court, except the court shall
Yeah, I'm
otherwise
sure it's
order
not
so
far
help you
away.
God.
Doink will be driving the
All
bus.
right, so who, Mr. Lally, do you want to do a short view opening?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You opening.
So ladies and gentlemen, as her owner just described, we're about to go to a place. When we arrive there, and at any point in time when we're there, this is not a point where we can have any sort of conversation or back and forth. So all I'm going to be asking you to do is just take note of certain locations and certain items as you see them. And again, as with anything in this case, this is as you find them, as you observe. Okay. So first, I'm going to ask
Isn't
you
that what the
to sort of, when
judge
we
already said?
arrive in a general
Yeah.
area, as far as taking note of sort of street names when you're coming into and when you're exiting from this.
Why look at street names? Give them a effing Google map and say, this is the road she drove down, this is the road she left. And why is he always saying,
When we arrive at a specific location, I'm going to ask you to take note of certain things about the roadway. Okay?
Did they put the Ford Edge
Certain
there
any,
too?
certainly any abutments to the roadway, any residences that you observe, the distances between the roadway and any landmarks or any items that you observe on that property, specifically a driveway, specifically a front door, any other sort of items of interest within the front lawn area of that. I'm also going to ask you to take note of the roadway itself and sort of the width of that roadway, whether or not you find any sort of lanes separating within that roadway and then the individual width of some of those lanes as well. Lastly, there is also going to be a vehicle as well. And I'm going to ask you to take note of certain things with respect to that vehicle, okay? With respect to the size of it, with respect to the height of it, with respect to anything that you observe.
Are they putting the Lexus there too?
Front, the side, the back.
Yes,
all
but
of
not the Ford
exterior of
Edge.
that vehicle. And then also some of the interior of that vehicle. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to take note of sort of the center console in the front driver's compartment of that vehicle and anything that you observe in that location as well. And that is
Center
all
console,
I'm asking
why?
you to do on this case. And I thank you again for your time and attention.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first time we've been able to speak to you directly, so I want to take the opportunity to introduce myself.
You did that in
Thank
the
you for
opening
your
statement.
service and thank you for your time and
Not
commitment to
him.
this.
Oh, Janetti.
I'm going to echo a lot of what Mr. Lally just said. There's nothing magical about this other than it gives you perspective. It's an opportunity to introduce you in three-dimensional form to stuff that you've been seeing in two-dimensional form. Photographs, some of the testimony, diagrams that you might see.
So I'm sorry, we're really pointed on what you can say.
What we're
Oh,
going to ask
my
you to do
God.
is take special note of relationships of physical items out at the scene. Much as Mr. Lally just indicated, there are going to be physical things out at the scene. You've heard about a flagpole, a fire hydrant, a house. We're going to ask you to take special note of where those are in relation to
16.
other things physically at the scene. That will hopefully, with the court's instruction, give you some assistance in putting together the testimony that you think is relevant, and the documents that you think are relevant. Again, to echo what Mr. Lally said, we're going to ask you to look at the roadway, the vehicle, the house, the physical items at the home, and the relationship between and among all of those things to each other. Hopefully, that will give you a very good understanding of what we're dealing with, especially with the exhibits. Thank you.
All right, so folks will be all set. We'll see you at the bus in a little bit.
Just make sure your notebooks are closed.
You are muted. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Quiet, please.
Just drove by 34 Fairview. They already have Karen's Lexus out there.
They have it all set up, don't they?
This to me is problematic. It looks like they have it without the tail light. They should have a stand-in car with the tail light intact, because it's not proven that it was destroyed at the scene.
Well, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's her car, but this isn't well, this could be a representation of what happened or how it looked on the night.
Your Honor, I'm so sorry for the false start. I wanted to make one final record on the court's ruling. I respect the court's ruling on the.
Go ahead, you can make your record.
Maybe it would be better if I did it over here. I wanted to interpose an objection to.
So I think it would be better if you did it over here.
It's illegal. It's just illegal.
I don't know what you're doing. Come over here and tell me what you're going to do.
I don't know what you're doing. What the F is going on with this stupid woman? It's going on the record. Oh. He should be allowed to put it on the record as long as the jury isn't present. I don't know what you're doing.
Yes.
Okay. As it relates to the 4 exhibits that the court deemed were not admissible because of a violation of Rule 14, I wanted to elaborate just very briefly.
Go ahead.
Our objection. We believe that under Rule 14, we were not obligated to have to present these exhibits to the Commonwealth in discovery. Rule 14 does not require such disclosure when the exhibits are used for impeachment only, and that's exactly what those 4 exhibits were going to be used for, and what we intended to use them for. Had this witness said, "I know Caitlin Albert, we've been friends for 10 years, we went to high school together, we've been on day trips together, we've been to the beach together, and we've socialized together," I wouldn't have to show any photographs.
No.
That's not what she said. What she said was, "I went to high school with a person named Caitlin Albert," which is a bastardization of the truth. That's
and
not
again,
the truth.
effed
And
it
those
up.
4 photographs
But it
are
doesn't
what
matter.
got her in the voir dire process, what got her to admit that she in fact does know Caitlin Albert, and those are on a very, very different level than she first suggested. As the SJC has explained in the case of Commonwealth versus Aguiar, Aduiar, at 400 Mass 508, pin site at 513. It's a 1987 case that says the following, and then I'll finish my record. Quote, "A defendant has a constitutional right to bring to a jury's attention any circumstance which may materially affect the testimony of an adverse witness, which might lead the jury to find that the witness is under an influence to prevaricate. It matters not that the evidence would reveal an otherwise inadmissible fact, such as the witness's commission of a crime. A judge may not restrict cross-examination of a material witness by foreclosing inquiry into a subject that could show bias or prejudice on the part of the witness," end quote. That's exactly what we believe we were entitled to do with Katie McLaughlin as a witness for the Commonwealth. She has bias, or at least the jurors can consider a bias. She has prejudice, the jurors could consider a prejudice because of a pre-existing relationship with Caitlin Albert, about which she was not.
That's what he's arguing.
So I wanted to
He's
make
allowed
that
to do
record,
that.
and ask the court to reconsider whether or not those 4 exhibits could be introduced. I don't need to make any big deal about it. I don't want to call her back to the stand, but I think the jurors, now having had the description of those photographs, should be able to see them in evidence. And I would
Okay.
submit.
And
All
she
right,
won't
so that
rule against
request is denied. The record's clear. So Ms. Reed is not going on this view. She just needs to make sure she's back here by the time we return. So Mr. Yannetti, you're nodding.
Yes,
You will contact her and make sure
understood.
she's back here.
Understood.
Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
How long are they going away? Yeah, it's a ruling in Massachusetts, but on Bev doesn't have to abides by it because yes, her record is clear.
Her record is clear.
Oh,
No, it's not.
go away. Yeah, I just don't like that it's her car with the tail light off, because then they will believe, oh, it looked like this at the scene. But it's a pretty good come on, to see how far from the house it happened, because we really don't see that in the other pictures, because it's over here the body is found. Why would he get out there and move all the way up here? I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Well, we're on break, Jamie.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if they're going on the trip and then coming back at 1, or going on the trip and be back in 5 minutes.
I feel like they're probably just gonna do this and take lunch. So
Yeah, so back at 1. So that's 2 hours.
yeah.
Yeah, so I'll probably shut this down, keep an eye on it, and have a stream ready to go at 1. Yeah, I know she said full day today. It's just how long is the trip? If the trip is 5 minutes, they can start going again before lunch. But we're at 11 o'clock, so when this trip is done, now they have to get down to the bus. It's going to take 15 minutes before they're ready to go. Then they have to drive to the scene, walk around the scene. Then it'll be 12 before they're back at the courthouse. And then they can get their lunch and be ready to go at 1.
That's what I think.
Jamie is wearing her I Love Bev shirt. You can buy the mugs on Jamie's spring store. She has I Love Bev shirts, and she have scratch and sniff posters. 34 Fairview.
Everything smells like vanilla.
Yeah. Where the car is now, in order for her to hit him on the right side, she would have had to back up the street from. No, this is where Ryan Nagel. I'll just pull it up again. According to my memory or my reading of this case, which can be just as wrong as Aaron Bev's reading of the law. What we're seeing here. The testimony from Jen McCabe is when she arrived, roughly 15, 12, 20, she parked in front of the mailbox. Then she moved up about 2 car lengths when Ryan Nagel arrived. And then she moved up to roughly this area near the fire hydrant on the left side of the lawn, and then she was gone. Now we can't see it because there's a car in the road, but according to every witness, somewhere in this area from 5 to 20 feet from the road is where they find John's body. And remember that firefighter who said that he was off the sidewalk? Jamie, I don't know what you call sidewalks in the US, but I can't see any sidewalks on that side of the street.
No, there's no sidewalk.
No. So again, They
Road
remember
and
her.
curb.
Yeah, and oh yeah, to Lally's idea is John. That's a little off. Lally, his theory is John is standing somewhere here, and she has gone 60 feet down the road, and then speeds back and hit him with 24.2 miles per hour, and throws him up on the grass, never touching the curb, never touching the snow on the side of it. The pieces of glass and his mobile phone lands underneath him, not a scratch to his body that indicates impact with a vehicle, and then she drives off again. That's the state's theory. Yeah, it's a 5-minute drive. That's what people are saying, but I'm stating that before they get people into the bus, that's 15 minutes. Then they go there, they walk around the scene, that's another 15, 20 minutes. We know from the Murdoch trial, that took them almost a day, but that was out in the countryside. That's Smith Road for a nice neighborhood. Yeah, and there's a lot of police officers living down that road.
Yeah, I
Did
feel
they
like it'll
manage to
probably take about 45 minutes to an hour for the whole thing to happen, and then they'll probably just go to lunch.
Yeah, they'll be back at 1 that's what I'm guessing. Did they manage to revive him? No, he wasn't declared DOA because they have to heat him up to declare him DOA. You have to do that with a hypothermia patient. I don't remember. It was on Melanie Little, I was told that. Yeah, I know you're trying to force me into streaming overeating, but I really don't have anything to talk about. Here's the security camera from the Alberts and surrounding. Albert had a security Nest Cam for Christmas that year, but he hadn't had it installed. Another little coinkydink is over here is Deputy Chief of Police who has at least 3 security cameras covering this area. Nothing was found on his videos that had any interest for the case. Oh, remember that Morrissey stated that we have her on camera hitting him. Yeah. Yeah, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. Called oinky doink. Exactly. Does that mean a cold-hearted woman can't die? No, you just have to heat her up after. Not light her on fire. Well, you can't see any part of the video because they deleted it. They looked through it and said, no, there's nothing on that one. And they deleted all the videos from the Ring cameras at that house. No one canvassed the area and found anything interesting. They don't have any video showing Karen arriving at the house, moving past houses, five, well, I would say 5 meters, but 5 banana cakes, as you Americans measure in, down the road, 20, down by the end of the road. There's no camera showing her turning around, coming out of something. I'm setting up security cameras in my house on Sunday. I will probably get what's going on in the parking lot out in front of my house because I have windows. It's not like you just cut off where your window are. But no one found anything of interest other than a video from a temple that she drove past, sadly. And this is, Jamie, you know how it is. You are transferring a few files to your friends, and the damning evidence get lost. But you'll still testify that you saw that on the video, even though you can't prove it was on the video.
Of course. And
That's
it's
how you do it.
It's always the portion of the video that gets lost that you really need. I mean,
it's happening.
Always happens.
I know it's that level of it only costs. I can remember before NASA made it mandatory that everything should be in metric They had I think one of their satellites blew up because half of it was done in American lesser measurements. Because at some point it is a body. You have 4 out-facing cameras at our house, and we live in a townhome. Yeah, and again, we're talking police officers. We're talking high-level police officers. The thing is, and this is what I really can't get my mind around. You arrive at the scene. You find a dead police officer. Police officer. And you are told this is the Albert's residence. He works for Boston PD, just like this guy does. Oh, he's a Boston PD on the front yard of another Boston PD. We better go check because someone could be out looking for Boston PD officers. No, you think that's probably fine. Ah, it's a drive-by. That's probably his drunk girlfriend. Let her leave the scene, and we'll catch her later. Even though that she clearly stated to Mrs. I don't lie that much, that she was the one who hit him. Even though Mrs. Well, I hug people I hardly know, probably knew who lived at the house. Like 95% certainty, all of the police officers on the scene that day would have known this was the Albert's residence. Because right across the yard is the second in line on the police office at Canton. Everyone knows each other when they're cops because they do the little, hey, buddy, when they DUI right past them. All of them know each other. All of them are connected to each other. Every police officer knows every police officer, even if they're not in his town. If you have a Boston cop and a Canton cop, the Canton cop will know the Boston cop if he is living in Canton. It's just so stupid that they're saying there was no reason to go into the house. You have a dead officer on the front lawn of another officer. Anyone with a half a brain would know you would go up there and just check and say, is he okay inside the house? How big is the town? I don't know. Peter? Yeah, they had absolutely no idea. Decent sized town. One I grew up in was a smaller, but we knew where 90% of the cops lived. Yeah, and this is apparently a cop street because there's 2 cops living right across the street from each other. We know a lot of them. Marissa has the witness list, I think. Oh, Marissa have more pictures. Jamie, I don't get to. I need to go make me some food.
I know. I thought you were gonna put like words in the stream or something.
Yeah, but then Brandon started yelling at me, and you know, when Brandon yells, I can't go get away from here. They don't know each other. Absolutely, there's like 500 people on her Facebook. They hardly know each other.
I guarantee you, I know plenty of people. If I'm going in somewhere with somebody like that, like I'm gonna know other people. There's no way.
And again, it's a co-inkydink. There's now 2 pictures of them within 2 people of each other. I want the chubby one in the middle. This one or this one?
What are you talking about?
Both a little meat on the bone. Yeah, I like a woman with some meat on her bones. I'm judged for myself. She's what? She left high school in 14. I don't know how old you get. Americans numbers don't know. Yeah.
Well, like usually you're about 18 when you graduate high school. So.
I'm just looking for stuff. You can have this as a placeholder.
Oh boy, Doink and his stickers. He is such a loser. Oh my god. What are these stupid stickers? What is that hair? Yeah, I don't believe for 1 second that she doesn't know any of the siblings or the parents or what house this is or who. And give me a break. He is. He's such a wacko. And his little baby
I'm just
suits.
change the troops because I'm looking for the witness list.
I know. Like there's plenty of people in high school that I knew of but didn't hang out with, but I definitely knew who their parents were because usually they had the house in town that everybody hung out with, like went and partied at. So I think I had like 160 people in my graduating class. And if their family was all around town doing stuff and you've seen them everywhere, you would know who they are. And we knew who everybody's parents were that were cops. So, especially if they were cops. Yeah, like.
Help me, Marissa.
What are you looking for?
The witness list. I have to fill some time so Brandon doesn't yell at me like you do.
Well, I need a bio break. Are you done? I can look it up unless she's giving it to you. She said she just tagged you. Yeah. Yeah, Julie. She's trying to say she had no idea who Caitlin's dad was. And I doubt that. Doubt it.
So, Jamie,
Oh,
bio break.
Jesus.
They're gonna call Proctor, Buheknik, Zachary Clark, Connor Keefe, David DeChico, Christopher Moore, Matthew Dunn, Brian Tully, another interesting one, Nicholas Guarino, Joseph Paul, Stephen Saraf, we had him, Stephen Mullaney. The last two we already have. Then Goody, that's the guy she knew by name. Then Michael Lang, he's the one who entered the house. Paul Gallagher, no, we didn't have him. Charles Ray, Kevin O'Hara, Nicholas Barrows, Brian Gallarani, Evan Brent, Everett DeCastro, Justin Pyer, Eric Benson, the captain. That's a whole lot of police officers for this. Why do we need to listen to 23 cops? Why? You wish there was proof she dated or crossed on the sun. Yeah, I really hope they had some more damning social media, but Bev would have kept it out. Don't know how this translates, but in Spanish is said Pueblo Chico, Infierno Grande, which means that everyone in a small town knows everyone and everything. Yeah, it's like we always say, if you're a big fish in a small pond, everyone knows you. I never met the child of a cop that didn't remind everyone constantly while breaking the law. Exactly. And especially, again, how big is Canton? Is it? I don't know American towns. I hardly know where Massachusetts is. I know it's down south by the Mexican Gulf where they never get snow. But in smaller towns, you will know people. And they will probably, the police officers, when they're patrol officers, some of them get to take the car home. So you know, oh, there's a squad car. Better look out for that guy. Don't drink in his front lawn. Where is Valhalla? The real question is, how is Valhalla? Well, there's a lot of media out there, but there's only one person we all talk about. So Grant is a very big fish in a small pond of journalists. Then we have the civilian witnesses. Heather Maxon, don't know who that is. Anthony Flametti, we had him. Dr. Irene Scotirio Bello, Office of Chief Medical Examiner. She's not the one who did the report. Then we have Renee Stonebridge. She's the one who did the examination of the deceased party. She's the one who failed her test the year before she did the exam. Don't think about that. She was very qualified. Timothy Not in all had him. Francis Walsh had him. Matthew Kelly had him. Gregory Woodbury, haven't had him. Have we? No.
No.
McLaughlin or McLeiling, that's a play on her worth. We had her. Jason Becker, haven't had him. Daniel Whitley, haven't had him. Wendell Robbery, haven't had him. Why should we have all these fire department people here? I don't know. Wasn't Brian a bit of a local celebrity too because of the TV show he was on? I'm sure the whole town knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Not on all. Exactly. Hopped on Melanie Little for a few. She's stated in answers to a question that the defense can try again to get the pics in when they are. Of course they can. They can try if Caitlin is called to the stand and say, how well do you know this lady? You are on 2 pictures with one of them where she's hugging you, drinking beer. And she said, hardly know her. If it's taken from her, because it was used to impeach this lady with her lies. And Bev went against president in that state. She should, the Rule 14, clearly we heard it read out. It should be allowed. But she's a big C word. Caitlin Albert, it's her social media post. If she can testify that, yeah, this picture was taken on the 4th of July, 2017, or whenever it was taken, they can bring it in. Because again, if it's not a date that's put up where it's saying, oh, we had the best vacate ever, remember it, girls? You don't really have a date on it. Canton is less than 10 square miles, but is it like 2,000 or 200,000 people?
I think Peter put in there 24,000 something.
Oh, okay.
So a little earlier.
25K. Yeah, I'm in a county of 50,000 people, and I'm in a city of, how many are we? I think we're like 47, 48,000 people. And I'm in the courtroom a lot, but when I was a kid, we had the street beat cops, the ones who walked around and annoyed us kids when we drove illegally on our bicycles. We knew every one of them. We had nicknames for all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because we knew which. We had a guy. We have those pedestrian walking streets in the town center, and we like to ride our bikes down them. And he just stepped on your front wheel and just slapped you in your face and said, "You're not allowed to drive here."
Jesus.
Yeah. Then we did, whenever we saw him, we never drove our bike down that road again. There was no reason to give us a fine. 24,122. She lied and downplayed for a reason. Yeah, exactly. Because they have found out that the state has way more, the defense have way more than they thought. And probably because Turtle Boy went looking at all their social media. Not the
Thing they
East Side
went and
Boys,
got
the
out
East
all
Side
ahead of
Posse.
time.
It's East Side Posse, come on now. It's 20 square miles, same size as the town I live in. Yeah, I'm going through the list. Yeah, Jen McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Allison McCabe, Carrie Roberts, Kurt Roberts, Paul O'Keefe, and Erin O'Keefe. We have the last two of those two.
Mhm.
And then we have the two kids, the juveniles, KFPF. Then we have Michael Camerano, Catherine Camerano. I think they were at the bar, but I'm not sure. Brian Higgins, he had a small affair with Karen, didn't really turn into something. He was at the house, he was at the bar. He might have sent a text saying, well, ? And then destroyed his phone on an Air Force base. We have Brian Albert, he's a good sleeper. We have Nicole Albert, she's a good sleeper. Brian Albert Jr. at the house. Ian Whiffen, Alberta, Canada. I don't know. He's probably there to tell you about snow. Justin Rice, probably the guy who admitted him at the hospital, a nurse practitioner, the one who took the blood sample, probably. RN from the hospital, Caitlin Wilford, don't know. Dr. Gary Fowler, he's there probably to testify that they're very insecure determination of her alcohol level is way good. Then we have Terry Conn from UC Davis Veterinary Lab. She's there to tell you that isn't a dog bite. And Nicholas Bradford from Bode Technology, probably something with the onboard system in the car. And test chat from Bode, I don't know, Bode Technology. We can look that up.
I thought that was the lab with the hair.
Is that the? Well, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, those are the guys who did the hair samples. Then Christopher Albert, he wasn't there. Colin Albert, he wasn't there. Absolutely not. Ryan Nagel, he was there, driving a car.
Oh, there's that Tristan guy.
Tristan guy was the guy who drove the car. Caitlin Albert is a state witness. Gretchen Voss, can't remember who she is. Luis Huertas, don't know. Nicholas Roberts, Massachusetts Office of Alcohol Testing. Oh, he's the guy who's going to tell you 133% difference between the lowest and the highest number is totally cromulent. Sarah Livingston, she has something to do with the Aruba trip, I think. Andrew Porto for the Crime Lab, Ashley Vellier from the Crime Lab, Maureen Hartnett from the Crime Lab, Christina Hanley from the Crime Lab, Sophia Harrison from the Crime Lab, Brian Loughran. He's the guy. Loughran is the guy who towed the car, right? No, that's Lucky. Lucky's the guy. He's the guy who drove past the scene twice.
Yep.
Richard Diatuno, don't know. Jean Demollis, James Sullivan, Stephen Bernstein, Juliana Nagel. She was the girlfriend of Tristan who drove the car. Nicholas Kolokiatas. Can't remember. Michael Trotter. Can't remember. Rebecca Treyas. There's a lot of names I can't remember. Oh, Kolokiatas, they were at the scene. Karina is the one who said, I saw her walk to the car. And the defendant's witness list. Yeah, that was the defendant's No, that's the witness list. They also called Brian Albert, Calvin Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Julie Albert, Kevin Albert, Nicole Albert, Michael Wagner from Foxborough, Massachusetts. Don't know that name. Cheryl Vaughan. Don't know. Makowski. Haven't heard that before. Bernstein, no. Basin, no. Then we have Nicholas Barris from Dighton Police. Those are the guys who either apprehended her or secured the vehicle, I think. Former chief of Canton Police Department, Kenneth Berkovich. He's now too sick probably to testify. He's the guy who magically found a piece of glass a week later, all of a sudden driving down the street. Evan Brent, I don't know. Yuri Bucheknik, again, that's the second in command. Laurel Cahill, I don't know. Zachary Clark, don't know. Christopher Curran, don't know. Carrie Curran, don't know. Nicholas Curran, don't know. Don't know. Kelly Dever, Boston Police Department, probably to talk about something with John O'Keefe. Then we have Stephanie Devlin from the Massachusetts Crime Lab and Trooper David DiCicco. He's also on the state. Patrick Haggerty. I think I know that name from something. Then the Massachusetts lady Maureen Hartnett again. Brian Albert Jr., Brian Higgins, Louise Jutrus. I don't know. Trooper Connor Keefe was also under the state's side. Matthew Kelly from the fire department. He was the young guy. Karina Kolikiatis and Nicholas Kolikiatis, who was with them at the bar, probably to say they were nice. Terry Kunn, the lady from the veterinary labs, who was on the state side too. Michael Lang, Brian Lothram, Heather Maxon, don't know her. Alison McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Crime Lab, Ryan Nagel, Stephen Nelson from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. That's an interesting one. Why is Norfolk County District Attorney's Office? Then we have Andre Porto from the Crime Lab. And then there's another interesting one. Holly Price, Google. She's there to testify about probably the map on or the accuracy of the phone. No, she's there to testify about the Google searches. That's what she's there to talk about, that you can't have a tab open and then when you search 4 hours later, it'll backdate to that time.
Yeah.
There should be photographs of a vehicle before they seized it. Every tow truck driver I know, before they even touch the car, they walk around and take pictures. There is a report, as far as I know, where he doesn't state where he states that he doesn't state anywhere that the tail light is broken. Who? Proctor, Roberts, someone from the Canton Fire, Stephen Ritz, Boston Police, Mark Lopilato. Those Mark and Alfredo Lopilato is the guys where Lank inserted himself into a fight they were having with one of the Alberts. Angela Malvoni, don't know. Brian Tully, he's from the state. Courtney Proctor, that's the wife of Michael Proctor, the one who should have a gift. Tristan Morris, Jean DeMoulis, I don't know. Some of the names I don't know. I don't know everything.
Isn't
Mike
Courtney
Rosford
the
Thompson.
sister, I thought.
What?
Never mind. Said, is Courtney his wife or his sister?
It's his wife.
Okay.
You should give it to Courtney when they said you should have a gift.
I just thought he said his wife. I don't remember her name.
Oh, you should give it to Courtney. Mike Rosford Thompson Station, Tennessee. I don't know. Maybe you should look it up when I go to Tennessee. Matthew Amory, Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey. Because that guy said he had video evidence of all of it.
Yep.
And then we have Thomas and Aaron Beatty. Those were the one who... why can't I remember it now, Jamie?
I don't.
Were they with them at the waterfall or at Aruba? I can't remember now. Megan Mariani from New York.
See,
It's
I
a
was
wonderful
right.
town.
Thanks, Peter A.
Yeah, that's what I said. Elizabeth. Did I say Elizabeth?
You
No,
said Courtney.
sorry. Yeah, I'm an idiot.
I was just trying to figure it out because it didn't sound familiar.
Yeah, and then they're going to call John O'Keefe Sr. That's an interesting one, too. And then we have a forensic pathologist, an expert in biomedical and mechanical engineering, expert in digital forensics, the three people from ACA, which the state claims doesn't have the skill set to give the testimony they want. So that's all the witnesses in this case. That's roughly 140 witnesses. And going by this number, it'll be Christmas before we get through the list.
Well, everybody, oh my God, that woman today. I'm so irritated by her.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think we have to go into all of this background because it's a really, really bad case for the state. They have to pad the runtime of the show, so to say.
Yep.
Because they have nothing. We spent 3 days on, well, it's half a day now. So we spent 2.5 days on it. What we know now is she was hysterical at the scene. Then we have 5 or 6 different testimonies given about what she said, to whom she said it, and about what she said it. No one is in agreement. The only one who hasn't changed his testimony is that, what's his name? Kelly, I believe. The young
Michael
guy,
Kelly, yeah, the young guy.
who said, she stated, is he dead? Is he effing dead? Which we also have on a cam. No, just because you're on the list doesn't, no, it's just reserved. But still, we don't need 45 firefighters to talk about. Why isn't Bev telling them, you can speed this up, buddy? We know it was snowing. We know you were driving slowly. We know that you shoveled the parking lot. Come on, move it. Oh, she does it when the defense tries to say something. One thing brought up by the defense, no place did that woman understand, write down what she said. I did it. Or no, but she remembered it when she talked to Proctor. After she might have been called by an Albert to say, hey, you should testify. The same Albert who contacted Higgins. Why won't you talk to Brian anymore? When he went silent. As a question? Well, that's another thing. Did she say, is he dead? Or I hit him? Yeah. Exactly. No, Turtle Boy is live streaming this as well. I don't know. No. A 20-year-old veteran of the police didn't think, there's lights flashing outside my window. My dog is barking like crazy because all German shepherds bark like crazy when there's something going on. I better go check it. He didn't respond until Lank went into the house. Except we now know that Jennifer McCabe went to the house, where she talked for 7 seconds and 9 seconds before she did that on the phone with the wife of the house. Jennifer McCabe is going to be very interesting, and Bev will do whatever she can to protect her from. Her and Higgins and Proctor are the 3 most important people in this case. They can ruin everything for the state, and Bev will be running defense so hard that she could win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Did she testify that he doesn't know who Kevin Albert is either? Yes. because that isn't possible since she is an officer with Canton PD. Those two departments would know each other. They are very small departments. Exactly. That's what I said when my dad said to me, you never get arrested because I'm not bailing you out of prison because I have to talk to these people every day. The more she was lying, the louder her lip smacking was. Yeah, that was a tell. I thought that Shepherd was mild, calm, and chillax. Yeah, it just started getting really angry and bite two people after the incident.
Other than,
and then they had to send it to Vermont. Nima's over there to get it now.
well, she way minimized her relationship with Caitlin and then just denied knowing who Brian Elbert is, who Kevin Elbert is, even though Kevin Elbert is a police officer in where she like works. Those people know each other.
Yeah.
Just like, I don't know who her brothers are. I don't know who her cousin is. I don't know who her uncles or her dad or uncles, anything.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
That dog would be dead, Brandon. No dog could sleep through that. And especially a 7-year-old German Shepherd. There's a reason you use them as guard dogs. They are really, really fond of barking a lot and chasing cars around.
Yeah, my dogs would have never shut their mouths.
You would have heard your dogs on the dash cams.
Yeah, you would have heard them in the house while everybody was outside, for sure.
So bad Valhalla isn't here so he can talk to you, because I really need to go and make me some food before we come back.
Are we seriously going to sit here till 1?
Yes, because Brandon yells at me if we don't do it, Jamie.
Well, Brandon, stop yelling at him. I have to get some stuff done too. It would be nice.
I'm going to put it on WordCrack because it's 12 o'clock. So I talk for an hour more. 45 minutes. Don't always yell at me. Yeah, I know she is, but now she's yelling at you because she set you up like that. She's, oh, I'm so sweet. Hey, Brandon, can you be mean to him today? And then she turns it around and is mean at you. That's how she rolls.
Yeah. Quit telling everybody my secrets.
I think they will be back at 1. I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it. Follow me on the Discord or on X, and we will we'll be back. And until then, we'll do what we normally do: play a little word crack. We're gonna have a little musical interlude before we go to word crack, Jamie, because I made a song.
Oh my God.
Oh, you know this one.
In the courtroom, tensions high under that legal sky. Karen Reed's case, it's a wild ride. Truth's hard to find. But wait, hold on, watch this distraction. Slow dancing in over his girls.
Traffic supervisor Angela Melvon Norwood will probably be on the list because she's the one who probably make sure the snow trucks go where the snow trucks are supposed to go. And we know that the state just called down and said, "Hey, did anyone plow Fairview?" And someone said, "Nah." And then the defense called them and they said, "Yeah, we have the GPS data proving that
Yeah,
someone
that
did
was-
plow down there."
That was Michael Trotter.
Yeah.
Is the supervisor
So,
guy.
but as always, when we go on break, we'll do a little word crack. Those over on Valhalla's, if you want to play along, sadly, well, not sadly, it's a okay place to hang out. You have to be on my stream. If you want to go grab yourself something to eat, please follow me or on Discord or X, probably Valhalla too. We will write when we go back live. And I won't shut it off. I will keep it running. I will keep it. We're not shutting it down. It's not shut down. It's still running. You can hang out, talk in chat, write in chat, play the game. We just keep it running while I make food. But if you want to come back when they come back, follow me on the aforementioned places, and I'll try to remember to put out an update when court is back, so we can all get back to on Bev running interference on behalf of the state. Bye, Jimmy.
Bye.
right, so jurors, I want to remind you of the instructions that I gave you before we went on the view, and then I have a caution for you. So we took a view today, the purpose of which was to help you to better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view that you took is part of this case, and the observations that you made while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations. Remember that I told you that what you were to do on that view is best summarized as simply stop and look. Your responsibility was to see the place, observe it carefully, and remember what you saw. You were cautioned that while on the view, you were not to take any notes or photographs, and that you were not to conduct any independent investigation while we were there or at any time during the trial. So independent investigation includes, but is not limited to, any measurements that you may have taken or attempted to take. So to the extent that any of you did that, you must totally disregard it, because you must find the facts from the evidence presented to you in this courtroom. Okay? So with that, Mr. Lally, do you have a witness for us?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Gregory Woodbury to the stand.
Step up to the witness stand, please. Yes, clerk. You solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case now are hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do. Thank you. Please take a seat.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Greg Woodbury, Woodbury.
And what do you do for work, sir?
Lieutenant Paramedic on the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire Department?
About 24 years now.
How long have you had the rank of lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department?
That's been 8 years now.
Now, prior to working with Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within that same sort of field?
Prior to being on Canton Fire, I was an EMT paramedic in the North Shore area.
And if you could just, with regard to your working as a paramedic and a firefighter.
And we're back after the break, and now for 45 minutes about how this guy grew up, went to school, got a degree
So
in
after I got my EMT,
female
when I went to
studies,
paramedic
and
school,
did
I
a
went to Northeastern
CPR course
University.
once.
It was a 1-year full-time
After
program.
that, we'll switch right over to 90 minutes
following
about snow.
You successfully completed that program. Is that
And
correct?
hopefully,
Yes.
we'll get
Is
to
there any
the
sort of, continuing educational component or a
scene of the crime
recertification component
before
with regard to
we
your
end trial today.
paramedic certification?
Yeah, every 2 years, paramedics have to recertify. We're required to get so many hours of continuing education to recertify every 2 years.
If I could.
I can't tell you when we're going to get out
to,
of the land of
January
EMTs.
8th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022.
I don't know why we're calling another EMT. Maybe this one knows something.
And what kind of shift were you working on that occasion? If you recall?
It was a 24-hour shift.
Yeah, and then
24-hour
we'll end
shift
for the
in
day.
The Canton Fire Department is what to what?
It's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day.
Now, turning your attention to the 29th.
Come on.
At what point do you sort of get up and start to begin your day at the fire station?
So a normal day,
Oh,
was that my beginning of the shift you're talking about, or the end of the shift?
Second day.
Okay, so the second part of the shift. Normally we get up at 6 for the officers, but I got up a little earlier then because we had the snowstorm coming in. So I had to make sure everything was shoveled. I think I got about maybe 5, check the apron of the area in front of the station, and make sure the walkways were clear.
And when you got up to check that, what, if anything, did you?
It had been snowing, and there was blizzard type conditions coming in. So it was a decent level of snowfall, there, let's see, maybe 2-3 inches on the ground at that time.
And as far as with reference to that, what, if anything, did you do to?
I think we can move quickly through this part of it. The cleaning the apron. Okay.
Thank you, Bev. Thank
As
you,
far
Bev.
as that particular date or that shift, how were you assigned within the firehouse?
I was lieutenant on engine 4.
I'll make one for
And,
you, specially, Dunk.
With respect to that, at some point shortly after 6 a.m., did you receive a dispatch?
Morning, Farrell.
Yes, yeah, we're dispatched to a call for a person in the snow.
And did you respond to that call, sir?
Yes, I did.
And you were assigned to the engine, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone else, was assigned to the engine that day with you on that shift?
So we had Cade McLaughlin and Frank Walsh were my 2 engine crew.
And in addition to yourself and your engine, what if any other sort of vehicles or apparatuses?
Ambulance 1 also responded with us. So that was Tony Flamati, Matt Kelly, and Tim Nuttall had also hopped on the ambulance. He was coming in for the shift in the morning, came in early to beat the storm.
And do you recall where the call was in regard to what the address was?
I don't remember the address offhand, but it was not that far away in the district.
And when you arrived in the engine, when you first arrived on scene, as you were arriving on scene, what, if anything, did you sort of see as upon your arrival?
So the police were already there. We were approaching the scene. I could see several people off to the side in the yard doing something. So we went to investigate that.
Say off to the side, was that to your left, your right, or something?
So the way I was approaching the street, it was on the left-hand side.
And when you indicate you see some group of people, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a few people around. I don't remember exactly how many or what they were doing.
See, how are you doing?
When you start to make your way over there, what, if any, when you arrive?
Come on,
scene,
lead him a little
what
bit
is sort of
more.
the first thing?
So we went to evaluate the patient. I believe someone had started CPR prior to us getting there. So we went to continue that.
When you say someone had started CPR prior to you?
I don't remember the particular individual that was doing it as we arrived.
My only question, sir, so it's someone outside of your department, correct?
Yeah.
And do you know if it was one of the police officers or someone else?
I don't remember.
Now, obviously, you're dispatched in response to an unresponsive mail, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you're arriving on scene, you say you see sort of a cluster of people. Were you able to see that unresponsive mail at that point?
Not in the vehicle, not until I exited the vehicle.
And at some point, much later or subsequently, did you come to learn the identity of the
Have a good
unresponsive
night
mail
on Bronx.
patient that you were involved in?
Afterwards, they told me yes. At the time, I did not know.
And what did you learn his name to be subsequently?
I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous and blanking right now.
Was it Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, correct.
And when you first came over to where Mr. O'Keefe was on the ground, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
What kind of position was his body in when you first observed?
He was lying supine on the ground, like on his back. He was parallel to the street, about 8 feet away from the snowbank.
8 feet.
And in reference to that, as far as the snow was concerned, what if any snow did you observe on or around where you were?
He was covered with snow, and there was snow around the area.
And so from a treatment of Mr. O'Keefe as a patient, what is sort of the first thing that you did or?
We started CPR, or CCR, sorry. Immediately, someone went to go get a board to get him onto that so we can get him onto the stretcher and move him to the ambulance. And then someone else is trying to get the backstory, trying to figure out the scenario that we're dealing with.
If I could just stop you for a moment. So you mentioned CCR, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the difference between CCR versus
CPR? CPR is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So that is when you're helping someone breathe. CCR is when we first get to a scene. They changed the protocols a little while ago, so we don't have to give respirations right away. We can just do compressions. It's a little more effective to get the blood flowing quickly.
Thanks. So as far as your involvement in patient care, sort of what was that during that initial phase where Mr. O'Keefe is supine on the ground? What was your involvement in patient care at that point?
I was assisting with the CPR, making sure everyone else was doing their task. As lieutenant, I kind of got to manage the other people and make sure everyone's on target for what they're supposed to be doing.
And during that initial time that you're outside in the area where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
Outside on the ground, he was covered in snow. So we're really not doing any sort of secondary survey initially. The primary concerns, the primary survey, which is airway, breathing, circulation. He was not breathing. He had no pulse. So our primary concern is to get that going.
And at some point, are you able to get him from the ground to the back of the ambulance?
Yeah, we moved him onto a longboard, then moved him from longboard onto the stretcher, and brought the stretcher over the ambulance and loaded him in there.
You mentioned at some point upon your sort of initial arrival at the patient that different people were tasked with different things, right?
Yes.
And someone was tasked with trying to get sort of what you termed the backstory, is that correct?
Yes.
Why is that important?
So when you have someone unconscious, unresponsive, you want to know when they were last well, the last breathing, last seen, trying to figure out why someone is on the ground. There are different reasons of why they could be there, trying to figure that out. Normally people don't lay down in the snow. So trying to evaluate the reason the person was unconscious.
And so you're able to get him on, Mr. O'Keefe, onto a stretcher into the back of the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that the lighting in the back of the ambulance is better than it was outside?
Correct.
And when you're in the back of the ambulance, are you able to then do or participate in that secondary survey?
Yeah, we started doing a secondary survey after we started getting good compressions going. Someone was working on the intubation, and then one of the procedures is to strip off the clothes and evaluate the person.
And if you recall, how were the clothes removed?
I don't recall exactly which method they used. Typically, we cut them off, but I'm not sure if they did that or they just pulled them off.
And what, if anything, do you recall as to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and sort of what he was wearing when he was found?
I really wasn't paying attention to it. The primary concern is trying to revive him.
So to that secondary survey, as far as once you're in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's back?
He had a hematoma or a bruising. The right eye was very prominent. There was some scratches on the right forearm. Was most of the external injuries we noted.
Nothing with the
Now,
neck.
in addition, so as far as people on scene, there were a number of different firefighters from your department. And you mentioned that the police were on scene when you arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So beyond the police and fire, what, if any, other individuals did you observe at some point when you were on scene?
There was some other civilians there. I really wasn't paying attention to them.
Now,
if it is, why can't they describe the 2.5 inches gash he has in the back of his head?
Either outside of the ambulance or inside of the ambulance, who, if anyone, was tasked by you or anyone else to try and obtain that backstory?
I think Katie McLaughlin was the one that obtained the backstory.
And if you know, was there any other conversation that you were present for between any of your other firefighters and any of those civilians?
That was primarily when she relayed to us the information that she had obtained. We were trying to figure out the scenario of why he was found unconscious, unresponsive.
Let me ask you this way. So as far as arrival at the patient when he's on the ground,
yep.
Who gets there first? You and the other individuals in the engine, or the firefighters in the ambulance?
We both respond from the same station at the same time. The engine's in the front, the ambulance usually in the rear. So I believe we pulled over, the ambulance pulled over at the same time as us. I believe C5 went as well, which is the captain. He was also responding with us.
Now, as far as the person that firefighter McLaughlin spoke to, what, if anything, did you know about that person at that time?
At that time, I knew nothing. I knew there was someone that had been with him. She relayed the information of what she had heard to us.
I didn't say I would send you a DM. I said follow my Twitter.
And the information that firefighter McLaughlin, without reference to what it was, the information that firefighter McLaughlin was able to obtain, did she communicate that to you and the other firefighters in the ambulance?
Yes. Yeah, she came in the ambulance, told us what she had heard.
Funny that he heard that and she said that, but the rest of them didn't.
As far as the information that firefighter McLaughlin provided, did that comport with what you were observing as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
Hearsay. Hearsay.
Can lay a foundation if.
Nope, it's a hearsay.
Now, as far as, again, the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance were what?
It was the bruising of the right eye and the scratches on the forearm.
And what, if anything, did firefighter McLaughlin indicate to you had been told to her?
That someone said she had hit him, and he was last seen.
Objection.
Sustained. That will be stricken.
It's hearsay, you
Okay.
idiot. You know that. This is so. And again, McLaughlin never ever testified that she said he hit him with a car. So if they're trying to put that in now, yeah, that's not bueno. Where's Grant? Doink, come back to me. I'm missing you, doink.
Oh, doink.
Did you see his latest update where, yeah, no, you sent it to me, where he's sitting with his noise suppressing earphones and everyone in the courtroom knows this case have been over in days.
It's been over days ago. This is now just for the record, he said. It was a long string of like all these, like I'm just noticing the vibe of the courtroom and everybody's so quiet and oh my God, it was the stupidest thing I ever read.
I had one comment on my update from yesterday that, she clearly did it because that's what testified to, so they should just go on to convict her. And I said, oh, you seem like a not so nice person. I really hope you never end up in court with your unconstitutional view on a case.
Yeah, that's what it was, Ariel. Grant is outside writing fan fiction about Karen's hair.
The console photo. I don't know what that is. Is he writing about her hair?
He's writing some just I don't even know what to call it. It's like
Do you
just
think he's more in love with her?
feelings and I think
he's
he
more in
is.
love with her than he is with me.
I think he probably approached her and she turned him down and now that's why he hates her so much.
I was hoping this little Tennessee trip could land me in Boston. And me and Grant could go out and see what happened. You know, I think he's LGBTQ sometimes too, so we never know.
Oh, sometimes? Okay.
Yeah, whenever he needs to get mad about someone saying something about LGBTQ people, he's a LGBTQ. I think he's a virgin, so he can be whatever he wants to be. We're talking about Doink the Clown.
Because we always try and check and make sure that your lunch is here before we take a break. I'm told that it is.
Are we going back on
We will
break?
take a lunch break. We'll see everybody here ready to start right at 2 o'clock.
Why didn't you just ma'am? I hate her.
Interior console. Oh, it's probably because there's a screen.
Exactly.
Well, Jamie, off to get some lunch then. See you, everyone.
Oh my God.
Or should we go back and watch?
Hey there, Karen Reed, Trial Watch.
Shut up. Should we go back and watch this morning's absolute brilliant lady on the stand? I think we should just watch a little bit of McLaughlin. She was doing
Yeah,
so well.
That's fine. Yeah, just pass the time.
I'll drop the Lally part because I'm really not interested in snow. I know you all love snow. Well, we're going on replay. We should have a little little break
Well,
in music.
she should have just went right to lunch. Why are you doing it now? You bring
No,
everybody
she came back.
and-
Or I came running out. I was laying and watching some football, and then I heard court sounds, and I thought, oh my god, they did it fast, and she started 1:45. We've been going for 18 minutes.
And then nope, go to lunch.
Yeah, but let's do this while we wait, because this is not stupid.
My reference point wasn't a house on either side.
Oh, I wanted to do a break with a little music so I can find the right spot.
In Canton, where the streets hold their breath, she trusted a cop, thought there was no death, but framed in a game where lies ain't a weave. In the courtroom's clear, she'll make them believe. In the depths of the dark, where the seats spun a while, with truth as a shield, she won't tire. With justice ablaze, burning like fire, she'll uncover the plot, take them higher. She won't be dismayed, she'll expose the truth, won't be betrayed. Through the storm and the strife, she'll stand tall. With the strength of a warrior, she won't fall. No matter the odds, she'll lead, calm in the end. Justice will fall. In the depths of the dark, where the seats spun a wire. In the depths of the dark, where the seats spun a wire. With truth as a shield, she won't die. Of the dark, where the seats spun a while, with truth as a shield, she won't tire. With justice ablaze, burning like fire, she'll uncover the plot, take them higher.
That was a segue, as they call it in the business. I haven't heard that if you want to run for an objection.
Morning.
You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow at 3430. That was the address you recalled, right?
Correct.
The house you just looked at, that is in fact 3430, right?
Correct.
As Mr. O'Keefe was being transported by ambulance, you were instructed by firefighter Flamati to get information about the victim from Karen Reed, correct?
He wasn't being transported by the ambulance at that time. He was on the stretcher. And Tony, who was at the head of the stretcher, asked me to get information from Miss Reed about the patient, but he wasn't being transported in the ambulance at that time.
Who's Tony?
Firefighter Flamati.
Got it. When you did, in fact, did you follow those directives?
I did.
When you finally approached Miss Reed in order to get that medical history as best you could, what did the scene look like? Who was with you or around you?
So they started to move the stretcher towards the ambulance. Miss Reed was sort of, I guess I would describe it as moving around the scene. So she was moving, kind of going in circles. So I was really just focused on her, trying to get her to converse with me and get those questions. So that I wasn't really noticing anything else at that point. I was more just trying to contact her, and she was moving around.
What were you wearing at the time?
I had my like winter fire jacket on.
What color is it?
It's yellow and red.
Bright yellow for safety purposes.
Yes.
When you began your actual questioning, once everybody sort of stood still, you began your questioning of Miss Reed. You were standing in one spot, Miss Reed was standing to your right, is that right?
Well, the questioning started, as I said, she was moving around the scene. So the questioning was ongoing as she was moving around to different locations. I don't know exactly how many of the questions I got out during the time that she was moving around. At one point, we did come to a stop. And at that point, she was to my right.
That's the point I want to focus your attention on, if I could. When you came to a stop, that's the point at which you recall the statement being made that you attribute to my client.
Yes.
Okay. And in that group, who was there? I want to make sure I understand this exactly.
So there was Miss Reed to my right. There was a civilian woman to my left. There was a police officer who was not directly across from me, but I would say maybe diagonal to me, closer to Miss Reed.
Your Honor, I'm holding a photograph. This has been shown to the Commonwealth. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you Ms. McLaughlin a still photograph. I'm going to ask you to take a quick look at that photograph and look up after you've studied it for a second and tell me if you recognize people that are in that photograph.
I recognize people in it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Is this an exhibit, or are you moving to introduce it?
I'm moving to introduce it. It has not been introduced as yet.
Okay. So go ahead and have the witness adopt it.
Sure. Do you see the
Yeah,
person
she gets real mad.
closest to frame?
Closest
Closest to the camera?
Yes.
In what appears to be a yellow and red jacket.
Yes.
Who's that?
That would be me.
Who's to your right?
It appears to be Miss Reed.
And
Yeah, we all saw it this morning. I'm just replaying it because Aunt Bev did an 18-minute interlude between they came back from the view until lunch. 18 minutes is how long they went. So we're just replaying it if someone missed it and having something to do instead of going back to play word crack. So that's why we're replaying it, so we can all see if we missed something. You didn't need to watch 2 testimonies at once. No, you don't. You will get the full update. Yeah, well, these are the only pictures we will see, because then Aunt Bev did that little thingy where she went against the Rule 14 motion, which the Supreme Court has instated, but she doesn't care because it's her courtroom. Well, it's good for the appeals, but appeals are for losers. There are photos of the Lexus closest pics on Discord for those that would like to see them. Oh, and if anyone is interested in movies with a group of people, Sunday night, I believe it is, there will be a Sunday evening, your time. There will be movie night on the Discord. It might be something about wars between some stars or something.
to your left
A civilian woman.
and across, as you said,
A civilian woman. What we most of us expect is she knows people. Again, she knows the Alberts. She will lie and say she didn't know them. If she knows the Alberts, she probably know Kerry Roberts and Jennifer McCabe as well. Again, it's a small town. It's half the size of my town. These are people know, and this has been going on for 2 years now. They know everyone involved in this, and it's a civilian. By the way, two other firefighters testified there was only 2 women at the scene. When we get into their testimony about him lying between 5, 8, 10, 20 feet from the road, and with everything from a light dusting to covered in snow.
Sort of diagonal closer to Miss Reed is,
A police officer.
do you know that officer's name, by the way?
I don't know his name.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask that this be marked as next in order.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
So we are going to remark these exhibits today because of the problems.
Because you're an idiot, Aunt Bev. We don't care.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, this is the time.
I know this is a good Christian channel, but if you ever go to a place where they serve alcohol, which is fine by the Lord, his son could make it out of water. So can most brewers. The bigger the cross, the bigger the hoe.
The scene that you've told us about when you heard the statement that you've attributed to my client, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
Sure. This is a moment in time, it captures a moment in time when you're standing there. To your right is Karen Reed, which you've described. To your left is a civilian female, which you've described. And across from you is an officer, which you've also described.
Yes.
So this would be the time or close in time to the time that you heard the statement that you attribute to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
The first time you ever made that official report, or an official report to law enforcement regarding that statement was.
Does she have bags under her eyes she didn't have yesterday?
I don't know. All I remember was that cheekbone yesterday. Could have.
Yeah, but I remember the cheekbone was way sharper yesterday because there was nothing under her eyes, as I remember, and her nose looks bigger today.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like she had a real bad night.
Probably.
This looks like me tomorrow at 5:30 when I get up to be on the expert show. Yeah, Jamie, tell Chloe to
Calm down.
Jamie, what time should the expert send you a FNL link?
For you?
You can do it.
What Baker available for? He wants to be there right at the start.
Can you have Jamie on for once? She won't be there for more than an hour, but she would love to join you as long as you don't keep her up all night.
I can't.
You can be there from 9 to 10.
No, I'm not available.
And she did have those. Oh. More makeup yesterday. Yeah, she looks older today. Aunt Bev can't even get lunch ordered on time, but why 18 minutes? She hadn't been in a hurry all week. Brandon, why not just tell the jury, grab an extra smoke on the way in? That's 18 minutes gone. Because I don't know what they put in the water in that town, but she and Grant have the same symptoms.
Was January 30th, 2022, correct?
Well,
Jamie, read your screen.
yes and no. The statement was made in front of the police officer.
I love this way when she gets into this answer.
January 30th, 2022, correct?
Well, yes and no. The statement was made in front of the police officer, so that would technically be the first time that statement was made to a police officer in my presence.
No.
And then, yes, I testified to it on January 30th, as you said.
No.
I was wondering about this morning, and sorry, everyone, we have time. Let's discuss. The reason she has bags under her eyes is she's been drilling since yesterday with Lally. Someone have told her, you can't answer straight because they have more than we know. This was a 1 minute answer to a 2-second question. And she got real defensive and technically, I believe they have been, of course not Lally, because she hasn't prepped his witnesses, because he's not allowed to do that. But she's been told, you have to do whatever you can to make everything be as weird as possible. Don't let the defense get any strikes in. It's or is it just me? Yeah, she keeps doing that as well. That's a little annoying.
I mean, I think without, I mean, they can't really do that, but I think she's very aware that she has to minimize her relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tedious. Completely understand that I'm paired up. Yeah, I would love that Bev. I love that Bev said, "Yeah, we heard enough about your stupid snow," because they need to get all of these long, stupid answers in there because they have nothing. What have anyone factually testified to? There was snow. He was lying supine on the ground. None of the EMTs, even the one we have today, who is a lieutenant, noticed a 2.5-inch deep gouge in the back of his head, which would have been very, very, very gushing and would have put blood everywhere. We have no one who can, according to the videos, have any of their testimony line up with anything other than that guy who said, I think she said, is he dead? He's fucking dead. We're over for 2 hours. That's the only thing we can compare to videos. The rest of them are all going against what everyone else has been saying. But the state needs them to stay on the stand for 2.5 hours to give the impression that they have testimony, because that's why I do these short recaps as soon as well, not as I get off, but most times when I get up in the morning, where it's kind of fresh in my brain. If I should give you a recap of day 1 today, I probably could do it okay. But next week, I can't remember it. But I can remember we had so many EMTs. We had so many family members. We had so many police officers. There must have been something in there. I took some notes. I hit him. You can't remember the context because you've heard 25 different stories. But the state need them to convolute all of it. And this lady has been sent up here today to drag this out and never answer anything with a yes or a no. That's my opinion, and I am probably wrong.
Well, this woman, the reason that it's very apparent to me is because she's the one that was claiming that I hit him statement. Everybody else, magically, that came out after the fact.
No, and of course, everyone know what
she was the
Turtle Boy
one that
has on
initially
him.
said it.
Yeah. It's not Lally speaking. Finally found the new Discord channel, but it is all black and says message failed to load. It's try to reach out to Marissa or Whiskey. Yeah, what if anything? I love that Brandy had a what if anything counter. It was over 250 yesterday. Yeah, she was deceptive, argumentative, and has a narrative. She's a liar. Yeah. Well, she's aerodynamic if she do backstrokes. It's like a shark.
Like a shark fin.
You said it on January 30th. You weren't testifying under oath, correct?
Okay. Said it.
Okay.
Yes.
My question was really, and I appreciate you clarifying.
What is normal? I don't think I've ever seen everyone from a first responding team out there. You would normally, we saw it in the Nicholas Mew case. We had 3 different officers with body worn cam, just so you could put in the body cam video, even though they had nothing to say about what happened. Again, something I think is because they needed just to stack the evidence pile with no evidence. But I can't remember that we have heard from every single person describing what's the weather. Normally, you're a firefighter, yeah. So are you a trained firefighter? Yes. How long have you been working as a firefighter? 12 years. Okay. You were at the scene. That's how it normally goes. He was about to do the normal 30 minutes interview about snow until Bev cut him off today. It's not normal. It's not normal that you have everyone testifying, but they want everyone to hear that I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. The problem is now they have called 3 people who said, I heard her say I hit him, but they called 4 people saying, did I hit him? He's dead. Is he dead? And the last one, I don't know. And in no police report is any of that noted. But they want the jury to hear, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And my question was really the first time you actually told this statement to any law enforcement officer was on January 30th.
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. That was when you met with Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that was very close in time to the event. It was the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
The events were close.
The 29th. Yeah. So it would be the next day.
Right, 29th, 30th.
Yeah.
Okay. The events were fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
You obviously knew about the importance of that interview. You knew that it dealt with a police officer who had passed?
I knew it was important to talk to the police about what I heard.
And you wanted to be accurate?
Yes.
You wanted to be as detailed as you possibly could?
Yes.
And you understand that memories, obviously, they get a little worse with time, not better with time, right?
Sure.
The closer in time you are to the event, the fresher your memory is going to be about the details of that event. You would agree with that, right?
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor the day after the event, on January 30th, that the statement that you attribute to my client was actually made to the female, not to you in response to your questioning. That's what you told Trooper Proctor, correct?
I don't have those notes in front of me, so I don't know that I can tell you that that's correct, but the statement was made in response to my question. However, the Miss Reed was looking at the civilian woman as she said that.
That's not what you said yesterday.
Does it refresh your recollection that what
Don't read what you think refreshes a recollection. You can show or you cannot read it. Yes.
take a look at the highlighted portions of that report and look up when you're finished.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Sure.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection about what you told Trooper Proctor on January 30th?
Yes.
And you told Trooper Proctor,
No,
quote,
let her,
in terms
hold on. I'll see you, Todd.
That's one of the problems Alan Jackson has. He just keeps talking when there's an objection. He should be. That's why I like his technical skills, but I like Yannetti better. He knows how to handle Bev a little better than Jackson does, and I think she doesn't like a fancy Californian guy coming in here.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
In fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was, quote, Karen then turned to her friend and stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. End quote. Correct?
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes. If you're saying that's in quotation marks in that, then yes.
That's what's in the report.
Okay.
And you don't have to agree with me. I'm asking yes or no questions. It's not okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was that Aaron Reed looked at the female to your left and said 4 times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
And have you since learned that the name or identity of the female that was standing to your left?
No.
That's BS. Of course she have. But she's been told you don't know anyone. Shut up about who you might know.
You're aware that the female that was standing to your left reported the exact same statement?
No.
Are you aware that the female standing to your left reported that exact same statement as, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You then went back to the ambulance after you heard that statement that you believed you heard my client's
Don't
statement.
tell me that.
Yes.
It makes it hurt more
You opened
and
the
more.
ambulance door, correct?
Yes.
That was the back door,
The side door.
the side door. And there were two firefighter paramedics in that ambulance at the time, correct?
I believe there were more than 2 at that time.
2 of them included firefighter Nuttall and firefighter Flamant.
Yes.
And at that point, you told them what you believed you had just heard.
So I went into the back of the ambulance. I said, this is his name. This is his date of birth. She says he doesn't have any medical history or allergies, doesn't take daily medications. And then I said, she's saying I hit him. And firefighter Nuttall motioned to his face and said something.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask another question.
So the answer to my question is yes, you told in front of Flamati and Nuttall the phrase, I hit him.
Yes.
You didn't write that in any report?
I don't write a report in this scenario of my job.
Let her finish the answer, please.
So there are 2 people that will write reports.
No, because she's not answering. So she can't complete her answer when she's not answering. You should admonish her and say, please just answer yes or no.
In my department on a call, one being the lead paramedic and the other being the officer who's on scene. So those are the people that write reports, and I was neither of those, so I did not write that in a report.
Okay.
That's correct.
So let me ask the question again. You didn't write it in any report?
No.
You didn't write it in any notes?
No.
You didn't document that statement in any way whatsoever, correct?
Other than my interview with Proctor and my subsequent testimony.
You didn't document that statement in any way yourself, did you?
No.
Since January 30th, in that conversation that we just talked about with Trooper Proctor, your statement has evolved. Is that right?
I don't know how to answer that.
You testified yesterday to something quite different
Not quite different.
than what you testified, I'm sorry, than what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
Respectfully, I think my testimony has been pretty consistent.
You
Other
testified
than
to something
absolutely
yesterday
not consistent.
quite different in context than what you told Trooper Proctor. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and that's the effing problem, because the judge isn't there to protect the state. The judge is there to protect the constitutional right of the defendant. This is how this can go on, and how we can sit here day after day and clearly hear how biased Bev is. To me, I don't understand why no one can. Well, they can probably do a hearing after, and she'll be fine. But we're watching a woman misusing the gavel by protecting a witness from clearly lying and misstating what she sees in pictures. We'll see that in a little bit. She overrules the Rule 14 motion, even though it's according to Massachusetts law. Why the F is this woman still there? why is Proctor still a police officer? Why is this case ongoing? How can this happen? It's so clearly biased against the defendant. And your entire court system is built on the belief innocent until proven guilty. But that's not how Bev runs her show. Well, I know I am. No, she won't, because she's a public servant. She won't. She would be on the same step on the career path. And in 5 years, she'll take another step. And in 5 years, she'll take another step until the day she retires. Because nothing ever hits any of these people. We have seen how shoddy the police work is in this trial. The only one who might be in trouble is Proctor. But he's still allowed to work. If he was going through the defendant's phone without a search warrant, looking for nudes and telling his friends about it, if they have proof of that, then the police can't defend having that idiot working for them anymore. It's so infuriating. Yeah, and it's on. She ruled against the Rule 14 text that we were read later. I am an old cynic, but it's because I've watched so many cases over a year and a half, and I would love to say, oh, based on the evidence, Karen Reed is going to go free, no problem. I wanted to sell you all the same stuff a lot of other channels are doing, that saying, oh, she's going to go free because it's so clear. No, I watched too many cases. I love all these people who just jumps on and last 5 minutes and just jumps on the bandwagon because there's a lot of free Karen Reed people out there. If Bev keep ruling this way, when we started, I said I'm thinking there's a 60% chance she's going to be found guilty. I think that if she keeps ruling this way, we're up to 75% before we go to the weekend, because she is destroying the defense by not allowing them to put on a defense, and she's doing it against the rules, and nothing happens. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Can you file motions? Can you do stuff? I don't know. You probably can't, because she's the king in that courtroom. But the longer she holds the gavel and nothing happens to her, the more my meter ticks up for Karen Reed is going to be found guilty, even though no evidence points to her so far. And it hurts my little tummy to be angry all the time. Yeah. Out of 100, it's 99. Exactly. That's the biggest problem. Yeah. And that's we all do, but I just been let down so many times where there's absolutely no evidence of the crime. You said the picture was old from high school with underage drinkers, so I posted a question on X. Response was employment background check intentional omission of underage drinking could be a fireable offense. Yeah, the one behind my big beer keg. Yeah, I just don't like being angry, because I get fired up and then I go in on these 30 minutes tirades where I just yell at people, and I can't change stuff, because next month I'm gonna cover another trial, and I'm gonna sit here again and say, how can you idiots not see this? And it's really ruining my positive prospect around. I have a trial Tuesday next week, where I have to sit and do the same stuff these jurors are doing. And of course, I'm tooting my own horn, but I've been doing this for 13 years. And maybe because we've been doing that for so long now, my camera's crapping out again. I hope my audio is still here. But I've been doing this for so long, so I'm really hoping that that at some point a jury will see what we see. because it's infuriating. I'll try to restart the camera. I don't know what's happening, if the camera is on the fridge or the PC is on the fridge. Even without a corrupt judge and prosecution, what are the chances a couple activists made their way onto the jury that want the defendant put away? Or the other way around? What are the chances there's 2 free Karen Reed people in there who will do whatever they can to get her free? We don't know. But again, if you run only based on the evidence, so far no evidence of she done it has been presented, other than this shark-like creature who states that she clearly said it to me, and then when she is told about her testimony to the police, she said, "I don't think it's inconsistent. I was there when she said it." No, yesterday you clearly stated, she said, "I hit him," and the officer said, "Okay," and she then stated again, "I hit him," and he said, "Get Goody down here. I hit him." She said it 3 times, directed at this woman. The officer asked again, and then the officer called Goody. That's what she stated yesterday. Now she said she stated it 4 times to the civilian next to her. Come on, man. Yes, because she's clearly lying. She is lying. And again, the states are the one who prosecute for perjury. So she can say whatever she wants because she's a state witness. This is so corrupt. Yeah, they just want scalp so they can say, "We put away a cop killer. Let's get reelected." You just have little faith in juries lately, unfortunately, even without a judge putting a thumb on the scales. Yeah. Well, let's get back to this because I need a bio break too before we
I don't know
start
if
up
that's
again.
right.
Well, you told Triple
Got fired
Proctor,
up. My tummy hurts now.
Karen Reed looked at a female standing to your left, said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Right?
Yes.
Yesterday, you told these jurors that Karen Reed said, "I hit him," and an officer said, "You what?" And she repeated, "I hit him," and the officer immediately turned and went to find another sergeant. Is that right or no? Yes or no?
No, there was more to that testimony.
That's not
I
what
think.
you said yesterday?
It
I
was
think
what
I
you
said
said
more
yesterday, you
than
stupid.
than what you just repeated.
How back?
Is what I said consistent with what you said yesterday? There's a lot of things that you said, more of. I'm asking, is that the sum and substance of what you told these jurors yesterday?
Yes.
So you would agree that from that time till yesterday, your story has evolved. It's changed.
Would I agree with that?
No.
I don't know that I agree with that.
You think the story that you told Trooper Proctor is exactly the same?
I understand what you're saying. So I understand what you're saying.
So has your story evolved?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, a few things from the Discord I wanted to show. This is from the viewing of the scene today. This is taken at the home. This is the center console that he said, pay attention to that. I can't see anything I would pay special attention to, other than it's a typical woman color with the cream colored interior, and it clashes with the walnut color. From the front, they have removed the housing. That's good because it won't show as much bias. Oh, and then there's this big scratch down the side. Can you all see how bad this scratch is? Oh, sorry. Stupid. Come on. Where did it go? That's because I embiggened it. Look, a scratch down the side of a car. That's what you would get from hitting somebody. A scratch. where's the big dent in this area? And then you have this little, looks like a punch hole and a scrape on some scraping of the paint. And then you have something down here by the bottom of the tail light. I would really like to know how, because if I remember correctly, yeah, this tail light is slanted, so it's at an angle. How could he have hit that and not crossed that glass? That doesn't make sense again. I don't know if it's still at the site, but it was at the site. But when everyone was out there, someone was doing the right work. My boyfriend Doink the Clown, in one of the most eerie and perhaps poignant moments of the trial of accused murderer Karen Reed and her family came back from lunch while the jury was still on their view. I was the only reporter there right away. I didn't ask any questions at first. I was silent. Karen looked over at me. The smirk is gone now that AJ lost the motion. I looked right at her, and she checked on how the media was reacting. She knows it's not good news. And I was the one to tell her with my eyes after she tried to look into my soul again. That's Doink the Clown. I'm hoping I can get to meet up with him someday. I think we could have a beautiful, beautiful relationship. I'm not a homosexual, but I would be for him. And thank you, Mimsy, for the 5 gifted memberships. For Julie Fraser in Scotland, Melanie Dawson, Jill Max, Shawforce, and halfway to Stephen. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's Doink the Clown, the guy with all the stickers on his phone. He believes he's a journalist and a law student. Well, he removed the law student thing after he threatened Melody Little with taking her bar license away and claiming that she had had an affair with Alan Jackson. Well, that's good. Ask any questions you want. We have some very, very, very smart people here. And I am here also sometimes. Yeah, he listens to My Chemical Romance. Well, and he smokes a lot of weed. Hey, Blabasi. He was caught. Someone took a photo of him smoking weed on the way to court. It's illegal to smoke weed. In Massachusetts, well, he claims he has a medical exemption because he have a tummy too that is owie, and then he was driving, so he's driving under the influence. That's smart, covering a DUI case and driving under the influence. No, what you will get smarter listening to him. Not really illegal now. Well, it's illegal, and it's illegal to drive while impaired. And he was smoking in the car, so not good. No, I don't know how's the rules in Denmark. I think is it 2 weeks after you can measure it in the blood and you can get a DUI strike for it. Oh, it was Jen Altman. Yeah, it's yeah, no legal weed in cars. But Doink the Clown is above the law because Karen Reed looked into his soul and he told her with his eyes, "You're done, lady. You lost the motion."
Miss McLaughlin, who's Caitlin Albert?
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Someone named Caitlin Albert. Did you get 2 photos taken where you were drinking and having fun? No, maybe.
Somebody named Caitlin Albert.
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
So do you know Caitlin Albert?
I do.
You're friends with Caitlin Albert?
I would say more acquaintances, not close friends.
How do you describe an acquaintance?
I would say that we have mutual friends, so we might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Who's her dad?
I don't know.
You do.
Any objections?
You
Do you
know.
know who her family is?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach her?
Yes.
You know, at least you could say, well, I didn't know at the time, but I know now that it was her home. It's so clearly a lie. Oh, talking about Doink the Clown. There he is. He's dancing. Isn't he beautiful? Hmm. I'm all out of love. Love without you. Na 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 na. Mm-hmm. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with Doink.
Oh, me to come back out.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh, now we're at that stupid time with the pictures.
Between 6 months and a year.
Mark him first.
Mark him first.
Yeah, that he couldn't make it that well.
All right.
We are just filling time until it starts. We don't rewatch it. We have watched it this morning. It was just to fill the lunch break and talk a little bit about what we saw.
Thank you. Mr. Parker.
No, they have been
Okay,
at the site.
so we have four pieces of paper marked for identification that appear, you got these off of social media sites, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct.
Okay, when did you get these?
I couldn't tell you the exact date, but we probably had them for between 6 months and a year.
All right. And Commonwealth, you've not seen these before?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll talk about Rule 14 in a little bit, but we'll bring the witness in. You can ask her questions, Mr. Jackson, about her vacation that you mentioned.
I don't know why they were not allowed to argue that Rule 14 motion before she made her ruling.
And the drinking that you talked about, the relationship with Ms. Albert, I've forgotten the first name already, and Caitlin, and about the house. So you can ask her question.
Oh, sorry, Law and Crime looks like they have been at the site. This could be interesting. Let's watch this instead. Watch the other one this morning. This is from
Sorry, Zip.
Yeah, Del Brooks will be back in court in an hour.
Yes.
I don't believe the jury is present at this time. Is that all they have? Injuries to a car that supposedly hit a guy with 24 miles per hour. Where are all the dings in the rear end? This is media view. This is media view. This is media view. Well, it might have been altered. Talking about being altered. Hey, Jamie, welcome back.
Hey.
Yeah, but why weren't they allowed to argue against her ruling? Because she clearly went against the precedents in Rule 14 motions, because that B was lying. So, let's go back a little bit. Ryan Nagel said she was at the mailbox when he arrived, and then she moved up 2 to 3 car lengths. So that would be around where the white Toyota is. And depending on who you believe of the paramedics, he was somewhere in this area, I think, is how, because someone said he was 20 feet off the road, some said 8 feet, 5 feet. And McLaughlin said he was closer to the fire hydrant, and other people said closer to the flagpole. So again, tell me, why should she move up here and he get out here when she was down here to begin with? Wouldn't it be more reasonable minds? He gets out of the car down here, walks up, goes into the house, and she's sitting out there, and he said, "I'll be back in 15 minutes, honey." Okay, I'll move up to here while Ryan Nagel and those people, because you only cleared one path down the driveway. You didn't, and you have cars in the driveway. So you just clear a little side track down there. Wouldn't that be what reasonable people would do? Why should she drive up here and he should jump out here? She should go down here 60 feet and then come back and send him flying in here somewhere. I don't get it, Jamie.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't either.
No, because the 61 feet is in this direction. She should continue down the road and then reverse. And he hasn't moved. He stood on the side of the road. It doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying. Are any of us? Yeah, she went 61 feet down the road and then reversed back down to the fire hydrant, because it's around somewhere near the fire hydrant she allegedly struck him. I'm not sure what is this when he got hit? I'm seasick now. Did he just spill? Is it
What are they
Grant?
doing? Good God.
What's happening?
I don't know.
I feel like the expert. And this is the where he said, notice the. Oh, why have the. Oh, I didn't notice that in the picture. Why is the console gone? Why is that gone? What's inside that?
Is that like part of all the system to show all the details?
I don't know. I'm not a car guy.
I'm not a
Anyone's
car
a car
girl,
guy?
so.
Yeah. This is removed.
Something to do, right? Yeah, exactly.
Back to live because
So-
they should be here any minute now.
Well, what's the damage on the car?
A scratch down the side. Some scratches underneath the what would you say trunk part of the tail light, which is convex. So there are scratches down here, but how can they be down here if you don't bust the light on top of them? They happen at the same time. Then on top of just under the window there was a hole and a little scratch, and then nearer to the middle of the trunk was kind of a dent scratch. Nothing that looked any way near to being run into a guy. It looked like, and then what we call them Bilka bumps, because we have our Walmart is called Bilka, so we call them Bilka bumps because that's when you hit your car into something. Yeah, would have information stating when it's deployed off of the right side. Yeah, no one said her airbag deployed.
Yeah, that's the black box Marissa says, where the black
Yeah.
box would be, whatever.
Yeah, he said the center console, and that's not the console, but no one's stating anything happened to. So I'm wondering, is the black box underneath that part of the car? Does anyone know anything about cars? I know most of them have 4 wheels. I'm not sure about all of them. Hey,
No.
Ressa Murphy.
The black box was that spot that was removed in the car.
But it was part of the dashboard.
Yeah. That's probably where all the information's plugged into.
Isn't that normally underneath, because you can't get easy access to that? The tilt-till that they plug into when they run the diagnostics on your car is normally underneath the glove compartment.
I don't know. Maybe it's different with the new ones.
I don't know.
Good question.
No, because the
I
glove
don't know.
compartment is below that. You have the dashboard running up to the window, and beneath that you have the glove compartment. And the glove compartment was there.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was somewhere. Well, I might be able to do a quick find because we have to get back. You can see the glove. Maybe I should show it on the screen so I can tell you. The glove box is still there. It's the dashboard that's been ripped off. And it looks like part of the center console is removed as well.
Curious on that.
It doesn't get clearer than that. Or if anyone wants to see all this is all the damage, Jamie. You have the missing tail light.
Okay.
Then you have this bump.
How did that get there?
And you have something, I can't see what he's looking at down here, but I can't see anything. Maybe that's what we were looking at. But the only bump on the car is up here on top of the inside of the rear the real light,
Exactly,
tail light.
Sniffles.
God dang it! Is the
Those are some
in
nice
the it's
alterations of
inside the tail
costume.
light.
Yeah.
So box of calls. No, I know they don't have black boxes, but they still have a little tattletale that would tell you when stuff has deployed and stuff like that. I don't know. There talks about the automatic crash collision prevention system has a 24.6 miles per hour kicker. So if that's why it didn't activate, because she was going 24.2 miles per hour. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, but why take the entire right side of the dash? Now I can do my tire brake.
Well, is the session please be seated?
All right. Why don't we get the lieutenant back up here? Thank you.
Sir, remind you, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Sorry, Julie. And Dave.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
So Lieutenant Woodbury, turning your attention back to the treatment of Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance. Okay?
Yes.
With respect to that, you testified that you don't recall sort of specifically anything as far as clothing for Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I was not paying attention to the clothing.
And so to that point, what were you paying attention to at that?
Primarily, the big issue was doing the CCR, then to CPR. We're trying to resuscitate the person as best we can. We know with the hypothermic patient, it's very difficult. It's a longer treatment protocol than a typical cardiac arrest because we have to do the CPR for an extended period of time. We have to get the patient warmed up. So the clothing is just quickly removed versus examined or looked at. And the focus was on getting compressions done. Someone was trying to intubate, getting a line started. So that's what we're mainly focused on.
As far as treatment is concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay or intersection is there between a cardiac arrest and a hypothermic patient?
When someone's hypothermic and in a cardiac arrest, we can't declare them dead or passed on until they've been warmed up. A lot of times with hypothermic patients, they can appear to be dead when they're still actually alive. So there has been instances where people have woken up in morgues that were hypothermic when their body warmed up a little bit. So we have to be very cautious, very careful about, treating them as much as we can, as careful as we can. We can't shake them too much, can't move them too much. So it's getting the blood circulating and then starting ventilating after a few minutes.
Back to the CCR, the chest compression
Yep.
that we're talking about. What, if any, sort of, based on your training experience, what, if any, sort of protocols are? Well, let me ask you this. Were you doing chest compressions throughout the entirety of this interaction with the patient?
No, chest compressions, most people do them about 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, it's very tiring to do chest compressions, so we swap off every few minutes. So a different person will come in and do the compressions. They'll do it for a little while, go into a different task. Someone else will come in and do compressions.
Is that sort of the protocol that you followed in this instance?
Yes. Yes, we were rotating her person doing compressions.
And the ambulance at some point leaves the scene and goes to a hospital, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know what hospital?
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
If you could just wait. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And did you go along for that ambulance ride?
No, I did not.
Where did you go?
So as the lieutenant on the engine, I stay with the engine. I detailed my 2 other engine personnel to the ambulance. So they went with the 2 engine personnel, the 2 regular people on the ambulance, as well as an additional person. Timmy Nuttall was the extra person for that one.
And so you take the engine and go with it?
I went back to the station.
And at some point shortly after that, are you called back to the roadway of Fairview Road?
Yes.
And same general area of Fairview Road?
Yes, same address.
And how is it that you get from the station back to Fairview?
So we had struck a box to cover the personnel that we had detailed. That means we send out a page looking for additional people to come in. We had Sam Pock come in. So he was my engine driver, and I was in the lieutenant seat. We responded back in engine 4.
And the ambulance that had been there on Fairview Road with you previously was at Good Samaritan?
Yes. Yeah, a call like that takes an extended period of time, even at the hospital, to assist them there. So we had to get an ambulance from Station 2.
And if you know, who was on that ambulance from Station
2? That was Jason Becker and Dan Whitley.
Now, with reference to this particular call, what, if anything, was this secondary dispatch with regard to?
So this call was for a Section 12, which is someone in having a psychological issue.
And do you know who that Section 12 was in regard to?
Yeah, this was for Karen Reed.
And at some point, you go back to the scene along with the engine and the second ambulance from Station 2?
Yeah, so the engine got there first. The ambulance coming from another station, so it was a couple extra minutes before they got there.
And when you arrived, who, if anyone else, is sort of on scene on Fairview Road?
The police were still on scene. They had never left. So initially it was me, Sam Pock, and the police. So I went up to try to get the backstory of why we're doing a Section 12 and what was going on.
And at some point, well, when you first arrived, without regard to what was said to you, but who, if anyone, do you speak with to sort of try to gain this information or backstory?
When I got onto the scene, I talked to the police that was there.
Who'd you talk to, sir? The police officer who was
Police
there?
officer, yes. Sorry.
And do you recall specifically who that police officer was?
I really did not pay attention to the individual officer.
And at some point, do you have a conversation, or what, if any, conversations do you have with the patient, in this case, the defendant, Ms. Reed?
So it was when we identified Karen Reed as the patient, the ambulance arrived shortly after. We started talking to her and trying to get her into the ambulance to talk to her further.
And just to be clear for the records, when you say Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, she's right over there.
That's a record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, where is she sort of when you first make contact with her on scene when you come back?
In the general vicinity of where the police cars are.
And what is sort of the purpose of this initial conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed?
For Section 12, that's when someone's made threats to them, harm themselves or others. So I just had to judge her mental ability at the time, and if she was a threat to us, and how much of a threat she was to herself. So just a quick evaluation, see how her behavior was.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her during your quick conversation?
She appeared very distraught, very upset. Initially just trying to explain the situation to her about going to the hospital with the Section 12, and she was resistant to that.
And so when you say she was resistant to that, what if anything, did she say or do to?
She did not want to go.
Hold on. You cannot talk over each other, and the objection's overruled.
Yeah. Okay.
Please go ahead.
So what was the question again, please? Yeah.
So what, if anything, when you say she was resistant, what, if anything, did she communicate to you, or observations did you make in regard to that?
She did not want to go to the hospital, and she didn't think she needed any assistance.
And what, if anything, are you sort of, you mentioned you were explaining sort of the process to her. What, if anything, are you saying in that explanation?
Well, once a Section 12 gets written, it's written by the police. Once it's written, we are required to transport to the hospital. Section 12 means that they believe you're a threat to yourself or others. So you have to get evaluated at the hospital by the hospital staff there to see how mentally stable you are.
Now, at this time of this conversation, what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Ms. Reed and the prior patient, Mr. O'Keefe?
I knew they had a relationship. I wasn't sure if they were married or engaged or what their status was, but I knew she was did have a strong relationship with him.
5 minutes.
And in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during your conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if anything, was she asking or saying in reference to Mr.
Can you put the banner back up?
She kept repeating, "Is he dead? Is he dead?"
Oh, really? Did it?
She seemed very concerned about that. We're trying to explain to her that we cannot declare him dead. He's being evaluated. He's being treated. They're trying to treat him the best they can.
And as far as when she's stating these things to you, is this, as far as the sort of tonality of her voice while she's saying these things, can you describe that?
She was very up and down. It was a repetitive conversation with her. She's obviously experiencing a lot of different emotions. So just her emotional state was all over the place.
And as far as this sort of second time that you're on scene, about how long period of time are we talking?
That was about between 15 and 20 minutes.
So she was.
And as far
upset.
as your conversation with Ms. Reed, where did she go?
Hey,
you stay with her
waiters,
sort of the
welcome,
entire
welcome.
time that she was on scene that second time, or?
Because she was resistant, we're trying to get her to voluntarily go. If someone voluntarily goes, even with the section written, they're released a lot quicker. So we're trying to convince her to go, be willing to go with us versus being forced. If at some point we have to actually force her to go against her will, then it's going to be a much longer hospital stay. So our main goal with staying on the scene so long was to try to get her willingly to go. Just makes her experience much better.
And just to be clear, when you say we, who specifically are you?
It was me, Dan Whitley, Jason Becker were the ones talking to her in the back of the ambulance.
When you clear, sort of when you leave the scene, where is Ms. Reed at that point?
So the ambulance transported her to the Good Samaritan. We also detailed Sam Park as the driver.
Mm-hmm.
So the gentleman who had driven, or the firefighter that had driven you in the engine to the scene that drives the ambulance away?
Yes, correct.
Would you say his name again, please?
Sam Park.
Sam what?
Sam Park.
Spell it, please. The last name.
P-O-C-H is the last name.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's not Park. That's Park.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ready?
Thank you.
Oh, fast.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Woodbury, you and I have never met or spoken, correct?
No.
I know you had said you were nervous, so I'm going to try and make
Okay.
this fairly brief,
Thank you.
sir. I just have a couple of areas that I'd like to go
Okay.
through you with. So with regard to your interaction with Karen Reed and what you actually heard from her mouth.
Okay.
That's sort of where I want to concentrate, as opposed to anything that anybody else may have said to you about what they believe she might have said. Okay?
Okay.
And it seems to me that your main interaction with her was not when the initial call came in to respond to, a man who was unresponsive in the snow. It was after you went back to the station in the engine and then came back to the scene for the purposes of the section 12 that you described. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And when you came back to the scene for the section 12, it's also fair to say that the section 12 issue was your focus, correct?
Correct.
You had an order in hand, correct?
The police had it and they gave it to us when we got there.
Right. Okay. So you got an order in hand once you got there.
Correct.
Which is what you expected to happen. Correct?
Yes.
And your focus at that point is, okay, and I don't want to be too, flip, but we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Is that a fair characterization?
That is one way to put it.
And you wanted to do it the easy way.
Yes, correct.
And you wanted to persuade Karen Reed that she should want to do it the easy way, correct?
Yes.
And after some conversation back and forth where she was initially resistant, she eventually agreed, yes, I'll do, not to put words in your mouth or hers, but to the effect of, yes, we'll do this the easy way, correct?
Did get her to agree to transport.
And with regard to her state of mind, I believe you had testified that she appeared to be very distraught.
Yes, correct.
Going through a lot of emotions.
Yes.
Grief-stricken.
Oh, that's one of them, yes.
Hysterical at times.
Yes.
Raising her voice at times.
Yes.
Crying at
You
times.
can't really do that.
I
Don't have
didn't
a
see any
flow
actual
box.
tears, but
That
type of emotional display.
All right. And so in terms of the only commentary that you heard with regard to her feelings or questions regarding John O'Keefe, it was the statements that you heard repetitively over and over and over again. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
That was some of the things she was saying, yes.
Your Honor, may we approach sidebar briefly?
Okay.
Another motion she can quash.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's funny that the only three persons she told I hit him was those firefighters, McLaughlin, Ricada, and the kiddo. The rest of them is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's fun how she didn't keep telling everyone, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She was very distraught, but she figured out I better make up a story saying, did I hit him? Why is everything glitching right now? I hope my computer isn't on the fridge. I don't have money for a new one. Oh, but I have a lot of graphic errors on different screens, so it's a little annoying. She's just processing a massive shock. No, they just wanted her committed. No, she might have said something about she wanted to unalive herself. That's why they got the Section 12.
I want to hear it because I don't believe a word out of any of their mouths.
Yeah. It makes me shake when it comes to any medical situation, and a mental hold is a medical situation need an advocate. Yeah. Yes. So, she's smiling. Hopefully, he won that one. They're called back to the bench. Oh, you have a picture to share, either on the Discord or DM me on X.
So I
Lieutenant Woodbury,
I think, Ms. Giannetti, I think you need the actual.
Yes. I was going to ask a couple of questions first and then grab it.
But it's right there for when you need it.
Lieutenant Woodbury, on your direct examination, you testified a bit, and I don't want to block a jury here, I'm sorry. You testified a bit about the injuries that you observed on John O'Keefe when you first arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You testified about the swollen eye,
Yes.
and you also testified about the scratch marks that you saw on his forearm, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to show you, I'm going to approach in a minute to show you what has been marked M for identification. And when I hand it to you, please keep it to yourself and look at it, and then look up at me when you're done, okay?
I think he has a better way on approaching Bev. Alan Jackson is a little too fast. I think she sees him as a big
Having
lawyer.
reviewed M for identification, do you
She
recognize
doesn't like
what
him
that depicts?
because he's not from.
Yes.
He's
What
not
does it
from
depict?
there.
That is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Does that photograph appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the scratch marks that you observed on January 29th of 2022, sir?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay. That will be our next exhibit. And again, we'll have to maybe renumber. Counsel, before you leave today, we have to figure out how to keep everything straight.
Understood.
And I think that's why he's better at handling her. He knows, oh, I better approach before I do stuff, where Jackson might be more
With the
like
court's
kicking the door
permission,
side.
Your Honor, may I have that published on the screen for the jury?
Yes.
Now, on
That's
direct
enough.
examination, Lieutenant, hang on. Let me just have a moment. Good point.
There goes that monetization for today.
Get out of your way.
There it
With regards
is.
to the injuries that you described on direct examination, Lieutenant, I believe you would mainly concentrate.
I'm sorry, I need to, please take this down for me. I need to see counsel.
Oh my God, Beth.
This is so. Why? Why do you need to see counsel at sidebar? You just admitted this in evidence. Why are they not allowed to talk about it? He didn't say, can you see Chloe's teeth mark in this one?
He's probably, yeah, she's probably, you can't say this or that, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. No, that's his warmed up body, because you could see the sides of his body was getting blue. So that's after they heated him. But that is, ladies and gentlemen, according to the medical examiner in this case, which you will testify to later, blunt force lacerations. Blunt force lacerations is described as something where blunt force is put on your skin with so much force that the skin splits. Often, no, it is typically there would be subdermal bleeding. As you can clearly see, there's no subdermal bleeding in any of these blunt force trauma lacerations to the skin. Yeah, you look cut. You don't look like you had blunt force trauma applied to you. Yeah, she sounds like she needs a CPAP. No, I don't. If you look at the one right above his elbow, I think you can see a little blood in that. So, and there's no blood in it really after he's unalived. And remember, he's been cleaned at this point. Yeah, if you look at the bridges, it looks like it's torn or it's cut. It doesn't look like someone punched him with a baseball bat or run into him with a car and the skin split open, because that's what the scar in the back of his head, or the wound in the back of his head, looks like. But the problem is you can't really do that on this, because this is soft tissue. So you would break the arm or the bone underneath it, just like his skull. Yeah, no snow, but we just saw the absolutely not a dog bite picture. Nerds. What are we doing now, Jamie?
I
Of
don't know
course I
with
get
her.
that. That's why I do this all the time. It's around this area, and I push up on the inside so it looks a little bit bigger. Did anyone get inside to check for broken glass?
Inside where?
Are you behind, or are you talking about the wounds? There's no glass in the wounds. They forgot to tell you it was a costume party and her vehicle was from Mad Max. Thank you, Law Kong. Explains everything now. Then she's guilty. Yeah, someone should have looked like that after, but she didn't. She did. Her bruising was blunt force bruising, probably because she punched herself because she's an idiot. But this and Jamie, do you know what I love more than almost as much as Doink the Clown?
What do you love?
My trolls. We haven't seen my trolls after we started live streaming.
Oh, the one guy? I've seen him trolling everywhere else, so it's fine.
I was in Law and Crim, and he was in there.
Do you miss him?
He hasn't been here calling me. Oh, Jamie, look, there he is. He's a man's man. He's a manly man.
Look at him. Look at that hair. Julie, they never went inside the house. They've never investigated
No.
inside the house.
Inside the house. No. Why should they go inside the house? Not until Officer Lang went inside the house, who also know the Alberts. Who? The troll? Sadly not. He left me. He won't troll me anymore. Doink blocked me on Twitter, and Alpha would rather hang out in Lawn and Crim than come over here and call me an idiot. Even my trolls don't like me anymore, Jamie.
Oh, you yelled at them. They're mad. They're out of here.
Yeah. Hopefully Nima will be back.
She comes back just to tell us that Grant's the best man ever.
Yeah.
Oh, what did she say? Yellow Cottage Tail is the great and Grant's great.
Yeah.
And then she peaced out.
Yeah, I should listen to Yellow's Cottage Tale because we watched this video. He knows everything about this case, except he did it on the wrong side, and Lally specifically stated the car never hit his head.
Mm-hmm.
Well, most people. Have you met Lefty? Everything he writes is nonsense. You have a hard time believing that a man could get that much bruising from being hit by a car at 24 miles per hour. My then 11-year-old daughter was hit by a car at 30 and did not have any visible bruising. I had a case with a girl that was hit with less than 30 kilometers per hour. So that's around banana American miles. She had a broken femur. No, he's on Yellow Cottage Tail a lot. Oh, and that LG person from the TB case, you know who I'm talking about when I'm using words we're not saying?
Yes.
She and Kate Peters, known as Krusty Pants, they now share a podcast. She got 50% of ownership of a podcast. Jamie, do you want to have 50% ownership of my YouTube channel? I can sell it to you cheaply.
I don't want to have to buy anything, but yes, I'll take 50%. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you have to buy the potential revenue you could get out of it, Jamie.
Okay, fine.
And I don't know. It's been a good day today, so let's just a normal YouTube career is 5 years. So if we take the amount of money I made today, times that by 365 days, and times that by 5 years, if you pay me that, you can get 50% ownership, and then you just have to double the income, and you'll be paid back. Well, plus the 30%. I love that we are now co-owners of a podcast. What?
Oh my God.
I love stupid people.
I do too.
Oh. Who is that younger bald guy in the button down? That's Paul O'Keefe, John's brother, the first witness, the guy who had absolutely nothing to say about anything other than it was snowing. Is this an IPO? Well, it might turn into an IPO if Jamie is willing to offer something. I'll give you 4 Taco Bell burritos and a cinnamon twist. Oh, Jamie, can you top that?
I'll give you 5.
Ah, yeah.
Burritos.
Hospice Jess, he's married. So are you. This is a good Christian channel.
Just yelling at hospice Jess.
Must just try. She has to. She's saying she's coming on with you next week. Next week again when I'm in Tennessee. So I'm just
Yeah.
trying to condition her to how you treat people. A lot of
She's
yelling.
aware. We'll have lots of fun.
This code is a 700
So jurors, I can assure you that by Monday, I mean, we're in really good shape. It's an organizational situation that I have to deal with. So we've been dealing with that. We appreciate your patience and we are in good shape. And Ms. Gianetti, if you need the exhibit, it's here.
Terrific. May I have it published again on the camera?
Yes.
Quit breathing so hard.
Now, Lieutenant, with regard to the injuries that you observed, did you notice any lividity on the body when you were looking at John O'Keefe?
Being hypothermic, he was very pale overall. So the skin wasn't pinked up yet. So it's hard to really judge the rest of the skin that way until it's warmed up and much later into the scene.
You are familiar with the term lividity, though?
Yes.
Lividity.
Can you just explain that to the jury?
That's like bruising. So the pooling of blood in lower sections. So for like a cardiac arrest patient, when they have lividity, it looks like bruising on the underside where all the blood has pooled. And we did not really notice that.
But it's not actually bruising from an injury, it's just the blood being
Settling down. It's the same thing, yes.
One at a time, please.
Yep, sorry. It appears like bruising, and bruising is basically pooling of blood under the skin. So lividity is just gravity-fed pooling of blood under the skin. And it usually happens what is the section of the body that is lowest.
I see. Okay. Now, with regard to the scratches that you've testified about and that you now observe on Exhibit 382, I believe, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your testimony on direct examination was that you observed them in the forearm area, correct?
It was the right, like forearm to arm. I was trying to signal like right up here, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's my point.
Yeah.
It wasn't just on the forearm.
Not just, it was the arm area. Mostly what I noticed was forearm, but there was some around there.
Okay, so it wasn't just below the elbow?
No, it wasn't up just below the elbow.
There was some above the elbow as well?
Yep.
That's consistent with Exhibit 382?
Correct.
I'm just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions.
So Lally, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Lieutenant, thank you very much. So you're all
thank you.
set.
See ya. Bye.
Our next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Mr. Daniel Whitley to the stand.
Who?
Daniel Whitley.
It's probably another EMT. They're going to go through all 23 of them. And I'm going to lose my mind. I wish I had a printer so I could print out the jury sheet and just mark it.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Daniel Whitley, Whitley.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a paramedic firefighter with the Town of Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire?
I was hired in March of '06.
And prior to that work with the Canton Fire Department, did you work within that same field in any other capacity for any other company?
Yes, correct. I worked for American Medical Response out of Brockton, as an EMT intermediate, and a paramedic for 5 years.
And you're a certified paramedic, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you?
Rolling Stone, either Monday evening or Tuesday morning, I will have a recap. So you won't miss anything other than there might be talk about snow.
held that certification?
It was, I believe, November of
The
2006.
jury is
that I
seated
got that
to the
certification.
left of the camera when they pan
And
down
is
to
there any
the,
sort of
the
continuing
podium.
educational component or recertification process that's involved with being a certified paramedic?
Yes, we recertify every 2 years.
Now all I can hear is
we're
that
required to hold,
smacking of the
basic life support
lips.
card, which is just generally CPR, and
I'm
advanced
about to
cardiac
fire
life support, which
Marissa.
is
She hasn't
ACLS.
fixed that
It's
problem
more
yet.
dealing with EKGs and how to run resuscitations, cardiac arrests, things of that nature.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th
You
and
got him.
January 29th, 2022. Were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes,
What kind of shift were you working?
24-hour shift, 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.
And where were you assigned on that particular day?
The Ponkwalk Station, Station 2.
The Ponkapock Station, where is that located within?
The north side of town on Southmont Street.
And how were you assigned to a specific duty or a specific?
Yes, I was assigned to Ambulance 2 with Jason Becker. As I was a field training officer at that point, and he was just finishing up his field training after he
Hey, David.
recently.
What are you thinking about the case so far?
And now,
I'm thinking it's a very good defense case, and I love the way they're cross-examining all of these people. You know what's interesting? Everyone's saying they're going to call all of these first responders to the stand. What's going to give the defense an opportunity to cross-examine all of these first responders and say, you know, everyone's talking about this I hit him statement, yet nobody has it in your reports. You don't have it in your report. You don't have it in your report. And if they're going to call them all, then I would just keep hammering that and on cross and then move on. I wouldn't really deal with a whole lot of other details unless there's something I don't know. You know, there could be evidence that I don't know about.
Do you think the defense have been adamant enough about the snow? This case, I feel this case rests upon snow.
It does.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would imagine that the defense is, if they haven't already, they're thinking about, and they've already got an idea of someone they're going to call to testify about this snow, because it's clear that the state is resting their case on this snow. He had to have been there from midnight, 12:30, because of the amount of snow accumulation on top of him. And if you can get your local weatherman or somebody to say, listen, it doesn't matter if he went down on the ground at 12:30 or 2:30, it would be the same amount of snow on top of him, given the amount of snow.
Because it was blowing. So
yeah,
you can't predict.
Well,
and again, right now they have testimony from all to a light dusting till covered in snow.
Well,
Sorry.
you know they want him to be covered in snow because everybody walked out of that house that night and didn't see a body. So that's the whole thing. This is why they're like hinging on the snow so badly too.
Well, and that's why the snow plow truck driver is probably going to be the best person to help establish that, actually. And again, right now we are in the state's case in chief. So when the state is done, you should think guilty, 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 ideally, right? And then the state or the defense starts knocking it back. So as we keep going, you should think, oh, well, maybe a little bit more. I'm not getting a lot of that, but I'm always a little biased against the state. So I'm not going to I'm not going to be that confident. But this is what you should see, is just stacking up of evidence showing guilt. It's a lot of cumulative and repetitive testimony.
And am I reading Bev wrong, or is she highly biased?
The judge?
Yeah.
The judge, someone else asked me about the judge.
The way Alan Jackson read the case deciding the Rule 14 motion, and her ruling doesn't add up.
Yeah, it doesn't, although there is room for disagreement on that. Just reading the case or listening to the arguments of the case. Can the defense challenge the credibility with extra evidence that's not really relevant to the case. Yes. Did they do that? Yes, they were able to talk about it. What does that evidence look like? Is it we're going to talk about these pictures, we're going to impeach her with these pictures, we're able to show the pictures to the jury? That's all sort of the judge's prerogative. So, is she a little biased against the defense? I would say so, but she's still, I think, within the protected decision. This isn't going to be something that's going to get overturned on appeal, I don't think. So she allowed them to cross-examine and impeach this witness in front of the jury, right? They just couldn't show the photos. So the judge might say that's enough. I'm allowing you to do it. And I have some discretion in how you do that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would agree that she's definitely a state person. Did you see the picture I sent you, by the way? That was the project I was working on.
No, because I got the inside of the car, what it should look like. It's just because.
Oh, by the way, they removed the center console because that's where all the data is stored for GPS and things like that.
Oh, okay.
I saw you talking about that earlier. That's where all of that is stored.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was wondering why they took off the cover on top of the
glove box where the airbag was too. They take that stuff, right?
They might have taken it. The second I saw that picture the other day, I thought of him.
I love it. Now you can
I'll go put it in your Discord for you.
Now you can fast forward this guy.
Aware of a call or dispatch in regard to Station House 1?
Yes, we had just returned from a previous call about 5 a.m. and heard the tones go off. Actually, we were in the day room, which is where it's the living room of a fire station. And we heard the tones go off. We heard the police going to Fairview Road. And we just kind of sat and were wondering what was going on there.
Now, you yourself, you and Firefighter Becker, were you dispatched to a call as well, approximately 6:41 or 6:42 a.m.?
Yes.
And at the time that you received that dispatch, what, if anything, were you aware of with regard to the prior call that the other ambulance made?
So when the tones go off between the two stations, we're able to hear what the dispatch complaint is, what they're going for, and it came in as, I believe, CPR in progress in the snow or something to that regard. So we knew it was a fairly serious call that Station 1 had gone to.
Now, when you received your dispatch at approximately 6:42 a.m. or so, what was that call in regards to, and where did you respond?
We were dispatched for a Section 12.
And as far as your assignments within the ambulance between yourself and Firefighter Becker, with regard to this call, who was doing what?
I was driving. He's what we call the tech, the lead paramedic on the case. That's just generally how we operate.
And from your response, or you're driving from Station 2 to Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe or experience en route in between the two?
At that point, it was snowing pretty heavily. We were coming down Chapman Street.
It's so much more noticeable when you're on panel.
I know, right?
We
Right
nearly
in my
slid off the
ear.
road, making the turn onto Fairview. It was snowing that heavily, and I don't believe the roads had been really plowed or treated or anything like that for us to. So it was pretty slippery.
Now, in addition to ambulance number 2 that you and Firefighter Becker were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus was dispatched to this?
Why do we need to know
There
this?
was Engine 3, which is the District 1 engine, and at least 2 police cruisers, and then another gray SUV, kind of further down from where we parked.
Now, when you arrive in this area on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you sort of observe as far as who's there when you arrive?
When I got out, my Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park were there.
And they were on the engine, is that correct?
They were on the engine, correct.
Now, beyond sort of personnel from your departments, you mentioned that there were some police officers there as well.
Yes, Melanie and Sarah, and then 2 other females, at least 2 other females.
And the other 2 females, where were they when you first sort of get out of the ambulance?
A few yards ahead of us, a few dozen yards ahead of us, I'd say.
And were there any other vehicles beyond sort of first responders that you observed us?
Just that other gray SUV.
And so I guess my question is, where were the 2 females that you observed in relation to the gray SUV?
Near it, maybe in front of, maybe one was inside. There were 3 females there.
And at some point, while you're on scene, you learn the identity of the patient, correct?
Yes.
And what was the name of the patient?
Karen Reed.
And you had some conversation with Karen Reed that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do. Asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that.
Yeah,
she asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours. And at that point, we were just trying to say.
And were there any other vehicles beyond sort of first responders that you observed on?
Just that other gray SUV.
And so
I think it was because it was sped
She
up.
kept saying, Karen Reed.
And you had some conversation with Karen Reed that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated right at that table right there.
I don't even understand how that sound is coming from him. He just opens his mouth and does it.
I know.
Okay.
Now, I think that's why blizzards are so dangerous to them, because they're always sucking in a little bit.
When you first sort of arrive on scene, if anyone is first person that you saw?
Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park.
And that conversation with anyone you speak to?
Probably briefly Lieutenant Mulaney, but more, I'm sorry, not Lieutenant, Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarah.
Now, following your conversation, well, let me ask you this in general terms. When you respond to a call for a Section 12, what is sort of the protocol that you go through in regard?
Whether it's a Section 12 or any call, basically, the lead tech generally takes over immediate patient care, goes over, assesses. Usually the partner will go over and try and find out background details, try and find not only, well, especially for a Section 12, you want to get, the tech will get, which is Jason's role, the patient story, and then I'll get everyone else's story.
I feel like this witness would point to a map and say the blue means land. And if anyone gets that, let me know.
Oh, yes.
And where is that in relation to vehicles on scenes, or where is that initial conversation?
The initial conversation, she was very upset. She kept saying, so we had a Section 12 written, and that was to take her to the hospital because she made threats against her life, saying, I don't want to live anymore. If my husband dies, I don't want to be alive anymore. And myself and Jason and Lieutenant Woodbury were kind of like, well, that's seemingly more in the lines of normal grieving process after.
I thought that's what it was, Dave. Now I know.
Whether they're going to die or not.
Is it Arrested Development?
We kind of didn't feel like it kind of led to that level of a Section 12 to have her transported to the hospital. So at that point, I exited the ambulance and I went to speak with Officer Saraf, and I said, this kind of doesn't. If we want her to be at the hospital, get a full eval, we're going to need more than just. If my husband dies, I want to die, because that seems just like normal grieving things to say. And so I went back to the ambulance. He went, I don't know where he went. I don't know whether it was cruiser or what, but he came back, notified me that her
sustained.
And from that conversation, did you receive more information or more clarity as to statements in this reading?
Yes, Officer Saraf had said that.
Objection.
So not what he said, sir. So
we
you
were
are
informed
unmuted.
that. Objection. I'm not sure.
So you can't testify to what somebody else told you. You can when there's no objection regarding what Ms. Reed told you, but you can't testify what anybody else told you.
Okay.
So when I say sustain, that means you have to stop. And the lawyer will ask another question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. So, Firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, you described sort of her demeanor, any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking.
Yes, she was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours. And at that point, we were just trying to give her any hope that whomever A1 transported was still alive. And we kind of just talked about far off hypothermia cases where, kids have fallen in rivers and been submerged for many minutes, maybe even hours, and survived with no neurological deficits. So we were just trying to give her some sort of hope. on the way to the hospital that there was a chance that her husband could be alive.
Now, at this point, what, if anything, did you know about sort of the relationship between your patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the patient from ambulance 1 out of the transport previously?
She identified him as her husband.
And is that something that she said once or more than once?
Many, many times.
Oh, she lied about their
Now, she
relationship
asked you,
status.
some questions about his status and made specific reference to his clothes. Is that correct?
The only thing I recall is asking if he could have survived without a jacket.
Now, as far as
where did this puffy jacket come from? That whole thing is confusing.
these conversations that you had with Ms.
From the imagination
memory.
of an EMT who changed his statements 3 times and twice, I understand.
Okay, but that was never mentioned in anything ever before
No,
trial, right?
no, he just made it up.
Okay.
No, he just
And then
remembers a
he had to
puffy
retract it
jacket
when he
and-
was shown the evidence that he just wore a thin nylon sweatshirt.
Oh, he
Yeah,
was the
that's it.
same one. He was the same one that said that he was appropriately dressed, and then there was the other EMT
Yes.
that contradicted him and said, "Well, when someone's not dressed for the weather."
Exactly.
Okay.
I caught that too. I was like, that makes no sense.
It's such a weird case.
It is.
Yeah, and 3 EMTs heard her say, "I hit him." One of them was that guy with the puffy jacket while he was giving her air, which another EMT said that no one was giving him air because we were just doing chest compressions. I looked in her eyes and asked, "What happened?" She said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." At the same time, the other guy who absolutely wasn't giving him chest compressions was having a conversation within 2 feet of her, asking her what happened. While McLaughlin also had a conversation where she stated to her, "I hit him." A police officer said, "Okay," and she said, "I hit him." And he called another officer over, and then she went into the ambulance and told everyone inside the ambulance. Well, no one really heard it, but she told everyone that she had. None of the officers have mentioned that in any reports.
Where
Yeah,
did they
why not
occur
write that
in
down?
relation to the ambulance?
They were in the back of the ambulance.
Why not tell the
And
doctors?
who, if anyone, was present in the back of the ambulance, beyond yourself and
Jason Becker.
And
That's why we
with
know he
reference,
doesn't
you
have a
mentioned
jacket.
that firefighter Becker was sort of the lead paramedic or the lead tech on this. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is there, from sort of his role and your role, what are some of the sort of differences in the duties and responsibilities in relation, we'll call it?
So for any Section 12, our department policy is there will be 2 EMTs, paramedics, firefighters with during transport at all times. That's both for our safety and the patient safety. So that's why it wasn't just 2 EMTs or paramedics driving to the hospital. I was in back with Jason, and Sam Park was driving.
Now, as far as you testified earlier about observations of her being sad or distraught, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that consistent throughout your interaction with her, or?
No. There would be episodes where she would like go from crying in her hands to all of a sudden perking up. She was crying about having to take care of kids, saying she couldn't do it. And I was saying, you can do this. It's not as hard as it seems. She kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids and they're not his kids. That's when I figured out who ambulance 1 transported. And I was saying, well, it seems like you have a good, strong support system. People who came and helped you in a blizzard to help come find your husband. She said, she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts. I said I did. She said anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say those things. And that kind of took me aback a bit.
What?
It seemed strange to say something like that after you were just crying because your husband was dead.
Take you back to within.
I was just kind of surprised.
If I could take you back within that just for a minute. So you had testified that during that, her description, you sort of realized who was a patient in ambulance 1, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything,
I don't know what
made
he's
you
talking about.
realize, or who did you think it was?
I live in and grew up in the Ponquag neighborhood of Canton. And Mr. O'Keefe was known for taking on his niece and nephew after, I'm sorry, I'm not sure positive of the relationship, but I believe it was his sister and his brother-in-law passed away. And it was something people admired him for, people looked up to him for. But I was able to, I also, I moved into the Ponquag neighborhood back after living outside of Canton for a few years. The O'Keefe's lived diagonally across from me. I never had any sort of interaction with him or anything. When I moved in, my wife was probably about 6 months pregnant, and I had 2 toddlers, so I was pretty busy. I figured he was pretty busy. I never even had a chance to introduce myself or anything before
Everyone
he moved
knows
to
everyone.
Meadows, which is how I kind
I know.
of figured out.
But not that
yeah,
girl
I object to
that
this
went
line
to
of question.
school with
Next,
Caitlin
sustain next
Albert.
question.
Oh my God.
Now, you had also mentioned during your conversation with the defendant that she had said some things about Carrie Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And how is it that you know Carrie Roberts?
Well, Carrie lives around the corner from me.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. Next question, please.
How long have you known Carrie Roberts?
Just from moving back into the neighborhood, she would run the neighborhood block party, and she put out that she would like the fire truck there on the neighborhood Facebook page. So I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the neighborhood block party.
And
Why? Is that a thing?
was Ms. Roberts seen on Fairview when you?
Are you
arrived
allowed to
at the
just
ambulance?
Yes,
bring the fire
So she
trucks
was
to
one of
the
the
neighborhood
females
block
along with-
party?
correct.
Apparently.
Now, with reference to when you brought up as far as support system, and included Ms. Roberts within that, what, if anything, did the defendant say about Ms. Roberts?
Objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
This conversation that you had
Who's a friend
with
of
the
hers?
defendants in the ambulance, about how long a period of time are we talking about?
20, 25 minutes.
And beyond what you've already testified to, what did sort of that conversation consist of, or what was the sort of tone and tenor of that conversation?
Again, we were just trying to give her any support. She was, once we were getting closer to the hospital, we
Objection.
So the tone and tenor. So what can you tell us about that? That's admissible, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead.
the tone, she would go from being almost despondent to when she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts, the only tone I can use to describe it is snarky.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Snarky?
Oh my God.
Now, you transported to a Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you, during the transport, where are you in relation to Ms. Reed from Fairview to Good Samaritan?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
During the transport, Ms. Reed is where within the ambulance?
I believe we have what we call a tech bench, which is a long bench. There's the ambulance stretcher, and then next to the ambulance stretcher is we call it the CPR seat. And then that's where Miss Reed sat. And then I was in what we call the airway seat, which is basically like a captain's chair behind the stretcher.
And in addition to yourself and the defendant, who, if anyone else was sort of in the back of the ambulance at that time?
During transport?
Yes.
During transport, it was just me, Jason Becker, and Miss Reed.
So yourself along with firefighter Becker and, right?
Correct.
Who was driving you?
Sam Park.
Now, when you arrived at Good Samaritan, what, if anything, happened?
Miss Reed was asking to be able to see John, and I made the decision that I would run ahead to see if that was in the realm of possibility with the emergency room physician there. So I ran ahead. I came into they call it the code room at Good Sam, and I asked if the wife could see the husband. The ER doctor asked if she would be upset. I said if she would be upset if she was allowed to or not. And I said she's going to be upset. I believe she's going to be upset either way. He was asking if she would get in the way of the resuscitation efforts, and I said it's possible. She's very upset.
And so once you arrive at the hospital with the patient, where do you go along with Ms. Reed?
We escorted her down to we call it the psych hall or the behavioral hall at Good Sam.
And
Amy,
about how long
what
was it
was
after
that?
you escorted her into the
Sorry,
hospital
I
that you
knocked
stayed
something
with her
over.
for?
At least 10 minutes.
Jamie's getting all
During those,
upset.
10 minutes, how would you describe sort of her behavior or demeanor during that time?
Objection.
No, he can testify to that.
He was giving the nurses a hard time about, I'm sorry, she was giving the nurses a hard time about having to get into a Johnny, about having to submit a urine sample. Even the air techs went to the physician who was in the code room to see if she could not have to wear a Johnny, and the ER doc said no. If she's in the psych hall, she's a psych patient, needs to be in a Johnny. So at that point, there was just a nurse and a tech. We don't usually leave a psych patient with just a single nurse and a tech. And so we decided to wait until security had gotten there before we left.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
What's a Johnny?
Isn't that a love glove?
Yeah, that's,
I didn't get the context. I was looking at something else.
She didn't want
Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Wouldn't want to give
Right, Mr. Netti.
Thank you.
a urine.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Hospital gown.
So, Mr. Whitley, when you showed up, you learned that Karen Reed was the patient that you were to deal with, correct?
Correct.
And it was your expectation that she would be going to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that you do when you transport somebody to the hospital is you try to get a medical history, correct?
Yep.
Why is that important?
Generally, we get pertinent medical history to pass on to the hospital. So if something were to happen where the patient wasn't able to describe their past medical history, it gets passed on to the next caregiver, which would be the nurses, doctors at the hospital.
More information is always better than less information, correct?
I would say so.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, did you take a medical history from her?
I assume Jason did.
Okay. Did you learn the results of that medical history?
You'd have to refer to Jason's report.
Can we have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, we have a thunderstorm rolling in, so if I'm gone, that's fine.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, if I,
Lolita, that's what I thought it was. A Jimmy is slang for a love glove.
I'm actually going to show you two documents with your permission. One would be Jason's report, and you were talking about Jason
Oh,
Becker,
Johnny.
correct? The other is a police report from Sergeant Yuri Buchnick. I'm going to give you the second page of that. Okay?
So let's do them one at a time.
Sure. And you've asked for Jason Becker's report, so I'll give you that first, okay? And when I approach you, I'm going to hand this to you, and I just ask you to look at it silently by yourself.
Okay.
And then look up at me when you're done.
Great.
The ones who can put her in a cycle is because she might have stated she wanted to do stuff to herself. So the police can put her on a temporary cycle.
Yeah, that's not good because then that's going to be used against you, as it clearly is being done here.
Yeah, and she volunteered after being told that either you go the easy or the hard way. So, but it's going to be used against her. She was a psych person giving them a hard time. Yeah, she was distraught.
Been watching cop interrogation videos or like body cams. They always tell the people, listen, you tell me exactly what happened or I'm going to arrest you. Meanwhile, I know the cops are already planning on arresting the person, but like 90% of the time, people then just start talking.
The first report was the first report from my lieutenant.
Was Jason Becker's report included in it?
Yes.
As well?
Yep.
Having reviewed those documents, does that refresh your memory as to the medical history that was taken?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
Just lists
What was the
multiple sclerosis.
What was the temperature
What is
outside that
multiple
night?
sclerosis?
I believe it's a
below zero.
neurodegenerative disease where the myelin sheathing of the
I want to say they said it was like
I think of the word here,
18 to
but
30 or something like that.
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
you know, I understand.
I'm sure you do. It's a disease.
It's a disease that's progressive and has neurological muscle control things involved with it.
And when you say progressive, that means it gets worse over time as you age?
As I understand it.
And that was the medical history you got from Karen Lee?
Correct.
I'm not further.
All right. So,
Oh, it's easy.
sir, you are all set. Thank you, Mr. Whitley.
I'm
Yeah,
trying
you
to
don't
figure
have-
out
Your
if
next
it's
witness,
20 degrees
Mr.
outside.
Yes, Your Honor,
How
call,
fast
Mr.
will he
Jason
lose his
Becker to the
body
stand.
temp? You know, how many degrees per hour kind of?
Well,
Yeah.
you
'Cause I know
can't
I've
really
seen that before.
you can't really figure that out because only some not so well-meaning but fancy-dressed people who was fans of an Austrian painter really have done an extensive research into that.
I know, right? You know, say what you want
Yeah.
about that Austrian artist, but we've got some good human scientific studies out of it. But there's a way to calculate it. Like after so many hours, you'll lose this many degrees, and that's when they say like 98.6 degrees is your average temp. You can kind of gauge how long someone's been outside based off of what their internal core is. So if they're saying 80, that seems like not that long of a time in 20-degree weather.
But again, you need all the factors because that's in what environment? Because you have the same with rigor. When does rigor occur? That depends on the room temperature, what surface are you lying on. But I think Marissa found some way they could figure it out. No, he's not, Brandon. That's not what he said. He just said he had some good ideas that wasn't that great. Maybe the underlying idea was sound, but the way he conducted them wasn't.
Hey, Zach. Yeah, I know. So, you got to use the symbols, the characters.
Please watch your step. Face that clerk, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the understanding of the court and jury in the case now hearing should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
First name is Jason, last name is Becker, Becker.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic, Canton Fire Department.
Oh my God. How many
And,
people
how
were
long
there?
Have you been a member of the Canton Fire Department?
24,
years.
27.
And prior to
They're
that,
gonna
what
call
other
them all,
employment
aren't
do
they?
You have sort of within that
They are going to call them all. Again,
With
it's the
Found Ambulance
standard.
and Social Hospital.
How long did you work?
Look at
in
all
each
the
of those
evidence
respective-
we have.
Found
None of
Ambulance
it
is
is
about 5
relevant.
years.
You have so much evidence.
Social Hospital, approximately 3 years.
And with regard to South Shore Hospital, what is it that you did there?
I was a nursing assistant in the emergency room.
And with regard to your work as a firefighter paramedic for the Canton Fire Department, you were a certified paramedic?
Yes,
Steve.
And when did you first receive that certificate?
October 2021.
Yes,
Is that,
finally, we're
something
gonna
that
figure
you
it out.
receive, or when you receive that is something
They're gonna
goes
figure
on,
it out.
in perpetuity,
Some
or is
point
that
or
something that
another.
you have a continuing educational component or recertification?
Con Ed education, do it 2 years, you have to recertify.
Yeah, we have had two
Now, sir, if I
two
could
non-fund
turn your attention
responders.
to January 28th, 2022.
At least
January
he's
29th,
moving
2022.
faster now.
Are you working on that occasion?
I was.
And where were you assigned? I'm sorry, what type of shift were you working on that occasion?
What type of shift?
Yes, like what hour to what hour?
8 a.m. to 8 a.m., 24 hours.
So 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
Correct.
And where were you assigned on that day?
I was at Canton, Station 2, Ambulance 2.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned with you to ambulance 2 at Station 2 on that day?
Daniel Whitley, firefighter Daniel Whitley.
Now, at some point when you were working on the 29th, shortly after 6 a.m. or so, did you become aware of a call for station house number 1?
Yes.
And
As soon
what,
as
if
the
anything,
jury
were you aware
noticed
of
that
as far as
everyone
that
has a different story.
earlier call?
As far as a man down in dispatch, and I believe it was upgraded eventually to CPR in progress.
Now, at some point following that, approximately 6:41 a.m. or so, did you, your station house get a,
Yes.
and what that dispatch in regards to?
A psych eval, possible section 12.
And in addition to yourself and firefighter Whitley in ambulance 2, what if any other sort of vehicles or apparatuses were dispatched by your department to that call as well?
Canton, Engine 3.
And if you know, who, if anyone, was on Canton Engine 3 at that time?
Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Sam Park.
Now, with regard to the ambulance that you were in with firefighter Whitley, what were sort of, let me ask you this, between sort of call volume, what if any sort of policy or protocol is there as far as who does what on a particular call?
We switch off.
And so on this
Yeah,
particular call.
and they're not
dispatch to
consistent.
Road, what were sort of each of your respective duties and responsibilities between yourself?
There's
and
more
firefighter
people saying
Firefighter
she
Whitley
didn't say
was the
that,
driver
and
at
people
that point,
saying she
and
did say that.
It was my tech is what it's called. So the next patient would be mine.
And so as sort of the lead tech on this, is that correct?
Correct.
So as far as the lead tech's role, what if any duties or responsibilities do you have in regards to writing a report?
It's my report. That'd be written.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
What is 35C?
That'll be 90 something if it's degrees.
The first report up here is the engines.
95.
Second one would be mine.
You recognize the first few pages of that as the engines report, and the last few are yours, correct?
Correct.
And that's your report with relation to this dispatch and this call, correct?
Correct.
May I approach the end?
Yes.
I want the seat to introduce in a minute.
So both reports through this witness? Is there any objection?
Yeah, just take a look at the DA's copy.
Because there's only a percentage of alcohol in his bloodstream, so it wouldn't be enough.
So we approach.
Okay.
On a wind chill chart. Oh my God. I know I've seen, I'm gonna get my Boy Scout manual and find this. I know it's there.
I believe we parked. If the SUV was facing towards us, we parked to the left. I don't recall where the police cruiser was though.
So they said it was like 32 degrees out, right?
I think it was like
When we got
18.
to the ambulance, I passed Officer
At
Sapp
32
and Officer
degrees.
Mulaney. They kind of.
You can survive unconscious, like just sort of sitting there. You can survive for about 45 minutes. After that, your likelihood of death is like really high, 90 minutes at the most. So if we consider the snow might have insulated him, you know, he maybe has an hour, right? And they found him at what time? So
6 in the morning. 6 in the
yeah.
morning.
So that's not very long. That's kind of what I was thinking. So
Yeah.
given his body temperature and all of that stuff, I would say he was out there for a very short amount of time. If it's 18 to 32, and I put it at like 40 degrees, assuming the snow is maybe insulating him some. He still only has like an hour before he's practically dead. So I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, that's why you Google how long to die in the cold.
Yeah. Well, at least it's getting warmer here, so
I walked over to the black SUV.
we'll get in trouble for that search.
And when you walk over to the black SUV, who is it that you observe in that black SUV?
He should have been The Shining.
Two females.
And of those two females, do you see one of them in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Right over there, the jacket.
Everyone said
That's
they
a
saw
record
two
of
females. There were 3 at the scene.
Okay.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, where within the vehicle is she when you first come up to the vehicle?
When I remember, she was in the front passenger seat.
And what, if any, knowledge that you have as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, and her relationship to the earlier call?
Oh, sorry. That was later. Sorry.
Very little. I think we had gotten briefed that she was the wife of the previous patient.
And was that something that she had stated or something that somebody else had stated? Where does that awareness come
I believe it was one of the Canton police officers that said it.
I'm sorry, what was that answer?
It was one of the Canton police officers.
Okay.
And so when you walk up to the car, what is it that you say to her? Or what, if any, conversations did you have with Ms. Reed at that?
So I went up to the window and introduced myself and just kind of asked what was going on.
And how did she respond?
She was kind of
No, it's
she
not
was
an
distraught,
it's
she was
neurological
crying.
disease. It's not
She
a
kinda
mental
told us
disease.
the statements she may have
It's a
made,
motor function thing.
she didn't mean it because of the current events that she had just gone through.
What, if anything, did she say about that? If anything, did she say about what she had gone through?
She had just done CPR on her husband.
Her husband?
And so she referred to him as her husband as well?
Yes.
And this conversation that you had sort of at the side of the SUV, is that?
To me, that makes her
door,
seem more
window?
because we have that narrative. Oh, they were breaking up and everything was going wrong. Her calling him her husband and talking about taking care of the kids. To me, that's again, it's a benefit for her, in my opinion. This is money for some long donuts in Speedway, Indiana, which you should be driving past. To go to Tennessee? Oh, I should. If I ever get there, I'll spend it for that.
From what I recall, it's to the window.
And at some point, does the conversation move to the end?
Correct.
About how long was the conversation at the vehicle before the conversation shifted to the end?
5 to 10 minutes.
And as far as your dispatch for a psych or a section 12, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury sort of that process?
We just
in
got
general
an
terms first,
explanation,
as
you
far as
idiot.
what does that process entail?
And when we get on scene?
Yes.
For a section?
Yes, please.
We go on scene, we kind of look at the environment, see what the environment's like, see if the patient's cooperative, uncooperative, what their demeanor is, if there's any obvious self-harm. If there's none, we kind of go up and talk to them, get a report, and ask them some basic triage questions.
And is that sort of the policy or the protocol or what you followed in this instance with Ms. Reed?
Correct.
Now, beyond what she had indicated to you initially, what, if anything, was she asking you during the course of your conversation with her once you were in the end?
She kept asking if he was dead or could he be dead.
Is that something that she said once or more than once or something else?
More than once.
And could you describe sort of the tone of her voice when she was saying?
It was pretty, it's kind of like it was a rapid kind of pressured speech. She was just a lot repetitive.
And as you were speaking with her, what, if any, observations did you make of her facial area?
She had blood on her face and her neck and her mouth, her neck and chin.
Regard to sort of any earlier suicidal statements, what, if anything, did she say in relation to that?
She said she made him because she just went through traumatic events, seeing her husband dead, and she had no plan on acting on it.
Now, pursuant to a Section 12 call, what, if anything, are you doing as far as documentation goes with respect to vital signs, things like that?
It depends on the situation. In a situation of misreads, I took a regular just vital signs, pulse oximetry to see a heart rate. But for someone like a female psych patient, it's more verbal.
And as far as any of those sort of vital signs and things that you took, what, if anything, abnormal did you note in regard to that?
There's nothing too abnormal. Just the heart rate might have been a little bit high, but within normal range.
Could you please keep your voice up, sir? Thank you.
Sorry. But the vital signs, her heart rate was a little high, it was 98, but it was nothing concerning.
During the time that you're having this conversation with her in the back of the ambulance, how would you describe her demeanor?
She would have periods of calmness, and then other periods she would appear agitated because she didn't want to go to the hospital.
You need to go.
Yeah,
Dave?
yeah. Sorry, my mother-in-law is back in the house, so I'm going to take off. But I will see y'all later, and I'll be watching in chat.
Yeah,
So.
go give her some surstrømning and knækbrød.
She's making dinner. I don't know what she's making, so we'll figure it out. All right, have a good one.
See you later.
Bye,
Thanks for stopping by.
See you
guys. But all in all, she was cooperative with us.
Melanie Little had, I believe it was her, had a guy on said that when you start doing the CPR, you can, because it's in the core of the body, and then it can come out as. So that wasn't a surprise for him.
Now, at some point, he's cooperative, correct, and agrees to go?
Eventually, yes.
When you say eventually, was there some conversation related?
We kind of mentioned to her basically what a Section 12 is. And unfortunately, she'd have to come with us involuntarily.
So you're explaining the process to her, is that correct?
Correct.
Eventually, she agrees to go, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the transport goes, who, if anyone, is in the back of the ambulance with her during the transport period?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
And who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance to the hospital?
Firefighter Park.
And which hospital did you transport Ms. Reed?
We went to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, during the course of transfer to the hospital or transport, what, if anything else, did Ms. Reed say with reference to children?
She was talking about children. She was unsure and she didn't know if she'd be able to take care of them. She was worried about that.
She was worried about that.
Yeah, she's worried about who would take care of the children if he was pronounced dead.
And what, if anything, did she say about herself in reference to the children?
She didn't think that she could take care of them on her own.
Now, as far as this,
Which is fair
other
for her
person
to
from the earlier
freak
call,
out.
how did she respond?
Not her kid, not her blood.
She was calling him husband.
Now, with reference to this particular, with reference to Ms. Reed in this conversation, what, if anything, did she say in regards to the last time that she had spoken to who she called her husband?
She had said that they had gotten into an argument. She was sad because that was the last thing she had said to him was the argument, but she didn't go into detail on what the argument was about or what was said.
Now, with regard to her speaking about children, what, if any, further conversations did either yourself or Firefighter Whitney have with her in regard to that?
With children?
Yes.
I don't recall.
The other female party that Ms. Reed was
42, 43,
with,
I think.
in the vehicle when you first arrived, do you know who that was?
I don't know who she was.
And at any point in time, subsequent to that, did you learn?
I did.
Who did you learn?
She was Miss Carrie Roberts.
And with relation to your conversation with Ms. Reed on that day of January 29th, what, if anything, did you say about Ms. Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
You idiot, you got told you couldn't ask about that with the last witness.
With regard to the sort of medical questions that you asked, from those medical questions, what, if any, questions you typically ask someone with relation to consumption of alcohol or drugs?
Well, probably part of the second assessment, I asked if she had taken any drugs or alcohol.
I think they want her to have been bitching about her. So to show how evil a woman she was.
Oh, and she
Oh,
denied it
yeah,
at that
they were
point.
trying to get in with the other guy too.
She had not, correct?
Correct.
The observations that you testified to earlier in regard to her, and by her I mean Ms. Reed's demeanor, did that change at all during the course of your interaction with her, or was that consistent?
Demeanor as in?
It's a poorly phrased question. I'm going to try and rephrase it. So
most of you.
With regard to her demeanor, throughout the course of your interaction with her, how would you describe that?
She was cooperative. Then she'd be calm, and then eventually she would kind of get a little agitated and repetitive questions. But she seemed distraught.
Now, with respect to the person she indicated was her husband, what, if any, questions did she ask either you or Firefighter Whitley or both in relation?
She was asking if he was dead. Or could he be dead? Could he be dead? And she said, could I have hit him?
Could I have hit him?
Could I have?
Was that something that she asked once or more than
It wasn't a lot. It was more of could he be dead? Could he be dead?
So somewhat repetitive,
Now
is that correct?
Correct.
Could he be dead? Like,
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
or could I have hit him?
Yeah, that's is that one of those after rationalization statements? As you probably said that because I heard other people talking about him being hit.
Yeah.
And that she denied drinking. Yeah, that morning probably. She wasn't thinking about the night before.
Yeah, because it had been so long.
Firefighter, just my own clarification. You testified earlier that first arriving on scene and first spoke with Ms. Reed, she indicated that there was some statements that she said there were some statements that she did not mean, correct?
Correct. Suicidal statement.
And so, exactly. So my question is, that was in reference to the suicidal statements she had made prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Not to any subsequent statements, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Rona. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You and I have met, right?
I believe so.
I wanted to go back to one piece of testimony that you offered on direct examination, if I may.
Sure.
You had, in response to a question from the prosecutor about the medical history and your question to Ms. Reed about whether she had had any alcohol to drink. I believe your answer today was she denied having drank alcohol the night before?
At the time that she was, she could drink, I don't know if she drank alcohol the night before, but at that time I asked if she had any drugs or alcohol. She said no.
I'm sorry, if I just didn't hear.
Yeah, you need to keep your voice up, sir. Speak
Okay.
directly into
Sorry.
the microphone.
I asked her if she had any drugs or alcohol, and she said no.
Oh, if she had any drugs.
Well, she taken any drugs or alcohol? She said no.
Did you specify a time period?
I just assumed it'd be in the last few hours for the reason why we were there.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Unsure if she had alcohol days prior, but for the reason why we were there.
Or the night before? This is
so-
at 7 in the morning?
Was it your understanding that the two of you had an understanding of what you were asking?
Sure.
Objection, move to
Yeah,
strike.
yeah. So the objection sustained. It's stricken. Ask the question differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so I guess with regard to your intent and your state of mind when you were asking that question, you were asking, had you taken any drugs or alcohol within the last few hours? That's what you meant to ask?
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
What did you specifically ask?
So when I asked a patient if any drugs or alcohol, I'm talking about at that point in time, but an hour before, 2 hours before, not days before, weeks before.
Okay,
So-
and this was at 6:40 in the morning?
Correct.
Did you smell any alcohol on her at that time?
I did not.
Okay. You would agree that she did tell you at some point that she had had alcohol the night before, correct?
No.
All right. So this is now, what's today, May 3rd of 2024?
Correct.
And this happened back in January, on January 29th of 2022?
Correct.
It's
You were interviewed
May
by
3rd,
a
not May 4th.
Trooper Michael Proctor on
Did you say
February
3rd or
14th of 2022. Do you recall that?
That's why you said
I
third.
recall meeting with him, yes.
And
Okay.
February 14th of
So Boone is
2022
supposed to be in
would have
trial
been a
today.
little bit more than 2 weeks after January 29th of 2022, correct?
And Derek
Correct.
Brooks.
Your memory of what Karen Reed told you about whether she had anything to drink the night before would have been much better on February 14th of 2022 when you were talking to Trooper Michael Proctor than it would be today, correct?
Correct.
Because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
Certain circumstances, sure.
And with regard to whether Karen had indicated that she took any drugs, you told Trooper Proctor, she said that she had not, correct?
Correct.
With regard to whether she had had alcohol the night before, you told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that she did consume alcohol last night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to see a sidebar on this. Please bring that with you, please.
Yeah, just show him the record. Just show him the interview and said, does that refresh your memory? You don't have to sit here and spend so effing much time.
Did you miss anything? Did you not hear anything?
With your permission, I'll repeat the question.
Sure.
you told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that Karen had told you that she did consume alcohol the previous night, correct?
If that's in his notes,
Well, is your memory exhausted as to whether you told him that?
I don't recall.
If you saw his report with your statements in it, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
It's a two-page report. I'll give you both, actually. It's a two-page report. I'll give you both pages, but I have highlighted a line on the second page, so I would direct you to that. May I approach?
Yes. And take your time reading it, sir.
Yes, yeah, and please read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I love how she's got to jump in there real quick. Take
Yeah.
your time, sir.
Yeah, always when defense.
Mhm.
We haven't seen any police interviews because none of them is taped. It's only written reports.
So I did say.
So, Mr. Becker, a couple of things. Wait for a question,
Oh, I'm sorry.
but also you have to keep your voice up.
Okay.
I'm close to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. Most of the jurors are further away.
And the way this works is I have to collect that from you and then ask you a question, okay?
Sir.
I may approach you on it?
Yes.
Having reviewed that document, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not Karen Reed, or strike that? Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to the fact that
Does that refresh your memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
It does.
Okay, and so did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 14th that Karen Reed had told you on January 29th that she had consumed alcohol the night before that?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you were listening to her talk at times, that her speech was very rapid?
Correct.
And particularly when she had said the words, is he dead, is he dead? She would repeat it repetitively, correct?
Correct.
And she was fixated on that, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the last interaction that she spoke about with whom you thought she said her husband, she didn't give you any detail about that, correct?
She did not.
You don't know whether it was an in-person communication?
That wasn't my position to ask more details about that.
Oh, and I'm not criticizing you, sir. I'm just trying to get to what your knowledge was in terms of
Right.
information you got from her. So she didn't specify that it was an in-person communication, correct?
No,
She didn't specify as to whether it was a phone conversation?
she did not.
She didn't specify whether it was a text message exchange back and forth?
She did not.
And she didn't specify whether it was an angry voicemail that she left, correct?
She did not.
Good way to get ahead of the voice messages it left.
No further questions. Thank you.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Becker or Firefighter Becker, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
I agree, Food
That's
Fairy.
okay. Thank you.
All of these firefighters should have been testifying before. Why
Yes,
are
you
they
can
so
leave
nervous?
that right where it is. Thank you, sir.
Will we be ending 20 minutes left of the day if she ends at 4 like she did Monday?
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
May we approach?
Sure.
Oh, approach. Can we approach and say, this is a really bad case, and we are really grasping at straws. But yeah, Bev, could you please object more, because we really wanted it in that she was a B word, and now she has good lawyers, and they kind of make us look foolish. Yeah, and Sebastian Müller, du bist korrekt. I don't know why I want to talk German to you. You're right. She always objects to the defense. The only thing she said to Lally today was, please stop talking about snow, or I will yeet you into the sun with a ball of fallen skin around your neck. Oh, Carrie Roberts grew up in Braintree, Mass. With John. She later in life moved to Canton. Interesting. They've been talking about their testimony at the fire station. They know to be scared. Well, I don't know if they know to be scared, but I would say this is the other guy didn't hear that. Could I have hit him? But that's another new statement put in here. Well, of course I speak German.
Does it make sense that rather than starting with another witness, figure it's Friday afternoon, it's been a long week for you all, we'll excuse you.
It has not been a long week. You haven't been in court
Please,
at
do
all.
not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see
12 witnesses
hear, or
out of
read anything about
163.
this case, disregard it and let us know. And have a
David,
great
this is gonna
weekend.
take forever.
Monday will be a full day. We'll see you first thing Monday night.
I know, she's like, it's been a long week. We've only had court one day.
No, they had almost 2.5 days now.
Yeah, 2.5 days. Ooh.
That's deepest Christ. Well, I'm gonna miss a full week. Well, nothing will happen in that week, but Jesus. How many witnesses was that today? That was
Maybe seated.
1, 2,
There, I think there's an exhibit in the witness stand.
3 witnesses in a full day with a field trip that took about an hour.
And
All right.
first of all,
since
she cut off
because
witnesses all the
I've
time, so it's not
decided
like
that
she
it makes more
cares.
sense to do exhibits the old-fashioned way because it's simply not working out. My suggestion is that we take what we have that have actually been introduced, because most, I know you pre-marked nearly 600 exhibits. They have not been introduced into evidence. So we have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 14, 18, and there are additional that are in the 300s and 200s. So what I would like to do is take all of these, and I know Madam Court Reporter has been great about sticking around all late during the week to pre-mark things. This is more important to me that we get the record straight from this point. I would prefer the jurors to have the exhibits in order and not have numbers 200 and 300 in where they should be 15 and 16. So what I would like you to all do is take a look at the exhibits that have actually been introduced. Their prior numbers, if you have referred to them by their prior numbers, I will permit you for the rest of the trial to say previously referred to as 308, but now exhibit 15.
Let's make it even more.
Until you feel you don't need to do that anymore. So it means things are going to have to be renumbered. So, Madam Court Reporter, was there anything else we needed to discuss on this? Is there anything else you need from the lawyers? Okay. So, I don't want to use your name. You've got a list of everything, and Mr. McDermott's got a list of everything that's been introduced. Do you need me to do this, or is this something you can all do with Madam Court Reporter? And I want to come out and make sure it's right. All right, so why don't you all take 10 minutes to see if you can work this through. I'll come out at the end of 10 minutes, see what you have, and we'll make sure the record's straight. Does that make sense to everybody?
It does. The only thing that I would ask to add to that, Your Honor, is in conformity with the court's ruling as far as redaction to the run sheets and the run reports. I'm not sure if they've been stickered or not, but there are medical records with regard to both the victim and the defendant that would be in there, and I would ask for them to either be marked for identification or taken out at this point. Ms. McLaughlin indicates they haven't been marked yet, so I would just ask to sort of retrieve.
All right, so that's sort of the second point. I assume there are many pages of medical records, and one of the things I told you this morning is if records are going to be introduced subject to redactions, those redactions have to be done before they're introduced. It's going to take some time, so you have to be, if you're not in agreement, then you need to tell me what you're not in agreement over, and I'll have to decide it, but they need to be redacted beforehand. Just because this is a long trial, I don't want it to take any longer than it necessarily
You don't
has
want
to
to take
be.
it any longer than
idiot
that?
and
We have to
changing
make
the
sure
rules
all
all
of
the
the
time.
exhibits are in order, especially
Yeah.
if they do end up numbering in the hundreds. So,
This is
all
your
right, so
fault, Bev.
factor that into your schedule. We've got
Dragging it
many
out.
days that we won't be in session. It seems like a good use of
Why?
council's
Why?
time to redact records and talk.
Why do
If
we
you
have a
need
lot of
additional
days
time
not?
and we need to cut into the evidence, I'd prefer not to, but I need to know. All right. So I have received from the Commonwealth all of the videos that I requested. I received a flash drive today. When can I get the videos? I thought I was clear yesterday. Apparently I wasn't. So when can I get all of the videos that the defendants intend to introduce? I had hoped to look at them over the weekend.
We can do, it's not a matter of getting them onto a flash drive, that's quick. It's just a matter of getting them to the court. So I would invite the court to direct us how, if you want to use the weekend, let us know. We work on Saturdays and Sundays.
So you can't do it today? You can't do it before you leave? I don't think your IT person's here, right?
I might.
Oh, if you can do it before you leave, if he can just download it onto a flash drive, that would be great. Do you want to go talk to him and see how long?
You might be able to do that.
We may be able to do that.
Why don't you talk to him?
I won't be off next week. I'll be off the week after next week.
Yes.
All right.
We won't leave until we give it to you.
That would be great. And Ms. Gianetti, yesterday you did say that you'd also give me some idea on why you think they're coming in.
Sure.
Okay, so if you have that, that would be great.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
Probably
I just want to make sure I'm very clear about what the court would like. We provided the double videos, the ones that we had put the good and Seraph cameras together. The court wants every single video that we intend to produce?
Yes.
For the rest of trial?
Yes.
Okay, understood.
All right, and that's what I requested from both of you. I received, Ms. Gilman, tell me if I'm wrong, but Mr. McDermott handed me a flash drive today that said this was all the Commonwealth's video exhibits. Yes.
And that was after we met this morning, correct? Okay.
All right, so that'd be great. I just
so she doesn't have to.
I want to know what's on them. I was surprised yesterday, and
understood.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Understood.
All right, so I'll come out after you.
That's on you.
Do you need a break before then, Madam Court Reporter? Mr. McDermott? All right, thanks.
Court, all rise, please.
Look who's back in court, Jamie.
Why is he in a wheelchair still?
Wait 2 seconds, Jamie.
Right, thank you.
Is he singing or yelling or?
He's just chatting with her, and he's such a tool.
Well, we have 10 minutes to kill.
I hate that guy.
Well, he's going on trial next week. Maybe Ricada could come back to doing live trials. You should be, because we wasted a half a day again today.
Yeah. She's like, oh, we've had such a long week of a half day
Yeah.
and no trial day. I mean, what a hard day we work.
Yeah, we're doing such a great job.
Mhm.
Kind of look like Grant. Osisweb wanted to read her the thoughts of Grant, the poet.
Oh my God.
Grant is my special little snowflake.
He is something.
He's a special boy.
He is a special boy.
In one of the most eerie and perhaps poignant moments of the trial of accused murderer Karen Reed and her family came back from lunch while the jury was still on their view, I was the only reporter right there. Oh, no, there, right away. I didn't ask any questions at first. Je suis silent. I was silent in French, Jamie. Le smirk s'en gone. Now that AJ lost the moment.
Emotion.
I looked right at her, and she checked on how the media was reacting. She knows it's not good news, and I was the one to tell her with my eyes after she tried to visage mon soul again.
Wait.
Mhm.
She know. First of all, Grant, eat it.
Well, he's an idiot.
I told her with my eyes.
He
After
told
she
her,
tried
Jamie. He was the
looking
one.
into my soul again. What?
He was the one, Jamie. He told her.
He knew. And he thinks Turtle Boy is making a mockery of this. What do you think he's doing?
No. This guy is 100% real. I can't go back and look up his trial coverage is amazing. I can show you what he made of the trial coverage this morning because Jamie sent me some screenshots.
Well, just the one
Some
was
of his
funny.
just some take
like-
on what he. No, it wasn't this one. It was on Discord.
Well, it was just like his like deep thoughts. That was what made me laugh.
Yeah. He stated that what the hell didn't you send it on Twitter?
Yeah, in the little group Twitter.
Oh, the group Twitter. That's why I was looking at the other Twitter. Oh, X. We have to say X. So Daddy Elon is happy.
Daddy.
I have my noise canceling headphones on without any music going. I am focusing entirely on the vibe in the room right now. There's something in the air here. Even Karen Reed's family knows that the jury knows. This trial ended days ago. The rest is just for the record.
It ended days ago, Grant. It did. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
You just know. Her family knows. She knows. Everybody knows.
Well, he is adopted, so maybe he's a family member of Bradley John's. His trial coverage isn't delusional. It's just kind of like this painting, a little abstract. Has nothing to do with reality, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, it's because he does the best trial coverage. He's such an idiot.
Ariel said he was writing some poems about Karen's hair earlier. I want to see that.
No, he's not going to be a lawyer. He's only going to law school for the fun of it. And then he threatened Melody Little that he would make sure she lost her bar license because she had an affair with Alan Jackson and went to, I think, Mexico or maybe Massachusetts. I don't know. They went somewhere and took a picture of a tree, and that's why he knows they are dating. And then she said, "Oh, do you know I do a lot of defamation law?" And then he removed that he was a law student. Can you reverse adopt like you can reserve Lexus asking for it? No, I'm pretty sure you can't.
Yeah, can you give him back?
Turtle Boy is out and free, yes. No, he's in love with Turtle Boy's ex-girlfriend. When he's not LGBTQPI. He's a fun cat. I love him. Not enough
I
people
mean,
love
I
him.
am entertained. I am entertained by his nonsense. So.
Yeah. Well, he might be a very, very self-medicating weed enthusiast. And he was working on getting weed legal in Massachusetts. Sadly, what the hell? Now my camera went out again. What the hell, Jamie?
I don't know. I hate you.
I'm coming back now. I don't. Maybe it's my motherboard. Maybe it's I don't need. I need to find some money and upgrade my computer. I think. The guy he was working to get weed legal with might have a small PDF file problem. So that's not good.
Isn't it legal in Massachusetts?
To be a PDF file? No, it's not legal.
No, not that.
No,
can't
weed isn't
remember what
legal in
state's
Massachusetts.
I thought it was.
No, I think you can get it with a medical card, but he wanted because they had a vote on it a couple of weeks ago. I don't want to talk about it, Jamie. That was one of the last tweets I saw from him before he blocked me. It hurts, Jamie. You should Section 12 me over this. I miss him so much. Weed is legal here. Why does everyone else say it's not legal there then?
Why does Grant say it?
Yeah. Yeah, you always make sure that the PDF file goes down into the trash bin and then you empty it into the sun. They're getting a stunt belt on Brooks. Oh. I took it off because nothing happened over there. Well, they promised us a stunt belt the last time too, but nothing happened.
I know.
I want to see him ride the lightning.
Deputies alerted us. We all came back in. Is that correct, Mr. Jones?
Let's go back and see what happened.
My deputies alerted when Mr. Brooks first got here. My deputies alerted us to the fact that he wanted to speak with Mr. Jones. Given the fact that Mr. Jones is via Zoom and Mr. Brooks is here in person, the way we accommodated that was everyone left the courtroom, including the spectators in the gallery, the person who was here filming for the media, and obviously all the parties and my staff, except for the deputies. For security reasons, of course, they had to stay with Mr. Brooks. So I allowed them to have a conversation. I wasn't paying attention to how much time it was. It might have been, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. I allowed Mr. Brooks to have that conversation with Mr. Jones. And then after Mr. Jones alerted the lawyers, I think, and my deputies alerted us, we all came back in. Is that correct, Mr. Jones?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we are here for, it was supposed to be a motion hearing and a final pretrial on these matters. They are set for trial on Monday, May 6th, so that's just a couple days from now. At our last date on January 18th, The state indicated they thought they would be filing an amended information and an other acts motion. The defense also thought they may have been filing some motions, so we set this for about 90 minutes. I set deadlines for that all motions were to be filed by March 22nd and April 19th for the responses. I will note that nothing has been filed from either side as far as any substantive motions. Motions in limine were filed, I just believe, by the defense, and they appear to be standard. So there is nothing to proceed on as far as any substantive motions. Do we remain in a trial posture, Mr. Jones?
We do, Judge. And with respect to the motion filings, we were anticipating potentially the state filing, and it would have been a response to the other acts. Presumably, they're not seeking that since they didn't file that. So that's why we had nothing else to file other than our standard motions.
Okay. And nothing from the state?
No, he
Correct.
has a lawyer
I
this time.
anticipate filing another acts motion. I thought about it. The prejudice hurdle would be extraordinarily high in this particular case.
Oh, it's the same.
And when I gave it more thought,
Isn't
the
it?
state didn't anticipate using that other acts because of the prejudicial nature of those other acts, unless there was a
No, because
defense
this is
that
a different.
the
This is a different county.
high amount of
wait.
relevance to those
Yeah,
other
this is
acts.
Milwaukee.
And I think
This
that
is
would
Milwaukee.
just as likely happen if the door is potentially opened by one of those.
He's charged with trying to run over his child's mom with a car.
Or some sort, then I may raise
The
the
same
issue at
car he
that
used to
point.
run through a
So,
Christmas
but I'm
parade.
not, I did not file another acts motion. That's correct.
Okay. All right. So we'll deal with those issues if they arise during trial. Maybe they won't. So obviously we have some special issues associated with this case. Jury selection is going to be our biggest hurdle. What I have thought, just on my own, and I don't know if the parties have thought about this, I don't know if anybody would think that a court trial would be a preferable way to go to avoid any of those potential issues that would arise with having a jury and trying to seat a jury with a case that has not, this case is not notorious, but certainly Mr. Brooks's other case is notorious. And we certainly will do our best to seat a fair and impartial jury. But that's just off the top of my head. I think that might be the best way. But of course, Mr. Brooks, that is ultimately his decision on whether it would be a court trial or a jury trial. So I just throw that out there. Nobody's requested that at this point. There has been a request for a jury trial, so we will plan on that. But it is just some food for thought that it may be a way to allow for evidence to be presented without the potential tangential issues that would arise with a jury. So that's just something to think about. In addition to that, if I'm going to go with on the assumption at this point that we are having a jury trial, I have not prepared any written information. I will prepare that over the weekend and give it to the parties, and we can certainly talk about it. But I think we have to address it. No one is going to pretend that we're going to introduce Mr. Brooks and no one's going to know who he is. So obviously it's not going to be, one of the standard questions I asked during voir dire is, has anyone heard anything about this case or about this defendant or had any opinion as to anything? That may foreclose us from seating any of the people that we bring in for voir dire right off the bat, because it was a big deal. The Waukesha case was a big deal. So I will prepare something. Do the parties have thoughts?
Oxford.
Or do you want to prepare something as well, and we can kind of put something together as far as a preliminary statement to the jurors? I mean, obviously advising them that this needs to be, you will only judge this case on this evidence, and asking those questions if they can be fair and impartial and put out of their minds anything that they may know about Mr. Brooks. Each side can submit something if they would like. I'm kicking myself that I didn't think to tell everybody to do this ahead of today's date, so we could have worked it out this afternoon rather than doing it on Monday, but that was my error. I probably should have thought of that, and I did not. So if the parties want to do that, they can do that. I will have some language that I work up as well to address that. Other than that, I just talked with a sergeant from the Sheriff's Department. In the past, Mr. Brooks has been transported directly here and not really held in the jail, even as a waiting position, until he's brought directly to court. And then generally he's whisked away. I don't know what their plan is. I've got some concerns that if we're going to be in trial, I don't know
one on the lally tally.
what the situation would be in the jail, but I have alerted a sergeant in the Sheriff's Department to my concerns to make sure that Mr. Brooks is going to be here every morning for trial, that we're not going to end up with him being housed somewhere
No, he's in
else.
leg irons.
But I don't know that's not something that I get involved in generally. I did just want to put it on someone's radar to make sure that we have no delays when it comes to that. Is there anything that, I think your motions in limine were pretty standard, Mr. Jones. So you've both tried many cases in front of me. Everybody knows generally how I run things and how things work. So I think they're standard motions in limine. So they were along with the rules of how I do things. Does the state have anything you want to specifically address on the record this afternoon?
Your Honor, the only thing that I want to address is I do anticipate filing an amended information. I have for a long time been very clear that if this
No, that was
trial,
Judge
that I would
Mommy,
file charges
the
of
lady who talked us to
intimidation
death.
based on the calls that were made on particular days. And so I anticipate having a total of 6 charges for intimidation of a victim in the amended information. I will get that filed as soon as possible, but I have explained that both to Attorney Jones. I've explained that to previous counsel numerous times in communications on this case. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. I think we, on the charge in the underlying domestic violence case, we are going to be proceeding on amended charge of first-degree recklessly endangering safety rather than second-degree recklessly endangering safety. So we will have those charges amended. And if the court wishes, I can prepare the jury instructions over the weekend, if that helps with regards to the charges.
Okay.
And then my only other question
So
is,
they're
would the court
upcharging
prefer having a information
before
with
trial.
both cases joined in a single information, or having 2 informations with 2 cases? I can prepare it either way.
That is a CCAP protect issue that is above my pay grade.
Okay.
I think they probably need to be filed in each case. I'm looking at the back of my clerk's head, and she's indicating, yes, that would be better. So separate, for the separate cases. Mr. Jones, do you want to be heard as to what Mr. Torbensen's statements or your
Sure.
own issues?
Yeah, let me respond to Mr. Torbenson first, then I have a few things I'd like to address. Mr. Torbenson indicated if it does not resolve with a plea, he would file an amended information and bring all the charges he thinks that he can prove. And that's not news to me, and it's not news to prior counsel. I have requested for Mr. Torbenson, I know I have it in writing somewhere, but I've made a request of him to put his offer in writing because Mr. Brooks wants it in writing in an email. So you could just send it me one today with that discussion. Mr. Brooks had some issues with potentially discovery at basketball. I'm going to provide him written or all paper discovery that I physically can get my hands on and give it to him also Monday, even though we sent it to him back in March. And I'm not saying Mr. Brooks is wrong. I'm sure the institution may have lost it, but we can deal with that. I have it all. I'm prepared. The one request, I made 2 requests. Number one, I think given the nature of this and the panel and the background, it would make sense if we started maybe at 9 o'clock. I have 2 quick appearances at 8:15 and 8:30 that I'd like to clear off. If we come in at 9, obviously I think if the 3 of us get together and decide how to deal with a joint statement, and I would prefer it to be issued by the court rather than the state or me, I think we could accomplish that in probably about a half an hour's time. The other thing I'm going to make this request, and I don't know how much the court has the authority to do this other than that you can make a request to the jail, but your request would probably be received better than mine, even though I've made inquiries. I know, or at least I've learned now, Mr. Brooks might be moving back and forth to the institution. I understand we can't control that. If at the end of every day of trial, I can have a deputy keep him in the bullpen for some period of time, half an hour, so I can at least meet with him in the bullpen, or if we can break at 4:30, so we.
Danny T, because he could potentially get it overturned. Why am I having all this static feedback now? Oh, it's from the other trial I have in the background. It could be overturned, the other one. That's why you always charge people to the fullest. So that's why they want to do it again. But yeah, sadly, no box fault seems to be imminent in this case. Yeah, and it's very Charlie Brown teacher. It's because it's a recording of a Zoom call. It's always really bad. Can we
have someone till 5 o'clock, so I
watch
can have some time with Mr. Brooks after each day of trial. It may not be needed. I might say, hey, today that we don't need it, but I'd like that little bit of cushion because he's going to be.
Do you not know who Daryl Brooks is? He's the famous box fort. And I didn't say fart, I said fort. He built box forts when he got upset that she didn't do what he said. Oh, Rita was in court today. Interesting. I don't know all these people, but I'm really bad at remembering faces. Oh, and I have to teach Tom something about YouTube tomorrow. That's be interesting.
Physically removed, and I won't have the opportunity to do that. So maybe we break a little bit earlier than we normally would, so I could have that on days I might need it. Just sort of thinking ahead.
Sure, I think we can accomplish that.
You know, because I want as much communication with Mr. Brooks, obviously, as possible, but I understand I'm bound by the executive, the executive branch and their wins.
Judge, it's probably too late for this as well, but I'm just taking in the size of your courtroom physically, and I'm wondering if there's any chance we could switch courtrooms just for jury selection even, because I imagine we're going to have a rather large panel for jury selection.
What I anticipated doing, and I think it probably is too late to plan a switch now. What I would anticipate is I can get 35 in. It's tight, but we can do it. So we'll have, we can have 35
Jury selection
people in
starts
here.
Monday.
And then if we
You
are
could cover
able
it. It's
to,
about trying to
let's
hit
say,
his
seat 8
kid's
out of
mom with a car.
35, we will put them back in our jury room and bring a fresh panel of 35 over and do it in that way. I don't have any idea how long this is going to take, given, as I said, the notoriousness of the Waukesha case. So I wouldn't want to guess that one of the bigger courtrooms is going to accommodate it and it still doesn't, and have everybody move for those purposes. So I think we just kind of get as many as we can and then start with a new group. So it may take longer than usual. So we may do a couple process of
Those
picking a
10
jury,
minutes,
in
took.
piecemeal
It's
fashion.
really long, 10 minutes.
But we should be able to accomplish it in that way. I think if we do run into issues, that may be the best way. So what I'm hearing from everybody is Mr. Torbenson has offered to put together the jury instructions. I appreciate that. And we will all work on what our idea of a statement looks like as far as what to tell the jury about this case, and that it is only this case they are to determine. Not anything else they may have know or heard or think or believe they know or any judgments they've made. And we will question people about that specifically. It's not going to be a general run-of-the-mill, I assume you haven't heard anything about this. You haven't, yeah. So we will take it from there. So everybody's going to bring that statement, and Mr. Torbenson's going to do the jury instructions. Is there anything more from the defense?
Yeah, and Judge, I have a scheduled meeting with Mr. Brooks tomorrow at 2:30. Apparently that's not going to occur because he won't be at the jail. I'm efforting to get a meeting with him at his institution when we.
I don't know that for sure.
Well, Mr. Brooks is fairly confident of that. Either way, I've got the one set up at the jail. I'm going to try and set up the one at the institution, and hopefully, one of them occurs.
Okay.
And if he can be brought over at 8 a.m. even, I will try and get down there. I mean, I'm just saying, once he's in your bullpen, I think that's, a place that makes it easier for me to get to him. But we'll stay in communication and do what we can, I guess.
Okay. All right. Anything further from the state?
The only thing I want to add is that
What happened? Come on. I'm just going around to find out if the other trial is ended.
To get to him, but we'll stay in communication and do what we can, I guess.
Okay. All right. Anything further from the state?
the only thing I want to add is that I did tell the court and counsel and chambers I have a homicide case.
Oh, it's his Zoom call crapping out. Boom, 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 boom. Come on, Brooks. Just say, I can't with this crap. I'm going pro se. Come on. This is the guy who went through the Waukesha Christmas parade.
What, the microphone? I can't hear. What? The internet? Oh, okay. So it's just the internet's down.
Yeah, my internet is sketchy as well too today. Oh, always interesting to following Olivia on Twitter. Oh, for goodness sake. Now this other Canton firefighter paramedic also knows someone, Carrie Roberts, who was at the scene involved. How much more incestuous can the ties between everyone involved in this case, except for Karen Reed get? Firefighter Daniel Whitley. He was the nice guy who didn't over talk too much. Described the time his neighbor, Carrie Roberts, yes, their neighbors, wanted a fire truck at her neighborhood block party she was throwing. And Whitley apparently provided the fire truck for Carrie Roberts' neighborhood block party, which he also presumably went to as well. Whitley was the firefighter paramedic who accompanied Karen Reed in the ambulance that would transport her to the hospital against her will. Oh, that was that guy. And even after Whitley apparently expressed to law enforcement on the scene that Reed's behavior did not meet the criteria of 6 and 12 involuntary hold, as it was consistent with someone's experienced grief, like Reed would have been at the time of given the circumstances. Of course, however, Whitley's guidance just fueled officers at the scene to find a reason. Apparently, he literally said they'll need something more than just the current grief Karen was experiencing at the scene. How unsurprising that they promptly found that something more to Section 12, Karen Reed, and involuntary hold her against her will. Could the Commonwealth do any better job of proving the defense case for them? Karen Reed was the outsider. Karen Reed was not from Canton. Karen Reed did not know any of the law enforcement or firefighters. Karen Reed was not a lifelong friend with, neighbors with, or nor did she grow up with all of these people. The same can't be said for anyone else. Not Jen McCabe, not Brian Albert, not Carrie Roberts, not Chris Albert, not Colin Albert, not Caitlin Albert, not Brian Higgins, and so on. The ties and connection don't stop between these people. Who's the one exception to in this entire equation, though? Karen Reed. Karen Reed could have been any one of us. She was an outsider. So this is Karen Roberts and the firefighter. Of course. Jesus, Jamie, this trial is just getting more and more local.
Mhm.
Is he reading his Bible again? Yeah.
All right, so it says an unknown error, so now it's letting me start again. Let's see if Russ pops up.
You have the judge used to babysit the victim on your bingo card. Yeah. Oh, he is the last one with the bald head, half alien. He looked like something, a mix between that guy, the eagle from Muppet Show, and Beaker.
Via Zoom. Well, we're still connecting.
Boom, 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 boom.
Hi, you're back.
I can see
Yeah,
you.
he's back.
Yes.
You're muted. I don't know if you can hear me.
Your mute is on.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I automatically ended up muted, but Mr. Brooks pointed out to me that I could unmute. So now we can hear you.
Yeah, he knows.
Oh, isn't he so sweet?
All right, so
The last thing I heard was Mr. Torbenson saying there's a homicide trial, has an emergency stay, and then he froze.
right.
I think it's unlikely for the stay to be lifted in this should be the case that can go on Monday.
And now my camera's crapping
All
out
right.
again.
All right, then I think we just stand ready to go on Monday, barring something else happening. Mr. Brooks, I don't know where you're going to be, but I look forward to seeing you on Monday. Mr. Jones said.
What?
Yeah,
What's happening?
It's Monday. They're all done. She said, we'll see you on Monday.
It's just that everything stopped. And the other one, I don't know if they're coming back. And someone shared this with me. On January 30th, approximately 1 p.m., Sergeant Bukaknik and I interviewed firefighter Katie McLaughlin at the Canton Police Department. Katie was assigned to Station 1, blah, 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 blah. Victim's shirt was cut and chest exposed. Katie exited the ambulance to speak with Karen as to the victim's identity and any medical history. Katie described Karen as a white female, approximately 5'5", thin, brown blonde hair, brown eyes, and early 40s in age. Karen provided the victim's name and date of birth. Katie asked Karen if she knew where the victim suffered the trauma to his face. I can see. She stated Karen turned to her friend and stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's what's in the, that was shared with me. So she lied again. Well, she changed, evolved her story. Isn't that what they're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Jamie, do we want to sit here and watch this any longer? People are leaving us faster than my girlfriends leave me. I don't know. I haven't followed up on it.
I don't think they're coming back.
No. Well, thank you, Wells Later Reads, for stopping by and talking to us and watching us.
Yeah, thanks, Wash Lady.
Is there anything else interesting? Bum, 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 bum.
Marissa said, read the last Grant Twitter.
How should I read the last Grant Twitter?
I assume she probably sent it to you because she knows you're blocked.
Yeah, because I can't read it.
I don't know.
No, I hope that's what she's thinking, because I can see it. Let's go in and see if anything else. It's not in the Karen Read file. Is he? Oh, yeah. Oh.
Is it a good one? I haven't seen it.
Jamie. This is I need the deep voice for this one. This is why I love Grant. It is hard to describe the atmosphere in the room right now. All of the jurors are sitting in a way that may as well scream, Karen Read did this! One of them can only look at her feet with a sad expression. Reed's team is having some trouble bringing up the photos. We take a recess. Everyone is frustrated with the tech person for Reed's team, including David Yannetti for the delayed. Judge wants counsel at sidebar right away. She did not like that. Karen Reed is sitting alone, right leg crossed over left, during the recess. I don't know why my camera all of a sudden started not working yesterday. I don't know if maybe there was some updates to the PC or I don't know. It's just annoying.
He's just sitting up there with a stupid Prime bottle, just thinking about these just deep things to type on his Twitter.
Yeah, he has his noise canceling headphones on, so he can't hear what they're saying in court because he can feel it.
Because he's just making observations everywhere.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Jamie, I think we're going to pull the plug because nothing is coming back, and the jury has left, and whatever it might be, it's just not.
I think
And
he's
it's
in love with Jane Reed. I think he
it's
secretly loves her with all of his soul.
that's like me. I love him, and I can't have him, Jamie.
Yeah. That's funny.
It's that's how love goes, Jamie. I don't know if you know that.
I guess.
Love her.
They just look at her.
Love
What was that about her sad feet? Was it her sad feet? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
You can only look at her sad feet.
I missed the best part of the last weight, that my weight was going up again. There wasn't anything more. I read everything. I think he would give his laptop stickers to be with her. Would you? I was actually thinking about getting a laptop sticker when I go to the US so I can find it again when I lose it somewhere. What did I miss? I didn't see anything other than Bev wasn't happy. Wow, wow, wow.
They're so mad at their tech people.
Oh, yeah. There's Karen Reed is sitting alone, right leg crossed over left, doing the recess. Her hands are clasped. They are smaller than one remember.
Wait.
Just for Jamie. Karen Reed is sitting alone, right leg crossed over left, doing the recess. Her hands are clasped. They are smaller than one remembers. Reed is smaller than one remembers. Maybe it's just the gravitas has gone.
Wait. It's the what? Say that again.
It's just that the gravitas has gone. His tweets alone should get her a RO on this guy. Jesus, he's an idiot. She's sitting alone. Her hands are clasped. They're smaller than you remember. She's smaller than you remember.
Her gravitas.
You will be on with the expert tonight, or
You are.
no? You are. I'll probably be sleeping because I can't get to bed because I have to watch Formula One from Miami.
No, I'll just be watching.
Yeah. Jamie will be on with the expert at 9 o'clock, maybe.
Okay.
But 12 hours later, where will you be, Jamie?
For Stabber Day.
Who do you have on as a guest tomorrow?
I heard it's our special lady, Danny T.
Yeah.
It's just a yeah. That's funny.
Oh, it's going to be fine. I might sleep in. You can run the show.
It's gonna be fine.
Other than that, nope, nothing. Saturday, other than that, no, I won't be doing because I have to help Tom out. Sunday, I will take my day off and sleep my 10 hours. I have to recuperate. Yeah, I know.
Oh my!
That's why I'm trying to get out of here.
Okay, person. That's hilarious.
What?
Why is everyone? Never mind.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Something in chat. I'm ignoring it though.
Oh. 2 weeks ago, you ridiculed me for saying read guilty as F. Excuse me, please, while I spike that football. Read and the trottle called going down hard. Going down hard.
After what?
Little victory
What
there.
evidence?
You didn't watch the trial so far because one person going down so far is Mr. Michael Proctor, the guy who for news illegally without a search warrant in a defense. Yeah, that's how justice rolls in Canton. If those are the people you root for, you should be going straight next to them in prison because only idiots can root for people like that. The rest of you, you are the best in the world, but idiots like this, go enjoy your weekend. And to the rest of you, for this stupid take, I can only say.
I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone had things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I gotta get some man.
You called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.